All right, hold up real quick, guys. Give me just a second. I'm having some technical issues. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. All right, want to make sure this is all working. What's up, Ashton? Hey, by the way, guys, just want to be very, very clear, okay? If you are here for the debate, please go to the link in the chat, okay? This is not the place to watch the debate. This is the place to watch my commentary on it. I just want to be very clear about that, guys. What's going on, Balsania? Ashton, welcome, bro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I want to be very clear, okay? I got express permission from SARA to cover this debate and stream snipe it. So if you're not here to listen to my commentary, thank you, Ashton. Yeah, that works perfectly fine. Yeah, Corey, thank you very much, bro. If you're not here to watch my commentary and you're just here to watch the debate, hold on. Is it working better now? How's that? I just want to be very clear, guys. If you're not here to watch my commentary, please go to Sarah's channel and watch the debate. Yeah. Hey, old Joe, what's going on, dude? Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Big Soda, Corey Barton. Always a pleasure to see you, my man. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Here, Corey, I'll go ahead and send you the stream link. Ashton, I'll send you the stream link as well. Old Joe, we need to figure out a way for me and you to get in contact. All right, Corey, just send it to you. Where you at, Ashton? You're in here somewhere, and I can't find you. Ah, there you are. You have streamer mode on, just letting you know. All right, I got you the panel link if you want to jump in, comment with me. All right. So I'm going to pull up the debate. We're going to go ahead and comment on this. I know it doesn't start for another 10 minutes, but... Scott Halfett, welcome, brother. Always good to see you, my man. It's always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to see you. Hey, Rude, thank you very much for stopping in, my brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to jump in and add some commentary while we do this, that's fine. So I got express permission from Mado to cover this. We're really just kind of judging Tweaker's debate, right? Like that's really what we're doing here. I got express permission. Want to be very clear about that. If you're not here for my commentary, please go to Sarah's channel and watch the debate over there. But Rude, I would love to have you on. It's always a pleasure to have you on. So here is the StreamYard link. I just sent it to you privately. What's going on, Ashton? How you doing today, my man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, you're not Ashton.
I'm the real Ashton.
Oh, shit. That threw me through a loop, bro. Holy, dude. What's up, Ice Sammy? Good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure. Here, I will send you the StreamYard link. More than welcome to jump in whenever you want, my man. I'm going to continue to reiterate this multiple times. If you're not here for my commentary, please, 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 please go to Sarah's channel and watch the debate on her channel. Okay.
I'm going with the underdog. I think Kel's gonna take the debate.
You think so?
No.
I'm very interested to see how this goes, man.
I think she'll do pretty good. It's a weird topic for her, for I guess her side of it though.
It's so for me, like just baseline, this is one of the easiest W's you could hand anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a fucking like T-ball slam dunk. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens.
It'd be interesting to see, though. Yeah, because if she can at least keep her consistency and kind of keep a dominant, like a dominance to her, I don't think she'll do that bad. I think she'll lose probably 100% of the time, but I think this is definitely interesting to add under her belt.
Well, so this is the T from Tweaker. So apparently her partner was supposed to be Duck, and apparently they were not, or Kel was not happy with Duck as a partner. So she called Tweaker crying, asking if there was any way that he would be okay with her changing partners. So at the last minute, she changed partners. That's the T, right? So, we'll know how truthful that was when the time comes, right? But I do know that Duck is not going to be in this debate. It's Kel and Admiral Gibbs, and it's going to be versus Paige and Base Tweaker. So Paige she debates more like me, where she's more like information driven, where Tweaker is he can argue semantics incredibly well. So today we're just going to be really kind of like commenting on Tweaker, how he's doing, the way this is all going, and hopefully we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously, I'm rooting for Tweaker. That's the boy. That's my boy, dude.
Well, I was gonna say, I think this one it'll be good practice because he says he doesn't really argue the affirmative too much. So this would be a good practice to get kind of more comfortable arguing the affirmative position.
This is a fucking layup. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't like the, I guess the topic, or it just seems kind of, I don't know.
Like, so, the most ironic thing is that, who chose this prompt?
It was Duck.
It was Duck.
Well, I take it now. I take it Duck probably had a specific argument he was going to go down, but I don't know.
He's spurging out in chat too, by the way.
Not
in my chat. He's spurging out in Sarah's chat right now. He's pissed that he got fucking kicked out of this debate. But like Kel didn't want anything to do with him, man. Apparently, like he made her really uncomfortable when they were trying to like practice for the debate and stuff. So
he was probably spurging on her.
Who knows? I mean, like I feel bad for the guy. He's got some issues, right? So
yeah. I mean, but it goes to show you, man. It's kind of like sometimes don't agree to things if you're going to spur out on people.
So Scott, Kel is very. She honestly, I don't want to say it like this because like she's a good debater and everything, but I would say she kind of got her entrance into the debate scene from Grid 1 Motorsports.
Yep.
And, she came onto her first time going into Signal Syndicate, she fucking won. So, all props to her. She's a good debater.
And then the Whatever podcast.
Yeah. Apparently, Grid's the one that helped her get on the Whatever podcast. He's real tied in with Brian. Like, him and Brian are really cool.
Or he's good people.
Yeah. But this is Kel. I think this is her first official debate with her name on it, right? So we're gonna see what happens. Hey, thank you everybody who's coming in. Abe Dinkus, always good to see you, my brother. Thank you very much, bro. So I do just want to reiterate this, and I'm going to continue to say this throughout the stream. Hope it doesn't get annoying, but just being very honest. See, I didn't know that, Rude. I wasn't aware of that. But if you are not here to listen to my commentary on this debate, The link to the debate is posted or pinned in the chat. Please go there and watch the debate on Sarah's channel. Okay, this is specifically commentary. I do have express permission from Sarah to do this commentary and stream snipe this. So just so we're very clear, this isn't something I'm doing without permission, but I do want to say, if you're not here to listen to my commentary, please go to Sarah's channel and watch the debate there, okay? I'm going to be pausing it. I'm going to be commenting on things. If you want to watch the debate in its entirety with no interruptions or anything, please go over to her channel and watch this, okay? This is specifically because I know, you guys that comprise like my audience and the people who are in the community, you guys know Base Tweaker. That's why I'm doing this. So again, I will reiterate this one more time. If you're here to watch the debate only and not hear my commentary on it, please go to Sarah's channel. I just want to be very clear about that. What's up, Steel Man? Good to see you, bro. Always a pleasure, man. Thanks for jumping in, bro. Thank you. Balsania, always a pleasure, my man. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. Grid is real tied in with Brian. 100%. But see, I wasn't aware of that, Rude. I was not aware of the fact that Kel is like kind of well known outside of that. I've never seen her before. First time I saw her was on one of Grid's panels. It was Signal Syndicate, and she came in and she won her first time in. So like, all fucking props there, man. You know what I mean? Definitely big ups on that one. So Corey, I went 2-1 on pool today.
Okay.
Yeah. So I won the best 2 out of 3 in the first 2 matches. We played the third one, and I lost on a technicality, which I'm kind of mad because I won on a technicality the first 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of technicalities.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Ashton, dude, honestly, bro, you know what, dude? That's a fair assumption. I will say that. Like there was a little simping going on there, bro. You're not lying, dude.
Abe, you got to work on your simping, man.
He wasn't simping. It was the judges of the debate that were simping.
That's what I'm saying. He's got to work on his simp game. He's got to make sure they're simping for him.
Right, 100%. Yeah. But Ashton, I'll be straight up with you, man. I would not ever worry about if Duck has you blocked, what he has to say, what his opinions are, anything. I wouldn't worry about any of it. I'm
not even sure who he's talking to. It seems like he's just rambling.
He is.
Okay, no, maybe he's talking to Corey. But I'm not sure because I don't see who's that in reference to.
No, no. What he's doing right now is he's listing out his argument for.
Oh, okay.
He was going to bring to the debate, right? That's what he's doing. So we pretend influencers are disconnected from social and behavioral cost of masculinity. It may be right, but masculinity isn't primary. Our evolutionary brains fail to grasp causality here. There's no way to socially compensate for masculinity. Masculinity, by definition, is performative. And so emotional maturity or intelligence or discipline contextualizes behavioral effects of norms. Whatever the fuck that means. It's conceivable that there's malfeasance and behavior patterns associated with masculinity, which are explained by shared irrationality and nonlinear neural processing. So what makes it useful? He's really going to put irrationality into the same, like, irrationality is both masculinity and femininity.
Yeah.
Like femininity, honestly, like most people would argue there's more irrationality because it's more emotions driven versus actually like sitting down and like thinking of things through. If someone can say our perception that a midwife is unlikely, okay, so she just extended it for another 4 minutes. If someone can say our perception that a midwife is unlikely to deliver 6 girls in a row, when this outcome is detached from statistical probability, we should doubt claims about masculine norms. He is just spurging. He is fucking pissed that he got taken off. I'm a dangerous man without a plan to ring that label around my ring finger. Same clan and timestamp as was imagined as a phenomenal angel. I'm dangerous from multiple angles. He is just, he's completely lost it.
He's spitting some bars right now, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, Duck is gone. Duck has left the building.
He's flying south for the winter.
Duck is gone. What's up, Avery? Good to see you, my man. Always a pleasure, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. Always good to see you in chat, bro. I miss you, bro. Hope you're doing well, my man.
So
yeah, 100%.
I see what angle he was going to tackle it from, and I don't know. There's a lot of problems with that because I think in some ways he's describing an aspect of masculinity, but I don't think masculinity is full performance based. Like I think it can incorporate a lot of performance based, but or like performances or like I guess acting. But it's definitely an interesting argument that he's making in the chat that he got kicked out of.
Oh yeah, I know, bro. 100%. That's another one where it's like, you know, look, here's the thing with his style of debate, right? And this is just what I'm going to start doing from now on. Whenever I debate this guy, because I've never had a formal debate with him, but every time I debate him, he always goes to ChatGPT and he types in, give me a study that supports my belief. Like that's what he does. So whenever he does that and he brings up this study shows this, I'm going to ask him, okay, how did they reach that conclusion?
You see, and the problem with that is when using like language-based AI models, it's only looking for trigger words. So unless you read that study, you know, that study could say the exact opposite. It just happened to trigger these code words, and it was like, oh, this study it mentioned these words, but unless you read the study, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Right.
But I would like to see that one-on-one.
All right, so we got about a minute. It might be starting in about a minute. We're going to see what happens. I have the utmost faith in my boy, Base Tweaker. Boys, let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat for Base Tweaker. All right, this is for Base Tweaker and Base Tweaker alone. Let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat, boys. Okay?
Get some Elon salute going.
Lady Liberties in the chat, guys. Let's go, boys. This is for Base Tweaker. We know he's going to take this home. So what he was saying is, you know, he's more of the like semantics and arguing, you know, like little tiny points here and there, where Paige is more of the kind of information driven, really focusing on like what is factual, what is not, you know. So we'll see how this whole thing goes. I think it's going to be fun, man. I think it's going to be good.
I think that's a good combination. Like, as long as they're not stepping over each other and they kind of, you know, work as a team. Oh man, this is going to be a hard thing to tackle.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I'm also interested to see how Admiral Gibbs, how he tackles it.
See, so Gibbs is a conservative, right?
But to be fair, is he good at devil's advocate? I've only seen him argue the
what he believes in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've only seen him argue what he believes in. So we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? We'll definitely see what happens.
And to be fair, he's coming in with the least amount of preparation.
Fair, yeah. Yeah. This was a pretty last minute change. Let's see, is Duck still spurging in chat, boys? No.
Well, there's Ryan.
Who cares?
You gotta keep your enemies closer.
Well, he has a genuine hatred for people who believe what I believe. So
yeah, but he's
there's no being close to people like that without being disingenuous.
You got to keep the retards together, and you got to keep an eye on them. You give them too much power, and shit just goes awry. You gotta trim them every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. I don't even have a hatred for Ryan. I think that's where he falls short. He lets his emotions run everything.
Yeah.
Like I do when I'm drunk, right? Like when I'm really drunk, I get pissed off and I like cut people off and I'm a fucking shithead. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
But,
you can only deal with ignorance so much.
Yeah.
And with alcohol.
Sorry about that, Ashton. I'm eating some white chocolate macadamia cookies, man, from Publix.
Ooh.
Yeah. Sorry, that's a little loud.
But to be fair, I kind of agree with him on his opinion about the Misfit Patriot. Because to be honest, me and Misfit Patriot probably agree on a solid 60% of things. But man, I do not like him with a passion. I won't say I hate him, but man, I genuinely dislike him. Especially, he's got some horrible takes around the whole Gaza of Palestine issue. So.
Yeah. Yeah, Steelman. Yeah, Tweaker is debating. He's gonna be debating. His partner is Paige, and he's gonna be debating Kel and Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs is a conservative who is arguing the devil's advocate. So Kel is the only one on this panel that actually believes that masculinity is not a positive force in politics. Ryan is the biggest pussy I know. Straight up. Yes, 100%, dude. 100%. Yes. I have lots of sex with lots of beautiful women. Like, bro, you don't have to lie to kick it, bro. Yeah, of course he did, dude. What are you talking about, Steelman? Of course he did. He stood up in front of the most powerful politicians and called them hypocrites and a pit of vipers. That's crazy, bro. That's incredibly masculine. What are you talking about? Taking care of those who are like poor and downtrodden is not a feminine trait. That's insane. Like I think the problem is in today's society, people don't actually understand what masculinity is. Yes, there are people who get all fucking like pissed off and emotional and act like they're big and hard. Those people are not masculine.
Mm-hmm.
That's an estrogenic trait. Being emotionally overcome with everything is fucking, it's estrogenic.
There's three of the most masculine things to do. It's like, one, responsibility is the essence.
Yeah, 100% I do. Absolutely, Steelman.
Second, would say leading a group of people you know are going to die because of their beliefs. That's pretty masculine.
Yeah.
Knowing you're going to die and still fulfilling your duties is pretty masculine.
Literally giving your life out of love for like the whole of humanity. That's insane, dude.
And then throwing some tables. They don't get much masculine than that. It's like a WWE match.
Balsania, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean there, Balsania. Yeah, he was an OG hippie without the fucking like group love. Everyone fuck each other in the middle of a park and
I don't know. When I
wave signs around and stink things up. Like he was more of like, you know, actually make some change in the world instead of just talking about what changes you want to see. That's the difference between like real activism and this fucking fake bullshit activism that we see today. A lot of these people, they just talk about the changes they want to see, but they literally do nothing. Like, they don't shower for 6 weeks, and then they march down the street Yes, with a bunch of fucking like signs in their hands, and instead of like actually going, maybe work your life up to where you can get into politics and actually make a fucking change. Okay, maybe go and stand in front of the people that run your local politics, because national politics don't give a fuck about you. Okay, but it's starting.
Game time.
Right? What
Stop.
the
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yeah, we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism?
If you don't,
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify.
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. That you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main method of politics, right? This is my ideology. And so, 2015. Anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Robert. Oh, did that? Very far, you said.
Wait, what's going on? Oh, sorry. My bad, bro. My bad. I didn't notice that. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, I mean, like, anything he doesn't know, he goes to AI and has AI. That's not like people were dissing on Rob for that, but that's completely different. Rob doesn't go to AI every 5 seconds. Hey, hold on real quick, guys.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. I only look forward to Mondays because of this.
I am not going to be able to keep in touch with chat. I just want to let you guys know.
This evening, I have with me Based Tweaker, Paige, Kinetic Kel, and Admiral Gibbs. We've got 3 newbies to the panel this evening, and I'm really excited to see what they have to say, along with our veteran Paige, of course. Tonight's topic is masculinity is a positive force in politics. Based Tweaker, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
Sure. First off, I'd like to thank you, Sarah, and the rest of everyone showing up, especially Gibbs, for making this a very spirited and challenging debate. The topic here is very important because it's about our policies and our politics here in the U.S. and around the world. When we talk about masculinity, the conversation often gets clouded with stereotypes, misconceptions, or extremes, such as, toxic masculinity when it comes to describing things that are very inherent to men, like strength, courage, discipline, honor, responsibility, leadership, loyalty, protectiveness, industriousness, and finally, stoicism. These are not gender-neutral ideals. They're masculine virtues. They arise from the unique nature of men, our biology, our roles, our trials. They reflect our calling, our burden, and our glory. It doesn't mean that women can't be as strong or brave, but when we talk about masculinity, we're talking about the form of these virtues for which they are expressed through the male experience, forged by testosterone, honed in the brotherhood, tested in responsibility. I assume that we're going to get into a very ethical debate on whether or not the morals are substantiated here, so I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
Fair enough. Thank you, Based. And Paige, to you.
Hey, lower class, you got background
music on? This is a pretty easy question, I think, to answer. I mean, statistically, men hold more positions in politics. They have experience leading countries dating much further back than their female counterparts. And currently, they do hold a sizable majority of world leader roles on Earth. Men in politics inspire public trust. They hold knowledge which is generally specific to their gender as to legislating male-dominated fields, and they also hold historical experience building and maintaining societal structures. I'm talking building countries, cities, and bridges on a lesser level. While female politicians certainly exist and are of benefit to society as lawmakers, they are not elected at the same rate as men. It is known that to properly legislate, a lawmaker needs to not only be well-versed in the law and procedure for instituting it, but also needs to be elected on a majority basis. At present, this does not seem to happen at the same rates for women, particularly in the country's top job. despite candidates running on prominent platforms, and recently actually losing to a certain candidate, who I'm sure my opponents will bring up. The ultimate truth here is that politicians make laws. Laws require force to maintain and enforce them. Men hold the monopoly on force, and therefore it is men who end up enforcing laws. How would a masculine benefit not, or viewpoint rather, not be useful in terms of designing and bringing legislation into force if the view holder knows more accurately whether or not it will be enforceable? To take the position that masculinity is not a positive force in politics is to imply to something which ought to be eradicated. And I highly doubt my opponents will be able to establish through either fact or through valid hypothesis how politics without men would function as well as they do today, particularly as there is not a data set by which we could reach a reliable conclusion on such a position. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Paige. Kel, to you.
God, I gotta start by saying, Base Tweaker, you sound like a lefty. Who is getting into philosophy when you're talking about what defines the masculine experience? Like, let's just get one thing clear as day right from the jump, that this debate is not going to be about masculinity, right? It's a performative version that you guys have come up with and defined, and it gets injected into politics, like our modern understanding of it. It gets weird, hostile, insecure. 9 out of 10 times it's going to either end in a war or a podcast. Paige, it sounds like you have a fundamental misunderstanding of, or you sound like a black and white thinker, very masculine, might I add. Thinker, masculine white thinker, I mean. Yeah, but you say, oh, it ought to be eradicated. That's the implication of it? No.
Nope. Did she freeze?
Well, there went our argument.
Technology L.
That's okay.
That's that California internet, boys. All that tax money they pay. That's
So
that
what-
California internet, baby. Let's go, Bama. All right. Anyway.
So
We'll give
rolling
her
black
just a
out.
second. We'll give her just a second and see if she pops back. There she is. Okay, you cut out for about the last 15 seconds. So if you want to go back to right after you were talking about Paige, and then you started talking, and we lost you.
Oh, sorry. You would say that the implication is that it ought to be eradicated? No, I would say that there's several different approaches that you could take to the conversation. But so our opponents are going to try and sell you that there's like this specific pipeline vision of what masculinity is and how it affects. But exactly what you said, how I might bring up toxic masculinity, I would say there's a wide variety of ways that people and cultures that we can observe define masculinity. So since Oxford Dictionary, okay, we can all agree on that one, defines masculinity, okay, as qualities or attributes regarded as characteristics of men, which varies so much from culture to culture that we can see that's not a fixed thing. Like Viking masculinity is not the same as Roman masculinity. And when like politicians feel like they have to perform our modern understanding of like masculinity, what do we get?
Nothing.
Okay, listen. This is what we get.
Is that Putin on a horse? But it's like
shirtless.
he's like Pete
Yeah,
Dinklage
performative
size?
masculinity. Oh, and also let's not talk about Andrew Tate. Look, he's like become this giant like political.
Just so you all understand, what she's trying to do is she's trying to. No, they're not. They're not, Scott. No. Just so what she's trying to do is obfuscate the definition of masculinity that people are going to use. That's like, and this isn't like good on her for going about this route, right? Like that's what I'm trying to say. So she is going to obfuscate the definition of masculinity, so that way when they try to go about it from any certain direction, she can kind of use this malleable definition of what masculinity is, applying it to multiple different countries. Because let's remember, the prompt is masculinity a positive force in politics? It does not say in U.S. politics. It does not say in Russian politics. It does not say in Saudi Arabian politics. It says in politics in general. Yeah. So I'm giving her credence to the fact that the way that she's approaching this is very smart, because what she's doing is she's saying whatever definition they give me is going to be based on the U.S. She may potentially have multiple definitions that go back several different countries that she's going to be able to pull up and show, well, this is the kind of masculinity that it was in this country, and this is how they utilized it.
Yep. Opponent, like voice online, when he's literally leader rich, dominant, like always right, but he's facing multiple targets for trafficking women and abuse, which I think serves as a pretty blatant example of what can happen when like masculinity becomes a tool that you like control and exploit rather than a responsibility to lead. It's been polluted and bastardized across our culture. Or look at the rise of strongman politics. Okay, look at Putin in Russia on the horse. Okay, maybe not on the horse, but just in general. Or you know what? They ban books. The people that like perform masculinity, they ban books.
You need to slow down.
Examples on
terrible fucking argument.
Yeah, she's got so many. She knows what she wants to say, but she's speeding through it and she's not delivering.
Yeah, it really sucks. She needs to land the plane really fast in the opening arguments, because now she just gave Paige and Tweaker both the ability to combat that specific argument. Instead of, so in your opening statement, what you want to do is you want to give a very like generalized example of what direction you're going to go in. You don't want to tell them the destination, because the destination is your argument, right? So during the actual debate, you want to hit your destination and you want to land there, and you don't want to fucking leave there. She just gave one of her destinations that she's going to go to. That just gave Tweaker, who is somebody who is very apt in like understanding someone's destination and bringing them away from that. And then Paige is more information driven. So if she can come up with examples that bring away from that, she's going to do that. So she just basically, it's a poker game, and you just showed your cards.
And I think Tweaker, his response is that I think he's starting to realize this.
Yes. Yeah. Look, he's got his hand over his mouth. He's like, oh, this is going to be a fucking cakewalk.
the pipeline that you guys are presenting doesn't.
And then Gibbs is kind of like, fuck.
He's like, well,
yes. Yeah.
Work. So no, we don't need more masculinity in politics. It's not a gender specific ideology. We need more maturity. It's not like a gendered very thing. It's about being mature or not. It's not like gender inherently gendered. And with that, I rest my case.
You did great.
Thank you, Kel. Gibbs, to you, sir.
Howdy, I am Admiral Gibbs. I am a streamer here out of Texas. I generally cover conservative politics and all sorts of that good jazz. However, today I've been asked to fill in and play Admiral Libs instead of Admiral Gibbs, so I'm going to All right.
Dude, that was brilliant. Okay, look, Gibbs is a conservative, okay? Just want to make sure everyone realizes this. So he's a conservative, and what he's doing is he is playing devil's advocate with all this. So Kinetic Kel is the only liberal who is arguing this point on this panel. She's in a very strong disadvantage. And I'm not talking shit about Gibbs.
No.
I've watched Gibbs debate several different topics. He's very smart. He's quick-witted. He's someone who could actually like bring something good to this conversation. So I don't want to cut him out entirely, but she is the only liberal that is on this panel. Just want to be very clear about that, guys.
She kind of built up a lot of tension, and Admiral Gibbs released it.
What's up, Istami? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Sorry for I hope you weren't back there too long. I've been on
it was only a couple minutes.
Okay, cool. I was on the video page. All right, we're gonna keep this going.
Real masculinity isn't a problem in politics, but the pussified version of masculinity our opponents have proposed is a negative force in politics. The type of modern American Christian masculinity our opponents are arguing for is only.
So he's going the exact same route that she's going. He's going to obfuscate what the definition of masculinity is. This is what both of them are doing. Yes. This is what both of them are doing. And they're both going to come from this idea that like the fake definition of masculinity that Paige and Tweaker are going to come from are specifically the wrong aspects of masculinity. So the issue with Gibbs' argument right here, though, is he literally just conceded the point of the debate. He said real masculinity is not a problem in politics. When you say something is not a problem, you're saying it's not a negative. And to the audience, something that's not a negative is a positive. Right? If I tell you something's not bad, it's not a bad thing. That immediately makes it okay, which makes it a positive, right? It doesn't make it a neutral. You'd have to explain why it's a neutral to describe why it's a neutral.
Give some qualifiers.
Right, exactly. So he just conceded the point of the debate. Look, I really like Gibbs, but you got to think he's a conservative. So he thinks like we do, right? So he thinks masculinity is not a negative in politics.
Yeah.
Well, the problem he faces is he can't undermine Kinetic Kell's argument. So he has to navigate it in a way where he almost has to predict what angle she's going to come at it from.
But he just did.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying, man.
What did she say that I came in right when you were talking about she apparently gave away where she was headed? I missed everything because I was loading.
So her argument right now is to obfuscate the definition of masculinity. And in doing that, in doing that, what she's doing is she went to her destination by saying burning books, right? Which what that is that's a tell of where we're gonna go with the conversation.
I see what you're saying.
You have to build a straw man so that she can attack it because she doesn't really have an angle to attack masculinity itself.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just she doesn't like it.
Yep.
Right. 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Existed since really the 1950s and has been a massive detriment to society. The 1950s generation created weak people.
So he just contradicted himself. He said real masculinity is not a problem, and now he said it's been a real detriment to society.
We can look at the 60s and 70s, and they are known across the world for being bad times in the United States. What eras are bright spots in recent memory then? The cocaine-filled stock market booms of the 80s. The 90s also embraced degeneracy with MTV everywhere. Something akin to the no rules of the Wild West occurred with the widespread introduction of the internet and a PC in every home. This brought a plethora of new opportunities, one of which was a new industry called internet porn. Internet porn started a trend that continues to this day, with the porn industry always being one of the first industries to try introducing and refining new technology. Going only slightly further back, we can see the take no shit robber barons like the Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan, and Carnegie. They didn't live by the beta cuckery that our opponents want in their neuter form of masculinity.
So okay, I see where Gibbs is going with this, right? Gibbs is going to go with these extreme examples of what people would consider masculinity, like people utilizing porn or watching The Real World on MTV or snorting cocaine. But here's the deal. Those things don't encapsulate masculinity. In fact, they kind of counteract what the common ideal of masculinity is. So I'm really interested to see like how Tweaker and Paige both react to this. They both Paige looks incredibly confident right now.
Yeah.
Tweaker keeps laughing. So to me, what that tells me is that he, for sure, unequivocally, has a good idea of where he's going to go with this argument.
He named benevolent patriarch.
Yes.
This is masculinity in name only. Let's just look at some other famous figures from history.
This is masculinity in name only. So it's not actual masculinity.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not arguing that masculinity is a negative force in politics. What he's arguing is this thing that people call masculinity is, but real masculinity is not a negative force.
Real masculinity.
So that's the issue, right? He's got the prompt backwards. The prompt is masculinity a positive force? And all he's done is illustrate how things that aren't actually masculinity are negative, but real masculinity is. You see, he's kind of fucking himself here. I understand where he's trying to go with it, but Tweaker and Paige, I have confidence they're going to capitalize on this.
Absolutely.
Ben Franklin, renowned womanizer. Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence and third president. The man who really began manifesting.
Look, she already knows. She's shaking her head, yes.
The United States was a known degenerate with many descendants of questionable origins due to his many sexcapades. Colonel William B. Travis is the man who penned the famous letter to his fellow Texans declaring victory or death, and then rallied his troops to fight Mexico to the last man. His words and sacrifice would inspire the rallying cry of Remember the Alamo, which led the Texans to the creation of their own republic at the Battle of San Jacinto. Yet he only came to Texas because of his drunken escapades and sexcapades back in the United States.
Is it possible for you to slow down? Because my head is spinning right now.
It's okay.
That was an L.
That's an L, Page.
I'm gonna be honest. He's kind of hyping me up for masculinity.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Like he's speaking about like real masculine things, and it's like based, absolutely, right?
You don't have to convince me.
Paige just basically said, "You're talking too fast. My head is spinning. Don't do that."
Yeah, it's an opening.
Let the man finish his opening statement. Any interruption of an opening statement, first, it's bad form.
Yeah.
But second, when you say what you're saying in your opening statement, I can't follow, which is essentially what she did. That shows a large element of weakness. And I'm just being completely honest here. That's the bottom line.
It's
okay? Look at Tweaker's face. Look at Tweaker's face. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? He's like, I'm gonna have to deal with this fucking debate all on my own. God damn it! You know what I mean?
Tweaker
Like
and Gibbs are going to be going head to head since Kinetic and Page both dropped the ball in the beginning.
So Kel's gonna argue. The issue is her argument's going to hold water.
Yep.
It's held up by sticks.
I've seen Kel debate. Kel can come up with arguments. They don't always hold water.
This may have been a bad topic, though.
All right, so let's keep this going.
Catch up, it's time. Not convinced. Let me drop one more major name from world history this time. Genghis fucking Khan. This man created the largest empire the world has ever seen. It is estimated that approximately 16 million men, or roughly 0.5% of the world's male population, are direct descendants of Genghis Khan. That's a lot of sex with a lot of different women. My friends, what's more masculine than creating the world's largest empire and having 16 million men trace their genetic lineage back to you? We can look at other parts of history as well. The Vikings went from heathenistic conquerors feared everywhere to Christians who became absorbed by the peoples they had conquered. The Roman Empire existed for approximately 2,232 years. Its peak was unquestionably during its most hedonistic times, when the Colosseum hosted its bloodthirsty events and the elite and peasants alike celebrated Bacchanalia, a debaucherous alcohol and orgy-filled festival to the hedonistic god Bacchus. Arguably, the Roman Empire enters decline the minute Christianity and its idea of masculinity is widely introduced. Christianity eventually actually causes the empire to split between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, which in turn ushered in its downfall. Another place we can look to is ancient Greece, a place where our founding fathers looked to gain their knowledge on how to form the constitutional republic that is these United States. Ancient Greece is renowned for its debauchery, from the homosexual army of the sacred band of thieves to the martial Spartans and their hedonistic ways.
So he just used homosexuals as a peak of masculinity.
You get masculine, you start fucking dudes.
I just want to be very clear, guys. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not.
Form of
I will say
it's
though,
not looking good. Okay.
I will say the thing about Admiral Gibbs, if you don't really have an angle to tackle it from, just
look at Tweaker's face, bro. Look at his face. He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
If you guys
even Paige is kind of like,
just find you another man. That'll boost your T.
I applaud Gibbs. That's a good effort.
Just throw shit at the wall until it sticks.
That is a fucking terrible opening statement.
And finally, the noble Athens, a place known for its philosophers and its temples, many of which practice orgia, especially the ones associated with Dionysus, the god of wine and madness. The ancient Greeks invented and inspired our modern government, military tactics, and even our artwork with famous tragedies, comedies, and mythology. Modern Western civilization is the product of their degeneracy. My opponents are advocating for a very neutered, narrow.
I do want to say, I was thinking about this. There's an avenue that he can go down, which is someone like Alexander the Great, he was gay. Someone like him, to portray him as someone of masculinity, who is a man who conquered entire countries. And if they try to say that homosexuality, this could be a trap, just saying. If they try to say that homosexuality is not masculine, then they also can't at the same time say that people who conquered entire nations are not masculine.
Ooh, that's a good argument.
That's a very good trap he could be setting right there. So everything I just said, I take it back, potentially.
He could be forming a trap.
He could be.
This is a terrible opening statement, but I think if he was to tackle this, you have to try and separate the traits from the term masculinity. You have to kind of argue that the traits are good, not necessarily the manifestation of masculinity is good.
The only thing that would lead Tweaker and Paige into this trap right now is if they took the bait and they said something along the lines of being gay is not masculine. If they were to say something like that, they've immediately activated his trap card.
Yep.
That's what he just laid down. Potentially, he could not have thought through this very far. But Admiral Gibbs is a smart dude, okay? So this could be something that he very well was laying as a trap for them.
View of masculinity. We've seen this before. Their philosophy led to the burning bras and despair that was the 60s and 70s. It led to the helicopter parents and the participation trophy generation.
What's up, Rude? Sorry, man. Sorry if I didn't see you in there. What's going on, bro?
No, you're good. You're good, man. Yeah. I'm just watching this, I guess.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I think they're taking it down the wrong areas.
We'll see what happens.
They don't need to talk about past masculinity. All they need to do is critique current.
Exactly.
That's fair.
That's the other thing. They're looking at the past to talk about what currently is going on. It's somewhat fallacious argumentation.
With the way femininity is, with all the OnlyFans shit, women being hypergamous, I think current masculinity is pretty fucked in a bad situation.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for the gay track.
Steelman, hold on real quick. Steelman. So I want to be very clear. This isn't necessarily saying that conquering nations is masculine. What it's doing is it's negating the argument that conquering nations is masculine if they follow the trap of being gay is not masculine, right? So this is laying a potential trap for someone to step in and then just like moving right past it, right? It's leaving something for someone to step in, because here's the thing. If we go down this route where like Tweaker or Paige say being gay is not masculine, they immediately cannot compare, like regardless of what you think, this is about the argument, right? So they can immediately not compare conquering nations to being something that is masculine, which is what the general consensus is in society, right? So there's a potential here for a really good logical trap. We're just going to see where things go from this point, right?
Well, can I make one last point? It's like when you think of the most masculine nations like Sparta or the Roman Empire or Vikings, there's this weird twinge of homosexuality that kind of it develops itself in these societies. So it's kind of like if you can separate some of the most masculine societies and then add the homosexual element, you can kind of separate them from being able to use, the Roman Empire, the Spartans, the Vikings as a foundation for your masculinity.
Right. You sure can. There's a lot of avenues that can go down with this. So and we're here to watch it, boys.
I, for one, am sick of this beta cuckery that people like my opponents have dressed up as masculinity. It is ruining America. My American brothers and sisters, I advocate for a return to what masculinity really was. Being a goddamn hedonistic, conquering giga chad, not a whiny baby bat bitch who needs to find a virgin because they're not man enough to satisfy a woman who's seen another penis. I ask you, the judges, and the audience, what's more masculine? The man who has to brainwash a virgin because he's a lip dick, cute pop chump, or Genghis.
This is what she believes too. She believes this. This girl's smiling. She thinks this is true.
I'm gonna be honest. This may have saved their opening statement.
It's starting to get good.
See, this is what I love about Gibbs, right? Like, not only is he attacking certain positions and then like kind of retreating back from them, but he's giving the comic relief to kind of like when you give comic relief, you're lowering someone's defenses.
Yep.
So this could potentially be what a lot of people give to Trump, where they say he's doing 4D chess. Admiral Gibbs could actually be doing 4D chess here. So,
he's pretty smart.
Admiral Gibbs is a smart guy. Okay. He can make
smart
good
dude.
arguments. So let's see how this goes.
It's fucking fun. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I was fast. I was on a timer.
Okay, so
I won't talk about that.
Hold on. Thank you.
Hey, you know what? That was a very good argument for VK. Yeah.
Hold on, gentlemen. Okay. So thank you so much for the opening statement.
Tweaker capitalized on that immediately. Holy shit.
For VK.
No, for being gay. I thought that's what he said.
Oh, I thought he
I
said
thought he said
VK.
for VK.
Okay, I might have misheard him. I
We
thought he
might
said
have all
for
heard something
being
different.
gay.
That's probably what he said, actually.
If that's what he did, he already saw that.
Yeah, he's seen
As
the
a
trap.
kind reminder.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's seen the trap. If he said he said that's a good argument for being gay, then he played the he's seen the trap and he was like, nah, get that shit out of here.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting, bro. We'll see what happens.
Reminder to the audience, we're going to get to this debate. We will move into closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats. Then, of course, your favorite part, we're going to open up into open panel dumpster fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you. And Gibbs, turn your mic up a little.
So Gibbs, I have a question. In all of your incoherent rambling, did you make one point other than to try to call people cucks and betas when actually the conservative viewpoint, the conservative viewpoint of what a traditional man is actually in virtue is eloquently defines all the things that you said were traditional men, the cuckery and all this stuff. That was actually the liberal men, the ones that wanted to control the minds and bodies of women so that they can garner their attention and favor so they could finally pleasure themselves.
Well, I was gonna say you rolled your eyes super duper hard in the beginning when I pulled out Oxford and said that that's such a vague umbrella term that we need to narrow it down. How would you define masculinity? Let's start there.
I define it in my opener. You know, the virtues of masculinity are one of the most important and prominent parts of what masculinity is.
Right, but the virtues of masculinity, you can tell me the virtues of something if I say,
okay, and again, you have
you can tell
rules.
me X is this, that, the other. I said no, but what?
Yeah, that's not him defining it.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
That's not a definition. If he considers that a definition, that's some circular bullshit.
Because, and simply because, like we were saying earlier, what Kel and Admiral Gibbs are trying to do is obfuscate the definition, right? That's what they're going to do. They're going to, their entire argument is kind of based off of, well, this is what people think of masculinity, and this is what masculinity really is. Now, it was a weird kind of rabbit hole that Admiral Gibbs went down because he kind of conceded the point of the debate in his opening statement, because he said what they think masculinity is not what masculinity is. Masculinity itself is not a problem, but what they think of masculinity is a problem. So what they're going to try to do from here is probe Base Tweaker and Page to get a definition out. That's because that's what that's what Kel just did. They're going to try to get a definition and then break down that definition and obfuscate from it to try and make their point. This is not me taking a side in this, right? I'm trying to give an objective observation of what's going on here.
You that honesty and fair trade are virtues of your version of masculinity.
I'm sorry, can you say that again in actual words?
Yeah, okay. Well, listen. Open those
I
ears up.
did.
Listen.
I did. You were fumbling the words.
Would you say, in the virtues of your version of masculinity, honorable trade and honesty are key components?
Key components for honest trade? Absolutely not. I mean, sometimes you actually have to deceive someone. You actually have to gain favor for your own people. Absolutely. I don't know why you try to create a monolith about men.
Okay, so that's interesting. A monolith about.
See, now that's what Tweaker's trying to do, is he's trying to say there is no one definition. So whatever definition they try to obfuscate from is going to be malleable, so he can utilize it in the way that he wants to utilize it.
He has to give a definition, though, because he's on the affirmative.
That's
Otherwise,
fair.
he can't state what about masculinity is a positive.
That's fair to you as a watcher, but to most people, I agree with you, by the way. I just want to make that clear. But to most people who watch, if he does this effectively, it's going to make them look like they are in the position of weakness. Because debate today, and I'm sure you agree, Rude, it's not about being right. It's about convincing people that you are right.
Yeah, on this stuff it is, yeah. And
right.
There's no real winners on her channel anyway.
Fair, yeah.
Man, interesting. So would you argue that men are supposed to be a protector?
Yes, absolutely.
So by deceiving people, you think this is a good way to be a protector, but not being able to make their own decisions?
No, it has nothing to do with deceiving your own people. It has to do deceiving the opponent. Let's go ahead. No, let's go ahead and go into it real deeply because you're going to go ahead and try to garner war. See, you want to garner and say that war is actually something that would create bad times for your people, right?
No, it depends.
Oh, no?
We conquered land. Yeah, like.
Wait, no. When last time America conquered something?
Yeah, no, but you said,
When's the last time? I mean, we should go back to that. The problem is we're not conquering shit because we've moved to this Christian, we're going to be isolationist. We want to be good people. Fuck that. We need to go back to the Americans of the Wild West where we are doing manifest.
Okay, I mean, again, see,
your version of masculinity has pussified America.
So here's what I'm saying. So Admiral Gibbs is conceding the point that masculinity is a positive force. He's saying we should go back to conquer.
Was a positive force.
Yes, but
Not
he's
is,
saying
was.
that we should go back to it because that thing in and of itself is positive.
Yeah, back to
He's
what
saying-
was a positive force.
Correct, but that thing that he's pointing back to would be a
Yeah, but
positive force if we put
the
it
topic
in
is
place.
the topic is not was, so that's previous, not current. So he can say that previously it was good. He can also say that currently it's on a downward trend and it's fucked.
But what he's saying is the masculinity they're talking about is not real masculinity. What he's saying is the masculinity that he's talking about is a positive force in politics.
They're also not talking about a masculinity because they've given no definitions of what masculinity is. It's like I think Tweaker could win this easily, and he should because it's such an easy prompt.
Yeah.
But he needs to create some foundations to fight upon.
That's fair. That's fair. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can't keep comparing, or he's stuck in a position where he has to defend today's masculinity versus yesterday's masculinity.
But see, if he went along the lines of, well, all you're saying is that what you call real masculinity is the good thing that we should go back to, then that would be a positive force in politics. If he were to go down that route, it would completely destroy anything that Gibbs has to say.
But wouldn't he have to define it? Like if him
Gibbs is giving him the definition.
But I guess
go back to manifest destiny and start conquering lands.
But that's what I'm saying.
Stop being isolationist. Like if he lets Gibbs continue to talk, Gibbs is going to give him the road to victory. It's
No, but by allowing him to make this comparison to what was, he is able to further state that what we have now is not what was. So it used to be great, it used to be good, but currently we've fallen, and masculinity is not what it used to be. So having the prompt say is a net positive, he can fight against the is.
But rude. That's the thing. That's the thing. I would agree with you if he didn't say that what people consider masculinity today is not actual masculinity. So what he's doing is he's closing himself off to one specific definition. Instead of saying what masculinity has become, he is actually saying what people think is masculinity is not masculinity. So he's arguing for what his definition of masculinity is, and he's saying that's the right way to go, instead of saying, well, masculinity has become this and it is now negative. He's saying it's not masculinity at all what people
No, but that's the same. That can be the same argument. He just has to create this foundation of stating that masculinity used to be something good.
Because he's kind of got the definition,
and that's where that's the foundation he can stand upon to say that current masculinity is shit.
Okay, I see what you mean, but he's saying that's not masculinity at all. That's the issue to me. So if I were to hear that in a debate, my first thing would be, okay, so then let's talk about old masculinity then. You say that's a good thing, right? And then immediately they either have to dismiss their argument or they have to, I mean, I don't really know any way to work around that, because you're either dismissing your argument or you're conceding the point of the debate.
Well, to me, it seems like Gibbs flipped it in his favor, because now he gets to talk about yesterday's masculinity and today's masculinity. And so now it's on Tweaker to kind of give a generalized definition of masculinity that could use both today's and yesterday's.
But see, that's the thing. Admiral Gibbs isn't saying there is a today's masculinity. He is himself, in his own words, saying what people consider masculinity is not masculinity. So he's specifically saying that what is happening today that is a negative force in politics is not masculinity, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I would still say it has.
He is. I mean, like that's his own words. That's his own
Yeah,
words.
yeah.
That's what I would use against him because he's kind of leading the road to victory here.
See, it'd be easy for me to argue that masculinity isn't objective. It's not static. It's fluid. Like what things were masculine in the past aren't masculine today.
That's
so
the route you want to go.
Argue that.
Yes. See,
So
that's what I
today's
thought they were going to
masculinity
do.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, Rude. My bad.
No, you're right. Because like what, bro? High heels and makeup and dresses were made for men originally. Like, like masculinity's fluid. It changes over time.
So what? Like my thing is, I would capitalize on specifically what Admiral Gibbs is saying, and if we focus specifically on what he's saying, I understand where he's trying to go with it, right? But if he would have focused on the obfuscation versus trying to give, because what he's doing is he has just given his own definition, and Base, Tweaker, and Page can both work off of that.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Instead of going the route like Kel did, where she said, what you think is wrong. Boom. That's it. What you think masculinity is wrong, and ending there and not giving a baseline to work off of. Tweaker's the smart guy. Okay. He's going to be able to come up with something to argue against this. Paige is a smart woman. She's going to be able to come up with something to argue against this. Gibbs kind of gave them something to build an argument off of instead of sticking solely with the obfuscation. So it's not necessarily saying that like I want one or the other to win. This is coming from a neutral standpoint, right? I'm looking at this specifically from how they're arguing and what they're saying for this. By the way, thank you everybody for coming in. Emmett, good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure. Mr. Fista, thank you for stopping by, bro. Always a pleasure. Steelman, thank you for jumping in, bro. Always a pleasure to see you here. Guys, I just want to let you know, I have permission to do this from SARA, but I want to be very clear. If you're here to watch the debate and only watch the debate, please go to the Raging Tomatoes channel. If you're here to listen to my commentary on the debate, go ahead and stay. Thank you, Ashton. I appreciate it. I just want to be very clear. Like, she was very gracious to let me cover this debate live while they're doing it. So as they're doing this debate, I'm going to be pausing it and giving my commentary. We're going to fall behind on time. If you want to watch this debate in its entirety without my fucking neck piece gabbing the whole time, please go over to Sarah's channel. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, dude. Lady Liberty's in the chat for Sarah, bro. Absolutely. Based. 100%.
Can I make one more comment before we go back into it?
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Say, with Admiral Gibbs, this kind of gives him some footing in the debate to be able to kind of tackle it from an angle he may be better at tackling it.
Okay.
Because now he gets to promote kind of something that he's already in favor of masculinity, but it kind of gives him some wiggle room to where he's not just having to pull, I guess, what Kel's been doing the entire debate.
Right. So my only issue with that, though, is if he's trying to push for what you consider masculinity is bad, but what I consider masculinity is good, then you're conceding the prompt.
That's true. But this, I mean,
that's what I would focus on entirely.
Yeah.
Right. Because like I said, when these kind of debates, it's not about being right. It's about convincing people that you are.
Yeah.
And you have to be very careful in the way that you word things, because Tweaker could easily body Gibbs right now in the way that he's going about this. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
This is a classic Gibb pivot, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it right back. It's 100% a pivot.
How is that Christianity makes people sense? I'm confused.
No. Hey, ignore the Christianity for a second.
Okay.
Ignore the Christianity. I know it's hard for you. I think
You
about
still
what he's
haven't
doing
told
for
me
me.
what masculinity, like you.
So masculinity. No, virtues of masculinity are very important, and that's what I define
the
first.
pillars of fucking this, but I'm like, what?
No, that's not a bad route to go. So he's not necessarily defining masculinity. He's defining the virtues therein, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he hasn't defined the virtues yet, though.
That's fair. That's what he's touching on. So we'll see what he has to say here. That's a good point, Rude, for sure.
Easy.
And I was
You
trying
can
to.
tell me the commandments in
Can
the
you
Bible
stop
are
talking
this.
for 5 seconds so that I can give it to you? So when you
Sorry.
talk about masculinity, the roles and expectations, as he was describing, when you talk about that you need to provide, you need to actually be able to protect people. You have the biological factors of masculinity. Okay, you have testosterone. That's actually the massive driving factor in what makes men.
What if someone's
men.
born like testosterone?
Again, we don't actually talk about the outliers. We're talking about the vast majority, and usually we talk in general constructs because at the end of the day, that's what the voting block is. There's never any one
testosterone
thing.
and fortitude, bro. What about I start fucking like? There's
You
tons
said
of people-
fortitude.
Okay, whatever your
Yes,
pillar is for.
resilience.
I'm sorry,
That's
virtue.
resilience.
Resilience. I'm sorry, hard work.
Yeah,
Like, you
absolutely.
sound like you're talking about knife, not
Do you,
men. I don't know a lot of
answer me this.
resilience.
Answer me this question. Answer.
Okay, dude, he's totally like just trying to dunk on her for a second, like that. I will say, like, the difference between fortitude and resiliency is there's such a fine line between those two that what he's trying to do is knock her out by getting her all wrapped up in her emotions so he can focus on Gibbs. That's what it looks like to me right now.
You see her start flexing?
Yes.
She got mad. She said, "What?"
Yeah. This is this is interesting. See, like, and that's the kind of things where when I see Tweaker debate, right, this is the kind of things that I try to take in motion or take into account, because it's not, like I said, it's not about being right. It's about convincing people you are. And when you get someone flustered like that, where you call them out on some dumb thing like, no, it's not fortitude, it's resiliency, that's going to get someone kind of pissed off if they're not thinking about it first. This is like a battle here. I'm really, this is interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
This question: would you not think that it would be resilience to not need a drug or smug, or I don't even know if that's a thing here, a drug to not actually feel the pain of something? Would you think that that's true?
Do you have to push a child
Can you answer
out?
the question? Yeah, no, that's actually where this is going.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you have an
exactly.
avenue to
So
experience
so
the
when
same
you
thing?
actually
Do you
talk
have
about the
bodily
two,
autonomy
the one
to
that
experience the
actually needs it more is the one with the feminine qualities and the feminine biology. There's a
They
reason.
don't need
there's a
it though.
difference.
It's just a nice.
No, they do.
convenience.
Actually,
that's
they
the
do.
beauty of modern medicine.
Okay. Again, he's really going down this line and getting her pissed off, because what he's doing is he's saying, oh, well, you have kids. You need painkillers because you have children. You're not someone who can handle pain, right? Like that's the kind
so
of avenue
really-
that he's going down.
That's so stupid, to be honest. Like, honestly.
Dude, but you got to think about the Raging Tomatoes. I can't see where the chat is right now because we are about a half an hour behind in the debate, but we will see
pain,
how
physical pain tolerance has zero to do with politics. Like,
well, it's not. Yeah, you're right, 100%. But it does have to do with what people would consider masculinity, right? So, and when I say what people would consider, I mean kind of colloquially. So, for me, I would want, if I'm with a woman, I would want her to avoid pain as much as possible, right? And for me, I would take pain for her to make her not feel that. Does that make sense?
yeah, I still don't think that's a masculine thing, though.
Correct, but what I'm illustrating is the direction he's trying to go with this.
It's a bad direction because it's just gonna.
To
open
you, it
up
is.
No, like he's taking it into areas that he doesn't need to, and that can be bad.
It can be,
lead him
right.
into further argumentation that he shouldn't be going for. He needs to
You're
go
right.
to male masculinity, like leadership. Those
You're
sorts of
right.
things.
But his whole concept with this is to get Kel all flustered so he knows that I don't have to worry about anything she says because she's going to be all pissed off because she is like, Kel is what she considers herself to be a California centrist, right? So when it comes to talking about California centrists, what's up, Lauren? Good to see you. Thank you for jumping in. I do appreciate it. Smoking Spaceman, what a legend. Thank you for jumping in, bro. Absolutely appreciate you coming in. Inward, always a pleasure, my dude. Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate, guys, look, if you're here to watch just the debate and you want to watch this debate, please go over to Sarah's channel and watch the debate there. I am giving commentary. I do have express permission from Tomato to do this. But if you're not here to hear my commentary, please go to her channel and watch this debate. Okay, guys? I don't want to take anyone away from her channel. She was very gracious to let me do this tonight. But yes, Rude. I agree. I agree. He is going down a dangerous route with this, but it's obviously working what he's trying to do to knock Kel out of this, at least this segment of the argument. Admiral Gibbs is watching. He's watching. He's thinking. He's calm. None of this is getting to him. There's a stark difference in between the way that they're reacting to these things. Paige is kind of taking a step back. She might even be a little like triggered by the way that he just used this argument. But she's kind of taking a step back and she's letting Tweaker go about it. So we'll see what happens here.
They overwhelmingly do. You should look at the statistics on it sometimes. Yeah.
Right. No, now that it's here, yeah, fucking if I could have it, I'm sure women in the
No. Even if you're against it and you don't want to do it,
and you had to push it out, you would fucking pick that shit too.
Again, what I'm trying to just
he got to her emotions.
Yeah.
He succeeded. She's mad.
describe for you is we're talking anecdotally here either way. But the truth of the matter is when you actually have to do it, you need to understand that even if your conviction is 100% against it, your bodily response cannot handle it. So you have to take it. You don't have a choice. It is true, almost overwhelmingly.
Hold on. So what you're arguing is every soldier that's been shot or lost an arm in the course of combat doing their biological need.
Sure.
He should have just manned up and not needed the drugs.
Is a pussy for taking morphine or having a doctor.
Oh, I didn't say anything about big. See, again, you're trying to conflate. You're conflating my argument.
Exactly.
That's not what I said.
No, they are exactly.
Is that the trap that you were talking about, Rude? That's something he can open himself up to.
He's taking it into avenues he doesn't need to.
Right.
Which opens it up. Like if he's validating this sort of argumentation, then that gives them weaponry.
Yep. And Gibbs just fucking capitalized on that. He jumped right onto that shit. Dude, hey, good pointing that out, Rude, for sure. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. And see, it worked on Kel. Gibbs took a step back, took a breath, listened to what he was saying, and then capitalized on the mistake.
No. You're just over talking and trying to assert something I never said. Can you demonstrate where
it's the first time?
Hey. Answer this question. Answer this question.
Hold on.
Okay.
I just hope Tweaker doesn't crash out.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
See what happens. There was a little bit of spurgage going on there.
Yeah,
a little bit of spurgage.
Spurg panel.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Sarah's going to calm everybody down. They can reset, and yes, so things got a little off the rails. But you were right, Rude. He opened himself up for an attack, and Gibbs fucking jumped on it, bro.
And tired wrangling. Stop it. One at a time. Gibbs was going. Face settled down a little.
Yeah, so this is what he's doing actually is somewhat bad faith right here. This is actually, he's saying I'm trying to pivot or trying to do this. What I'm actually doing is showing a one-to-one equivalency here. This is exactly what. So he just defined, men should be a protector in these senses. We got to protect our own. So that would be, by his own definition, they need to be the ones going to war. Cool, so they're the ones at war. I lose an arm, it's gone. Now, if I get something from the doctor to help me with this, just like it's the woman's duty in his own scenario to take the pain of having childbirth. Guess what? That's exactly equivalent. And so I guess
losing an arm to childbirth, like
hold on. We know for a fact that having the birth of a child is one of the most painful things you can do in existence. In fact, losing an arm, your body might.
Can you demonstrate that it's a fact?
Hold on.
No. I want you to demonstrate.
Okay, so Gibbs is totally fucking capitalizing on that hole that Tweaker left open for him. And now Paige and Tweaker are going to have to do their best to close that hole, and we'll see if they're able to do that.
I think Admiral Gibbs is setting the same trap that Base Tweaker was setting up with Kel. I think he's trying to get up under his skin.
He could be, but I will say Rude had it where he saw the hole in Tweaker's logic when he opened that up for, women, they need painkillers for childbirth, so they are, less apt. That was a very astute observation from Gibbs. That's what I was saying from the very beginning. Gibbs is a smart guy. Gibbs does this a lot. He debates a lot. He talks to different people a lot. So he really found the hole here, and he's trying to drive it home. So we're gonna see how this goes.
I'm going to also, we also know, we know biologically, if you lose an arm, you're likely to go into shock due to blood loss. These are things when you're not likely to go into shock from having a childbirth. So it does kind of.
What's more likely to happen in an arm situation versus pregnancy?
Just what's more likely to happen is that someone gets shot or loses
you said
an arm
almost
is going
done.
to need
Well,
women.
Stop.
Because you keep
Stop.
interrupting.
Hold on. Let me stop. We already talked about the interruption shit. Knock it off. Gibbs, please finish your thought, and then you can respond and ask all the fucking questions you want. Gibbs.
Yeah. So
that's a bad look for Paige and Tweaker.
Yeah, bro.
And see now, look, Kel, who was flustered by Tweaker's line of questioning, now regained her confidence, and she's back in the fight. Okay.
Yeah.
That was
what he tried to do backfired on him. Now they're the flustered ones.
And she's probably going to start feeding Gibbs's argument. So she's probably going to take. She seemed like she had loose foundation, so it seems like she may start biting off Gibbs' arguments.
Yeah, this is they're gonna have to bring things back. They're gonna have to take a step back. They're gonna have to look at what avenues they can go down and really capitalize on an avenue. Because Gibbs just he found the kneecap and he fucking cut it.
In summary, it's real simple to me, right? If a man's duty in his own real world scenario that he put forth is to go to war, and if they get damaged, and guess what? In some way they need medical treatment, and they take medicine that numbs them. This guy's saying they're pussies and they actually didn't do their job as men, and our veterans are bitches. That's what he's saying. I'm saying that women are doing their job raising, popping out the kids. They're in pain. Why shouldn't they both be getting something for it? Like, this is ridiculous. What are you arguing? How is this good for politics? This is bad.
This is audience against modern medicine, not about against women. Like, all the things you're describing are so situationally male and female.
If Gibbs side,
go ahead.
Yeah, if Gibbs side of things really wants to go on the attack, they need to take it down to the self-deletion rates of men.
That would be a good point. That would be a good line of argumentation, for sure.
You want to talk about like emotional weakness, like that sort of thing, like yeah.
That's a strong argument. 'Cause I don't know where they would defend it.
The only way you could defend it would be by attacking feminism, and that does nothing to bolster masculinity.
Yeah.
That's really the only avenue you can go down with that, and it's very easy to cut that one down. That's a good point, Rude. That's a good
This is winnable for the other side.
It is.
Like, Tweaker should just lock it in. Like, yeah.
Yes.
Take a deep breath and just focus on the next argument.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, boys. This is riveting content, boys. Let's do it.
You're like, oh well, we don't talk about the minority. We talk about the general rule.
So first off, you strawman my entire argument. I never said any of the things that you said. You conflated one thing with another. We're talking about resilience. One thing that I mentioned was that women have a lack of resilience naturally. When you talk about a claim based on what virtues exist, and you say resilience here and resilience here, you need to go ahead and take them to the extreme, right? That's what I was trying to do. What you were doing is trying to say that I was saying that men were pussies because they got shot in the arm and they needed drugs. That's not what I said. Again, when I talk about virtues, it's very important to understand that you take the virtue of each person and you have to maximize it in society. You take one side and the other. So you have women with courage and men with courage. If you take all the courage out of the men, you lose society. That's how that works. But you take all the courage out of the women, society still works. It doesn't matter if it was moral or not. It still exists. So when you talk about these individual virtues, it's important in describing them. So the ones that I talk about pertain to men exclusively and primarily. I don't mean monolithically. I'm saying that usually in society, they're attributed to one over the other. And that's why it's more important to understand them. Because if you talk about strength in a woman, it doesn't necessarily matter the same as it does in a man. When you talk about, like you said, going to war, you call people pussies for this and that. The reality is you have to actually understand the fundamental principles of masculinity to apply to politics. You said a lot of random stuff about absolutely nothing and equated it to what I believe is masculinity.
Will hammer down on him like Andrew Wilson and shit all over his claim of resilience there. Because resilience has very little to do with like pain tolerance or strength or anything like that. It's about your ability to bounce back from a failure. Or you, like,
right.
You know what I mean? Get knocked down, get back up.
Yeah, yeah. Resiliency, you're correct. Resiliency does not necessarily have to do with pain tolerance. That's a very, very strong point there, Rude. And we'll see. Gibbs has proven himself so far to be able to listen and capitalize on the holes in someone's argument. We're going to see what happens from here. So Kel has her hand raised. She's probably going to be the next one to speak. We'll see what avenue she goes down. She's a formidable debater. She like when she jumped on Grid's panel for the first time, the Signal Syndicate, she fucking won it. So this is not a girl who is not like capable to argue properly. She can. So we'll see what happens. It seems like the advantage that they got early on, they've kind of lost that. So now they're going to have to work their way back into that advantage if they want to really kind of start working towards getting a victory in this debate.
Unfortunately, you have not even tried to remotely describe masculinity in any way other than to say Andrew Tate and all these random things that are not.
That's not true, though, because he did start giving pretty solid examples of masculinity that he defines it as. And that's the issue is instead of trying to obfuscate his definition of masculinity that Gibbs gave, he should be going after the fact that Gibbs was saying that masculinity is a positive force in politics. If he went down that route, this would be fucking over because Gibbs would have conceded the debate. So anything that Gibbs would have had to say past that would be him backtracking on his previous statements, and then he could go after Kel. But instead, he went after Kel first, got her flustered, and gave Gibbs an opportunity to cut his argument off at the kneecaps.
Considered masculinity, again, there is absolutely no way that masculinity is attributed to Andrew Tate. That is not; those two things are not congruent. So your argument didn't make any sense from the beginning.
And Genghis Khan, who contributed to inbreeding on a like max basis.
Okay, all right. Okay, I see, Gibbs.
masculine?
They don't get the point. They don't get the point, Gibbs.
I don't get the point. Sure, explain, please.
Okay, I will. I'll go back to my opening statement. Since Oxford defines masculinity as qualities or attributes regarded as characteristics of men, which varies so much. Because you said, "Oh, I have told you
that in the Oxford Dictionary. It says which varies so much."
No, it varies immensely, culture to culture.
So what Kel's doing is she's trying to revert back to her initial strategy of obfuscating the definition of masculinity, right? So she's going to say masculinity now is what masculinity is because these are the traits of men now, kind of like what Rude was touching on earlier. That's what she's going to really harp down on. And while she's right, there are a lot of men who follow in certain traits. There's a lot of men who don't. And if that's not brought up, if that's not really like kind of brought to the forefront of the argument, Tweaker and Page could be on a losing foot here.
Like how people
where's your basis for that argument? Where's the
the most blatant examples that I can think of? Okay,
are you just appealing to common sense fallacy? What's going on right here?
No, it's not. And there's like blatant examples.
Okay, Paige is attacking her obfuscation right now. And it seems like she's kind of doing a good job because Kel's really stammering to kind of go combat this. See, and this is what Tweaker was talking about. He's good at the semantics aspect of things. Paige is very information driven. So Paige could really cut this argument down if she goes about it correctly. We'll see what she does.
All throughout history in like
okay. Tell me them. Give me one.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I'll jump in here, there's plenty of examples.
Typical.
All right, so she tagged out. She knew Paige was about to fucking cut her head off. Yeah, that's exactly what just happened.
Well, to be fair, to be the one attacking right now. Like, Kel, don't get me wrong. She needs to take a second and think of what she wants to tackle, and she needs to let Gibbs bring more of his argument, so that way she can kind of build her argument around Gibbs' argument. She keeps wanting to take it back to her own argument, and that's going to create this divide between two arguments that are being had, and this is really easy to knock down.
Right, because Kel's trying to obfuscate the definition, while Gibbs is specifically like operating out of a specific definition of what he considers best.
Kel's just bait.
Yeah.
Kel is just bait.
That's
to get
fair.
them talking, so Gibbs can stay quiet and then capitalize on the things they slip up on.
That's a good point. And I will tell you this, Rude. You know, I think it was yesterday that Gibbs was like put onto this debate. It was supposed to be Duck, but apparently he made Kel so uncomfortable that she said, "I'm not debating with him. I need a new partner." So Gibbs has had like 24 hours to prepare for this. He's doing incredibly fucking well. I just want to make that known. Gibbs is crushing it right now.
You know, a white knighting here for Cal.
Well, I mean, first
No, I'm relying on my debate partner.
Talking about being a bitch, you know.
Oh, it's partners, but here's the cool thing. I mean, like,
We're gonna name Paul?
there's clearly one of y'all that's better at debate, and it's not the male half of y'all saying, which actually emasculates him. So I don't know how you're gonna see it talking about white knighting. You know, this guy, literally in his opening here, there's the first thing he says after he did his opening is like, "Oh, you said a lot of words. I couldn't understand them. I spoke clearly and quickly. I'm sorry." Now, back to some of these points. We mentioned Genghis Khan.
He just opened himself up for an attack there. He said, "I spoke clearly." And he gave a definition of masculinity. And that definition of masculinity he painted as a good thing. He opened himself up for a very, very, I'm talking argument-ending attack there. We'll see if Tweaker or Page can capitalize on this. He just said, not only did he say that my definition of masculinity, what I consider masculinity, is a good thing, and he just doubled down on that.
I still don't feel like that's a bad thing because his definition it's not current definition.
But
the debate's about current. Yeah.
It's not, though. The debate's about masculinity in general. That's where the semantics of it come in. Because he just said masculinity as I define it. Well, he didn't just say it. He just doubled down on what he said earlier. But what he said earlier was what masculinity is today is not real masculinity. Real masculinity is a good thing. That's the implication in what he was saying earlier. So if they were to capitalize on that semantically, there's no fucking way to get around the fact that he just conceded the debate. But that's the thing with this. If they hammer that down, there's no way out of it. Because what is he going to say past that? Okay, I was wrong. All right, then your entire argument is absolutely null and void. You're going to have to develop an entire new baseline for the way that you approach this argument, right? So that's and I'm saying this from an objective point of view. I'm attacking each side as they make their mistakes, as they make their strong arguments. So we'll see what happens.
Maybe he contributed in reading. However, he made sure his genetic lineage has continued to this day. He conquered 1/3 of the world, basically, at one point, right? This is the most manly man of all time. He doesn't fit y'all's narrow view of masculinity at all. 0%. Not at all. And
Andrew
so when you're
Tate
sitting here, who's talking about Andrew Tate? Maybe she said something about Andrew Tate, but focus.
Oh, yeah.
You're over here getting bamboozled. I'm sorry. If you think Andrew Tate's defining masculinity today, that's cool.
See, so the Rude, that's what I'm saying. So what he's harping on is their definition of masculinity. And Tweaker was honestly kind of smart to go about the route of not actually giving any definition of masculinity. So Gibbs has painted them with a definition that neither of them actually gave at any point during this argument, except for when Tweaker brought up the resiliency aspect, right? And then if we're keeping in logical consistency, Gibbs is talking about people who conquered entire nations. That requires resiliency. So what he's saying right now is not in contradiction to what Tweaker was saying earlier when it came to the one virtue of masculinity that Tweaker gave. So Gibbs is kind of digging himself into a hole right now, and we'll see if Tweaker can capitalize on this. Because what Gibbs continues to say is that's a manly man. That's a good thing. That's the implications in everything that he's saying. And if that is brought up, that you are actively affirming the prompt, everything that Gibbs has said thus far immediately becomes null and void. Or he has to concede the prompt. And he's not going to concede the prompt.
I honestly still think I could argue out of that. That's...
I understand. You go the semantic route, right? We're not talking about past masculinity. We're talking about current masculinity, right?
Yeah, he's affirming past.
So,
And the
I
prompt
would
is-
say, yes, I would say, well, you're still saying masculinity is a positive force. Because
I'd argue that it's a was, not an is.
But what he's saying is that masculinity is the good thing, right?
Yeah,
So,
so if he has to refer to the past to say that masculinity is good,
right? It is.
Then he is also saying that currently this masculinity is not.
But
for me to find good masculinity, I have to look to the past.
But that's what he's saying. So here's the trap that he set for himself. He's saying that what people perceive as masculinity now is actually not masculinity at all. So what he's saying is this thing that people perceive as masculinity is negative, but what he's also saying is that is not masculinity. You see what I mean? So his argument is based on this premise of like masculinity is a good thing. What people think masculinity is a bad thing, but it's not actually masculinity. So he's kind of digging himself into this pit. If Tweaker or Page capitalize on this, it's going to be a death blow. Any thoughts?
No, because they still have to show how masculinity is a positive force in politics.
No, fair, 100%. They would have to show it, but by essentially like negating the entire premise of his argument, it's going to knock Gibbs at least out for a little bit, and he's going to have to regroup and figure out the way he's going to approach it past that. If they do that, if they don't do that and they go down the road, Gibbs is taking them down a path. And if they follow down this path that Gibbs is trying to take them, he's going to trap them. We'll see what happens.
It's about finding out as masculinity as much as you are.
Well, these pillars of masculinity that you're talking about, like
yeah, and the reason
strong, like determined, whatever the fuck, like those are definitely like coagulating with the.
She needs to shut her fucking mouth. Look at Gibbs' face. He's like, dude, come on, bro. Like, because he's making the point that those are aspects of real masculinity, not in the inverse of what he's trying to paint their definition as.
Protectors, providers, stoic leaders. They're not ruled by their emotions. They're driven by logic and sound reasoning.
Some of those manly men in history are ruled by their emotions. Would you?
No, it doesn't matter. You're talking about the outlier. You're talking about the outlier. No, you are. Actually, factually speaking, even if you talk about Genghis Khan, let's go ahead and go into this. Talk about Genghis Khan. He's the literal outlier. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter if he produced all of society. Guess what? He is an individual producing an outcome. It doesn't matter if the outcome is massive. He's an individual. He's the outlier.
He's going down exactly the path that Gibbs wants him to go down.
Yeah.
If he just, I'm telling you, if he went down the path of calling Gibbs out and like at least whether or not he did concede the prompt, but making it seem as though he conceded the prompt, that would be a death blow to at least Gibbs for a small period of time. Kel is kind of up in her emotions. Oh, go ahead. My bad, man.
All he had to do from the start was just define what masculinity is, the positives of masculinity, and openly challenge the fact that the negatives are outweighed by the positives and that these things are a positive for politics.
That would be, I would agree. That would be the most like concise way to do it. But the strategy, what it looks like here is they're not defining masculinity so they can work around whatever Kel and Gibbs are trying to paint as what they think masculinity is.
Yeah, but putting them in the position where they have to attack masculinity is an automatic W in Sarah's chat.
Really? You think so?
If they're attacking masculinity, they've already lost.
Yeah, I guess that is fair.
That's the issue, though, is that Gibbs hasn't actually attacked masculinity. What he said is
he needs to put them in a position to do that, and all he had to do was define the benefits of masculinity, so they had to attack it.
Absolutely, yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right, we'll see what happens.
Yes, I agree. Let's not get stuck on the example.
Thank you.
Oh no, I think
null
we
and
should get
void.
stuck on the example actually, because it's not the outlier. If we look at history, we look at the people that are successful. The most successful people are not the outliers, like Genghis Khan. Otherwise, they would only just happen once. Instead, we see people like Genghis Khan. We see King Henry VIII. We see any of the Roman emperors, basically, except for like Marcus Aurelius, which there's even doubts on that. And then we're going to sit here and go further into all these people. We can look at Plato. We can look at all these Greek philosophers. We can look at our American history. We can look, like I said, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson. All these founding fathers had these kind of traits where they did the things that I described. You sat here and you said it's the outlier. I have given specific examples of proof, all the way from American history, world history, text history. You're sitting here talking about common sense fallacy when you're actually appealing to common sense fallacy, saying it's an outlier, and you don't give one specific example. Alexander the Great, how about we mention him? He had tons of dalliances all the time. He's basically been the upheld to that standard of masculinity for years and years. But hey, that doesn't work for you because he might have been gay. So what is your point here whenever you don't actually have one?
He just dug himself fully into the hole now. He's saying, I have all these examples of like real masculinity that goes against your masculinity. Never once said any of those things was a negative thing in society. He actually bolstered the fact that these things were good things in society. And then he even told them, you haven't given one example of masculinity. He just gave the argument on a silver platter to Base Tweaker and Paige. Paige is about to respond. Looks like Tweaker is about to respond too. So we'll see how they go about this. But in my mind, when I hear that, you just gave me the fucking debate.
My point here is that you haven't demonstrated that any of these were bad.
You still can't.
I already have. I mentioned specific time.
Yes, exactly. Get him, bro. Yes. That's what I was saying. Now they can go down this route. This is a fucking death blow right here, guys.
No,
let's watch this.
I think
wait.
I think he's.
We'll see, because it looks like Gibbs is about to start spurging. We're gonna see what happens.
No. Name how.
Well, okay.
Why and how?
Sure, I will. The 50s were this golden era.
No. Take one example.
Oh,
Take one example.
Listen, follow on. You can't ask.
Follow along.
You can't ask for an example, and then I give it to you.
Stop. Give the example, Gibbs.
Yeah, so I mean, just in my opening, once again, my very first example was in the 50s, right? Do you have this golden era of masculinity that you were describing? What did that lead to? Well, the 60s and 70s were awful. Just utterly awful. And that was because the 40s and 50s generation was the one that did it. And this is the golden era, the greatest generation, the one that came back, the ones that made the babies, right? This is the era that y'all talk about with the nuclear family. And we can look directly at the generations preceding, 60s and 70s, abstract failures in American history, some of the worst times. When did we get back to the good stuff? When we had the 80s happen, with the cocaine-induced 80s and the stock market binge. It's when we went away from the traditional masculinity.
That was a terrible fucking route to go, Gibbs. I'm sorry. The 80s was not, we were not back to peak masculinity in the 80s. In the 80s, there was a horrible stock market crash. The economy was not doing very good until the very end of the 80s, and it started doing a little better. And then in the 90s, it came back down again. This was not a good route for Gibbs to go down.
Do you think the prosperity affects masculinity? Like the economy, like masculinity is reliant on the economy?
But that's what he's kind of trying to portray, right? Is that like in the 80s, the stock market boom, that was one of his like examples that he gave when he was talking about it.
I'd be concerned that he's leading Tweaker somewhere that he shouldn't go.
Okay, we'll see what happens for sure. I'm interested to see where you go with that. We'll see what Gibbs has in store. Gibbs is a smart guy. He's a smart guy now.
That you're describing, which isn't really traditional.
You think they spoke faster back then than you're speaking right now?
I mean, listen, I'm sorry that you. I
don't understand. I don't understand one thing, and I need you to clarify it for me. And where in this,
just one? Are you sure?
That you actually defined what bad is, or in any sense of the word, why it's.
That's a good point, Gibbs. All he has said was it was awful, but he never gave an example of why it was awful. All he said, he made a declarative claim that it was a bad thing, but he never explained why it was a bad thing. That's a good point.
Bad. I don't want you to give an example of bad. I want you to tell me
that's dumb.
How and why. And it might be dumb to you, but you
I'll
have
define bad.
demonstrated. No. I'm asking.
Okay, so he did corner Gibbs there. When your only response is, that's dumb. That means you have nothing to say. See, so Rude, like I could see where you were saying he was leading Tweaker to go down. Well, he just lost whatever like leading that he had going on there. This is a great
maybe.
Game, by the way. This
Maybe.
is going back and forth. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested to see what happens here.
Gibbs, I'm asking the man. Thank you. Please give me an example of how and why it's bad.
Okay, would you argue that, I don't know, dodging the draft in massive numbers and shirking your duty to society, economic crashes, those are good things?
See, I told you that's the route he was going. He was going economy.
Why is that bad?
Why is that
Why
bad?
are
I'm asking
economic
you.
crashes
You
bad?
keep trying to deflect the question. I'm asking you. Why is it bad?
I would argue that, yes, an economic crash is bad, and people dodge. Well, I'm going to tell you that if you give me 1 second here. If dodging the draft is bad, whenever we have people do it en masse in the Vietnam War, that means that people don't believe in their government. They're not willing to die for their government. They're shirking their duty as a man, and they're doing it because.
So here's my question, and this kind of touches on what you were saying earlier, Rude. How is dodging the draft and economic crashes? How does that pertain to masculinity at all?
It depends what you define as a masculine role. Are you the protector, the defender?
Exactly.
Provider.
And Tweaker and Page have both taken the luxurious position that they have not yet defined what they consider masculine, aside from one virtue, which is resilience.
If I was in Gibbs' position right now, I'd continue not to define things and have him hammer down until he calls me a retard, and then I'd make sure near the end of the debate to bring up the fact that in his opening statement and in the secondary questioning opportunity, he still could not define what masculinity is to claim it is a net positive.
Exactly. See, that's the route that I'm going. Is Gibbs is continuing to give them piece by piece by piece by piece by piece his definition of what masculinity is, and he's saying that all of these bad things are not real masculinity because they are not my definition of masculinity, and my definition of masculinity is a good thing. That's the hole that he's kind of dug himself in. I understand where he's trying to go with this, and he's been great on capitalizing on little things, but if he didn't hyper focus on defining the difference between so what he's done is he's tried to paint a definition onto both of them that neither of them gave, right? Like Tweaker was I would say charitable enough to give like one virtue, but aside from that, they have literally not given any definition. And then Gibbs is kind of focused on painting this definition on them that they never gave. And so what Tweaker has capitalized on, what it seems like here is, I've never gave you any of these concepts. And now you're painting these things. So you need to tell me why these things are bad. If he brings this around to, then your definition and what you think masculinity is good, it's over. It's done.
Yeah.
This traditional masculinity that you're describing has failed and has shown us a bad force of politics.
Do you know what morality is?
The economic crash.
See, he tried to paint that definition on them again, which they never gave.
Tweaker should be going down the recovery, like as he stated, bad things, but masculinity having resilience, that'd be the recovery from those bad things.
Based, absolutely, yes, 100%. Yeah, that's a good avenue to go down, man.
Guess what? People die. People die because they lose their livelihoods. Families suffer. Children suffer. Everybody
Why is
suffers.
dying bad? Why is dying bad?
What the fuck?
Dying is a good thing, obviously. Who would argue that?
That's a wild way to go about it. I would like to see where he's going to go with this, but I was not expecting that avenue. We'll see what happens here, guys.
bad. Like, but because that's
what would you define as good?
It's bad because it's
What's
bad.
the objective good?
Are you really asking why is dying bad?
Okay,
Why is
children.
I dying bad?
Listen, children.
I guess the
children.
genocide's not bad.
Children. Hold on. Stop. You are all jumping in. Nobody's waiting for the punchline. We're presuming the punchline. Let's everybody take a nice deep little breath here, okay? And just go one at a time. Gibbs, I'm going to hand it back, but before I do, I want you to turn your mic up some more, because for some reason you are still coming in low, and I don't want to mess. I tried to play with it on my end, but then it cut you out for a second, and I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so yeah, we'll try
Better.
and do it in the speakers.
Way
Yeah, okay,
better.
cool. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't pick it up. Yeah, so I mean, it's real simple. This guy literally just asked, "Why is dying bad?" Well, I guess the Holocaust.
So, Darth Matt, it's a toss up right now. It seems like every once in a while he's taken a really, really solid positions, and then other times he's kind of just letting it go, and then he's giving them a position to take. Gibbs is Gibbs is kind of digging himself into a hole here, and Tweaker hasn't necessarily capitalized on it yet. I thought he was going to, but he actually didn't. He didn't go the way that I thought he was going to go. So we'll see if they capitalize on that, because so far Gibbs has given a definition of masculinity that he actually has portrayed as a good thing. And then what he's done is he said that the thing that people consider masculinity today is a bad thing. Now, he's done this and tried to paint that definition onto Tweaker and Page, but neither of them have conceded a definition. So they've never really accepted anything. They've never really – the only thing Tweaker did was he gave one virtue, which is resiliency, right? So we're going to see exactly what happens in the way that both these teams go from here. I'm really interested to see what happens, because it's been this entire debate has been a give and take. It's been a great debate, by the way. So we'll see what happens.
Holocaust wasn't bad, if that's his definition. I guess the genocide in Sudan wasn't bad. I guess any genocide in history isn't bad. Because why is dying bad? Oh, I guess COVID. Hey, when people died from COVID,
Tweaker did open himself up to this by saying, "How is dying bad?" That was Tweaker's last argument, was how is dying bad? He really gave Gibbs this W right here. Like this, it's a small one, yeah, but he did give him a W here.
But he's kind of taking him off topic, so he's taking him somewhere that Base Tweaker doesn't need to go because it's pointless to the argument.
Right. No, you're right. You're right.
I'm not really even a COVID guy. Like, hey, but guess what? Those people die. It's bad. Smallpox epidemics, not bad. All these things. Anytime people die, it's just not bad, because why? Why is dying bad? Like, that's so stupid. Like, come on.
So it's basically simple. It's actually simple. When I make an internal critique, because I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're trying to say, I don't understand your definition of something. I don't understand where you're coming from. So what you're not getting here, stop. What you're not understanding is I'm asking for you to tell me why it's bad. I don't need you to give examples of people dying and this and that. That doesn't tell me why bad. Tell me why bad.
Let me jump in. Listen, so if something's we're talking about in context of politics, right? Is masculinity a good or bad thing in politics? What would you say?
No, that's not the question that's being asked here. Right now,
so he could be leading up to something here. So if they tell him, well, your family will be left alone, then that immediately forms the argument that masculinity is a positive force. But what it does not do is illustrate how it is a positive force in politics.
Hopefully he's got a strat or a plan here. Otherwise, he's just win-seeking, small wins, and going to get an overall L.
Yes, that's a really funny still frame, by the way. Tweaker.
We should screen capture it.
This will be the thumbnail. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Actual answer to my question needs to be is why is dying bad? Why is them dying bad?
What
Why?
would be a good thing for
you can't beg the question. Answer my question. Why is it bad?
Because you can't do anything after someone's gone. Like, what the hell is that question, dude? Like, obviously you can't fucking do anything after someone's dead. There's no objectives after someone's dead. I would say the only objective that some people have is just keep your people alive. Like, fuck their quality of life, but just keep them alive.
So where are you grounding this at? That's what I don't understand. Where are you getting the fact that it's bad from? What is bad? Is it just because of harm? Is it just because it's hurting someone?
What is
politics? I'm asking you a simple question and you can't answer.
Okay,
you're pivoting.
Stop.
I want you to
Stop. Base, calm down a little bit, okay? You're very. I love how excited you are, but it's audio wise, it's very strenuous on my poor little ears.
So I do want to say he does kind of have them in a corner right now because they haven't been able to answer the question. It's a very simple question, but the thing is, if they answer the question, they're going to open him up to a small W, just like Rude was saying. So they're going to have to obfuscate away from the question, which is what they're trying to do, and he is not fucking letting them do that. He's staying on point. This is a small W for the debate, but it's a W nonetheless.
I could run it.
Ask the question based.
Again, I need to understand why you're saying it's bad. You're not giving me anything as to why. You're asserting that it's bad because this is bad. You're asserting because that's bad. I'm saying why bad?
Okay, I will answer that. It's real simple. Actually, Cal kind of hit the nail on the head. What is the context of this conversation? The context is masculinity is a positive force in politics, right? Well, what is politics? Politics is basically the study of the polis, right? The polis, right? So here we go.
He's going the obfuscation route.
Politics comes in. We have the people acting, right? So if the government's one job is to protect its people and those people are fucking dying, oh, that's bad. It's failing. I don't know how much more simple you can make it, but you have the government's one job.
Okay, hold on. I just saw Paige's reaction. She has something to say, and she might capitalize on. Then they need masculinity in politics. Because he just said, if you can't defend your people, defense is not a feminine trait, unfortunately. And if we're using Gibbs's own definition here, which is to conquer and to be strong militarily, they just set themselves up for the literal death blow to this entire argument.
Is to provide for its people in some capacity to where at least a portion is happy. And when that large portion of those people are dying or economically disadvantaged or avoiding the draft and the government's failing, that's all bad things. And that's bad. That's a failure.
So let me ask a question calmly. Let me ask a question calmly. Let me ask a question calmly so that you understand what I'm.
Okay, Paige did not go the red. I thought she was going to go. It looked like whenever someone goes, that to me, I think they think what I'm thinking, right? So I should stop projecting my thoughts onto other folks.
Trying to ask you here, okay? Again, you're giving examples of something, right? Okay. Me personally, I would say,
dude, you missed it. You're giving examples on why masculinity is good. If he would have just fucking put a period on it and mic dropped right there, that both of them would have been completely silent. I promise you.
Something because of X thing. I would say I think it's bad because of this. That's the grounding of my morality. I know you have not. You have not grounded your morality in other than. Is it because you think it's bad? No. Is it because you think it's bad? No. Why is it bad? Doesn't tell me because it's been repeated in history. That doesn't actually tell me anything.
Well, that's pretty much.
No, you haven't told me why bad.
Can I ask your debate partner? Do you understand why he thinks it's bad? Because I bet your debate partner does.
I bet not.
Paige, do you get that you can't protect people that are dead?
Look, can I give him the look?
I'll make it very clear for you. I need you to answer for me why you, Gibbs, the person I'm trying to.
That was smart on Paige's part. I will say. She's like, "Am I supposed to give him an out in this argument? What the fuck is your problem?" And Kel, I'm sorry, Kel. Look at her face. She's like, "Fuck." I don't think she even realized that's the route that she was going down. I think she had a point to make there, and now she realizes, like, oh shit. I'm sorry.
actually assess from
He
your
just
worldview.
did.
No, he did not. Okay, again, I would
Let me
say,
take one
if
more.
it's from my worldview, I would say that it has a higher entity involved.
You want
I'm
me to dumb it
asking
down?
you,
Here, I can dumb
from
it down
your
for you.
worldview, why exactly you think it's bad. You're just giving examples
Well,
of
here's
what
the
you
thing.
think is
Here's the
bad.
thing: is we're the negative, right? We don't have to sit here and affirm the definition of whatever. You have to affirm why your definition.
Yeah,
of
bad because
masculinity
it's
is
bad
good.
because it's bad.
You can.
Very good fucking route to go down on Gibbs' part.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Very fucking good route to go down. 100%. He's forcing the hand of the affirmative position.
I also don't think you necessarily need morality to say that it's bad for the government if if we're thinking the role of politics. I don't think you necessarily have to kind of go the route of morality and how you I guess have the foundation, because it's kind of talking in a generality. So
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, Corey. Hey, JS Raiders, guys, thank you very much for stopping in, bro. Definitely appreciate the raid, JS. You're the fucking man, dude. Thank you very much, guys. Chair raid, bro. Let's go, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're watching Sarah Tomatoes debate. She gave me permission to do this. We're just giving some commentary. If you just want to watch the debate, I have the link to this debate pinned in the chat. We're just going kind of line by line, kind of examining the arguments as they come out. JS, bro, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it, bro. That's fucking, you're a legend, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Say all these things. I've given real world examples and decided.
Sorry, Corey, were you saying something? I apologize.
No. I was just saying I don't necessarily think Gibbs has to defend a morality claim here, because he's just got to talk in the frame of politics and more of like a generalized politics.
See, well, if he stuck with that the entire time and didn't give them a definition to work off of, which was his own definition, he probably could have stayed in a position of power the entire debate. Now, I will say, neither Tweaker or Page either of them have capitalized on the fact that he gave them a definition that he considers good as masculinity. And he actively said, now look, Gibbs is conservative. He's like us. So he's arguing the devil's advocate, right? So I understand why he would make the argument that he's making. Okay. If I was in Tweaker or Page's shoes, what I would be doing right now is honing in on the fact that you gave me a working definition of masculinity. So we don't have to go with mine. Let's go with yours. Why is it so good to have masculinity like that in politics? And you immediately have them on the back foot. They have nothing to do but sink their heels in and then retract their statements. And from there's not really any room for you to go. His entire argument is built on the definition of masculinity is what I think it is, and that's a good thing. What you think it is a bad thing. But they haven't given him that charity of a definition of masculinity. So he's kind of tried to utilize his strategy and paint a definition onto them that neither of them have actually given the entire debate. So I really hope Tweaker picks up on this, because this entire time I'm like, this is the route you need to go. It would completely fucking destroy the argument.
Hold on. I've given real world examples. I've named specific times in history. I've named specific consequences. I've aimed out what the point of politics is in general, right? It's like the policies. We've named out what the government's job is. I've walked you through a step-by-step analysis, right? Now, I've given why that's bad. Now, you haven't chosen to accept that answer. However, the point of this debate is to talk about masculinity in the context of politics being a positive force. And if it's failing and it's causing the population to have these bad outcomes, then it's not a positive influence. It's really that simple.
Okay, actually, no. Because if I
can I say something? That would be great if you could evaluate that statement on an objective moral basis. From at best, what I can surmise from your conversations that you are utilitarian. Utilitarianism is a subjective.
I'd murder her. Yes, to presuppose that morals are objective.
Yes, that's a good point. I don't necessarily see so the morality thing, whenever that gets brought up in a debate, you're always leaving yourself open to that exact thing, is that morals are subjective. If you're going to go down that route, then I can show you the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea, like Andrew Wilson likes to talk about, or I can just talk about throwing gay people off of buildings, because that's completely fine over in Saudi Arabia. And if I wanted to do that, I just move over there. Right.
Yeah.
So there's lots of different avenues to go down.
Like it's bad to take someone's life, but if they're trying to take yours, then it's okay. It's that subjectivity that made it okay.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's a good point, Rude.
Moral evaluation. Everybody has their own value as to what they think
let
provides utility to
better finish.
Ergo, it's problematic.
Okay,
so
Let me slow it down for you guys. Let me
I'm gonna make this very clear.
No. I will
on.
simplify
Let
it. Very
Kel
simple
go.
for you,
She
though.
was next.
Dude, very simple, guys. Left, right, regardless, we can all agree that you can't do shit for anyone that's dead. So I would say dead is the only.
Utilitarian.
What? That's not utilitarian. It's
It is.
regardless. We can all agree that people dying bad.
Kel
We
is
can't all agree.
Kel is definitely bunting right now.
Oh, so you think it's a good?
No,
so
we
you're
can't
arguing
all
that it's
agree. We
so-
can't
so-
all agree.
okay,
There's
so
no
you're-
unanimous consensus. I'm asking
So
why
how-
you believe.
In
why
what
you
cases
believe.
would large pieces
I'm
of people
asking
come
you
into
why.
alignment?
Again, I've asked this over and over, and I'm waiting.
So he's there. We're going to go back to this now, which is an obfuscation entirely away from the prompt. This has nothing to do with the prompt.
Fuck up, Beast. Chill out.
I'm asking you why it's.
By the way, just in seeing the way that Sarah has acted with Based on the panel, she's never been incredibly charitable to him. I'm not saying she doesn't like him, but I'm saying like she definitely will kind of like go at him easier than she will other people on panel. It's just something that I'm not saying the game is rigged or anything like that. This is just an observation.
She watches a lot of streams, so she would have seen his interactions on other people's panels.
Fair.
And he hasn't had the best showing optically for how he behaves.
That's fair.
He's also a very aggressive debater.
Yes, he is.
Good.
Please
We've told
finish
you
your
4
thought.
times. We told you 4 times why it's bad. I'll explain it very simply. You can't if the objective of politics is to improve people's quality of life, our structure of society, you can't do anything for a non-existent thing. So you're arguing on a negative. It's like it doesn't make any sense. Like, are you guys wish?
Can I talk now?
Oh yes, please. Sorry, we've all been so talking over you, bro.
Actually, from the very beginning, that happened. Actually, did very, very fast. Because at the end of the day, all I've asked is one simple question, and you guys haven't been able to demonstrate it. So I'm going to go ahead and explain to you why it's important that you answer this question. Because when you sit here and say that Genghis Khan did X thing, he went and he impregnated everybody, he created all of society. Actually, that's more good by your own utilitarian view that you've demonstrated.
There we go.
So you actually haven't demonstrated bad. You haven't demonstrated any bad by masculinity. That's masculinity. That's genuinely my definition of masculinity. You've actually supported my argument unless you can refute and explain to me what you mean by bad.
I will acknowledge what Gibbs said a little bit ago, that you have the affirmative. They have the negative. It is their job to poke and prod at what you're saying. They don't have to give you shit. You have to explain and define and defend. It is their job to stab into what you're saying. So
I have, and they've made
that out there.
Yeah.
But
I
he
agree.
doesn't
I agree.
have to define
They've made a
anything
bunch of
for you.
assertions. They've made.
Don't argue with moderator, dude.
Yes, ma'am.
Never. That is
Move
never.
on.
Whether it's a man or a woman or whoever.
That is not a good phrase. That's a bad pause.
It's never a good thing to argue with the moderator.
Yeah, it's terrible
It's
idea.
bad form. It's bad form. It
And
looks
to be
bad.
fair, I think the moderator's giving them good advice, because
Yes.
if they stick back to hammering how masculinity is good instead of trying to get their definition, then they kind of have to develop a definition to defend against it. They just need to keep hammering, why masculinity is good.
Well, see, so that's the thing, right? Is Gibbs gave them a definition to work off of. He said, my definition of masculinity is this. And he started to kind of operate off of that. But since they've taken, this is, let's see, about fucking like 40 minutes into the debate, right? Sarah's probably not going to let them go down that route anymore.
Yep.
Because they could have attacked this very fucking early on. I've been saying this the entire debate. They could have attacked this very early on, crushed that arguing point and the entire foundation of what they were trying to build. But now Gibbs has had the opportunity to build his argument on this. And now they are in a position where they're going to have to build their argument instead of refute. So you can start out in the affirmative with a refutation, and it has to be an effective refutation. And then from that refutation, build your own argument. And then you can touch back on the refutation to continue to attack whatever kind of arguments they have. Because see, if he gave his definition and he called this definition a good thing, they can build their argument on that and then continually point back to, well, your definition of masculinity is a good thing. And it nullifies any argument that Gibbs can try to make past that. Because he's either going to have to refute the entire basis of what he was building on his argument, or he's going to have to concede the prompt.
Yeah.
So Kell has not given a specific definition, right? So she still has some wiggle room, but the way that Tweaker went about it is instead of getting, or I guess he probably couldn't read the future, right? No one can. So, he kind of focused on Kell to get her and her emotions. Now, look at that. She's got her shoulders back. She's smiling. She's back in a confident position. Sarah has obviously laid down the ground rules now.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a terrible
position in this debate.
If I'm Gibbs,
yeah.
If I'm Gibbs, what I would let every time they get off topic from attacking me, I would throw in Kell, have her bullshit, waste more time, and then you just keep. And then right when Base Tweaker goes to hit her and trap her, you kind of bring the topic to another place, and then you let Kell argue this other place and just keep them off topic, so that way you go 50 minutes into a debate and not really get a chance to actually attack the issue.
Yeah. We'll see what happens from here, guys. It's I'll be honest, it's not looking very good for Tweaker and Page. They had a golden opportunity that Gibbs basically handed them, and it's kind of gone now because they have to build their argument without being able to refute the negative, So we'll see what happens.
Made a bunch of assertions without backing up the claim and saying that they're bad. That's what I'm explaining here. So unfortunately, they won't let me get into what they believe. So at the end of the day, all they're doing
Sarah, I was about to say exactly what Sarah just said. That's not their goal in this.
Yeah.
Their goal is the refutation, right? So if he can cut their big refutation at the knees in the very beginning and then build their argument, they're in a very good position.
Yeah.
But now they're in a position where the moderator has stepped in and gone, it doesn't matter what kind of refutations you make of what they're saying. You need to build the argument that masculinity is a positive force in politics.
Is asserting it's bad.
They don't. Hold on.
That's fine. We've already proven that.
Hold on. They don't have to. It's not your job to get into what their claim is. It's their job to get into your claim. So it's their job to ask you what bad is. It's their job to make you give all the terms. It's their job to get you to elaborate and defend and back everything up. It doesn't work the other way around. If this was a yes or no question, then it would be a little bit different. Not to say that they don't have a claim necessarily.
So to be fair, Sarah, I've done this a long time outside of the internet.
Oh.
Yeah. L.
Bro, I missed a lot. This is not looking good.
Nope.
Bro.
Yeah.
Base Tweaker not so based right now, my guy.
The funny thing here is that his frustration with them is exactly what he hasn't provided himself. A definition for masculinity.
Right.
And they could rip him up with that.
See, if he could destroy early on Gibbs's definition of masculinity and at least show that, well, you just said that's a good thing. then you can immediately follow that up with.
Is he just not used to being on the affirmative?
This is his first time ever taking the affirmative in a debate, from what he said.
Oh.
So if he's very good at refutation. I'm just surprised he didn't take that was a gold W, man. Because Gibbs gave him a definition and affirmed that it was good and said, masculinity today is not masculinity. You just gave me my argument while conceding the debate. You know what I mean? Like, you gave me a definition to work off of that you think is good. That is masculinity.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's easier to knock a house down than it is to put one up.
Right. Right.
So if you've never been on the affirmative, it's going to be fucking hard.
That's fair. Yeah.
Internet space, and what happened is we reversed the onus on them, and then they couldn't actually finish the conversation. So they tried to deflect, and they tried to defend themselves, and they couldn't. So at the end of the day, they never refuted anything they said. They made a bunch of assertions. That's where I was coming from.
No, I answered every question. You asked us to define masculinity. We gave you 3 different definitions. We explained.
No, you gave me that. I did not.
You guys still have not explained. We've asked for a definition of masculinity from the jump.
Kel is now capitalizing on. She's capitalizing on the hole and everything that they've done. She sees it. I mean, like they haven't given a definition. They haven't explained why it's good. They actually haven't followed the prompt at all when they were given that on a fucking golden platter. And now, in the last 15 minutes of the debate, roughly, let's say, 15 minutes, they're going to have to build an argument in the last 15 minutes. Because I'm pretty sure she runs for an hour. It might be longer than that.
It's like an hour and 20, or no?
I think they're still debating, aren't they?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's a 2-hour thing, I think.
Okay, we'll see what happens. But I thought it was an hour, so I'm not necessarily plugged into.
I just know I usually see 120 minutes at the bottom of her thing whenever she switches over to the gauntlet. So
okay, then yeah, it's a 2-minute. Okay, so they still have time to build an argument, but they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to build the argument because right now they haven't actually made any claims on how masculine.
To me, what I've seen too is it just seems like Paige and Tweaker, like it seems like a severe underestimation, and they thought that they would just fall into whatever hand they had out and didn't have a backup plan so far.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which, to be fair, like Rude said, if it's his first time on the affirmative, it's tough.
Yeah.
Like I'm writing like a paper in school right now. I'm taking the affirmative on a claim that's like you have to do so much research to make sure that they can't knock out anything.
Yeah.
A single thing. Yeah. And if you miss one thing, someone's gonna be like, "Oh, there's a giant hole right there. Goodbye."
Yeah.
And then
it's
over from there.
Right.
I'm going to be impressed in Tweaker's growth if he doesn't crash out either during the debate or during the open panel, because there's going to be some people up there who are going to really hammer him for some of this stuff.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I'm interested.
Why it's a good force in politics, and you said it's pillars of like fortitude and resilience. It's like you're so vague. You sound like a
combination of things.
It's like it's vague, it's nuanced. No, you're taking the affirmative. Like you have no stance, you have no position. It's this vague concept. Masculinity is like whatever we want it to be. It's like
she found the hole and she is fucking hammering
she
the
is
hole right
shredding
now.
it open. She's just like, here we go. I'm coming in.
Dude, big ups to Kel.
I got to give her some props here.
Big ups to Kel. She saw the hole and she is attacking it.
I went.
See, look at Gibbs. Gibbs is like, all right, I'm gonna let her do her thing. He's not. He's probably focusing on what his next line of argumentation is going to be. He's just letting Kel. She saw it. She jumped in it, and they're going to have to defend. They're going to have to defend their position right now.
How is it positive in politics? Like,
how can we measure what's positive or negative if we don't?
It's like I said from the start. He's going places that he doesn't need to. Like it's undeniable that masculinity is a net positive in politics, considering masculinity in men built the fucking world, built politics, like it's undeniable. Like he's going into places where they're just going to make him look silly, and he shouldn't be doing that.
Right. I mean, like that's the thing to me is they haven't done anything to build their argument, and they were even handed that on a silver platter by the negative position that they could have easily utilized those things, and they didn't.
Like, I know your objective, like, morality. Like, what's your framework? I still
We're
don't
not. You can't explain my objective morality. That's so vague. We explained to you why we like.
How do you decide what's right and wrong in society? You tell me.
If it's a net good for the people, if it benefits the people, whether what that means is very complicated because.
By the way, Zen's forehead, welcome in, bro. Sorry I missed your first chats, dude. I do apologize. I'm going back and forth between the video and chat. Lauren, good to see you. Thanks for jumping in. Always a pleasure. Jeff Hewitt, thanks for stopping by, dude. Appreciate you joining in the raid, bro. John Barrett, always a pleasure to see you, my man. Gorilla Biscuits, what a legend, dude. Thank you very much, man. You guys are the fucking bomb, dude. I always appreciate seeing you guys in chat. Thank you very much for coming in today, guys.
That's why there's left and right. But all I'm saying is we don't have to agree on left and right. If people are dead, we can't do either of it. So if we can't improve anyone's quality of life,
I would also like to point out that we also provided a definition of masculinity, and then I provided alternate definitions of masculinity and alternate examples of different forms of masculinity in history, and then compared it to whatever y'all gave us, which was, I would say, maybe not a definition, right? But like, I guess it was some vague framework of a concept of a plan, really. But like, we were sitting here, y'all mentioned picking out presidents. I mean, if I was going to pick out Donald Trump and say he's a thing of masculinity, he's also not traditionally masculine in the way you described it. This guy's a womanizer. This guy is based as fuck. He went and paid a porn star and got away with it. That's fucking Giga Chad. And you're
now he's now buttressing what masculinity is. It's kind of a weird route to go down. I'd like to see where Gibbs goes with this, because he's like literally painting masculinity in a good light.
You're gonna sit here and go, oh, stoicism.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, he called Donald Trump a Giga Chad and said that he's not your definition of masculinity, but he's a womanizer. He got away with paying a porn star hush money. What a Giga Chad, right? Like he's definitely painting like his definition of masculinity in a good light. It's kind of a weird route to go down, because again, he's kind of touching back on what he did before, where he's handing them an avenue to go down. Because if they went down this avenue of, okay, then let's go with your definition, because that's my definition, or however the fuck you want to approach that, right?
He's using terminology that he can fight back against, though. Like, Giga Chat isn't specifically a good thing.
I've never heard anyone call Giga Chat a bad thing.
No, but it's not specifically a good thing for political areas.
That's fair. That's fair. For politics, that's very fair. Yeah, you're right. Good point. Good point.
These other things, and like that's something you actually already
you guys
said.
want to talk about
that? Well, I mean, I'm just using the example.
Did you
but whenever you're going to sit here and say stoicism,
hold on,
and then lift up Trump as an example, that's a point for me, because I'm the one advocating for hedonism here. I'm advocating there's all sorts of different forms of masculinity, and I'm advocating that y'all are pushing forth a false form of masculinity that's actually a net negative with specific historical examples.
So his definition of masculinity is a good thing, right? I don't know where he thinks he's going with this, but he's saying you're advocating for a false form of masculinity, which is actually a net negative. What I'm talking about is a good thing. It's kind of a weird route to go down. I don't know where he's trying to get with this. I'd like to see where he lands the plane.
You have not refuted. In fact, you basically hand waved and said, okay, Gibbs is right because we don't like that. So we're just going to say, what's bad? Oh, people dying? Why is that bad? Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. Dying bad. Like, okay,
and Paige, in your opening too, you said that men in politics inherently like creates trust. Bro, Epstein, all this stuff going on right now. Okay, keep going, Gibbs.
So I need you to understand something very clear. Okay, you've actually went in two directions here. You tried to say Genghis Khan good, Genghis Khan bad. You tried to do two things. Gibbs did a complete dance. He's actually been doing this the entire time. Here's the best part about all of this. You've demonstrated that all masculinity is actually positive. You've demonstrated our point forward.
Holy fuck! Finally. But it's a little too late now, because they still have not. We're now, what? Hour 50. We're now 45 minutes into the debate, and they still have yet to build any kind of argument for masculinity.
The best part is
Defense,
you just
rather.
now said masculinity. You messed up. Unfortunately for you, you shouldn't have said it was good. You shouldn't have said these people were good and then the
If he would have just said you've already conceded the debate and then co-opted their definition and just claimed it was theirs as well, you nullify his argument by saying you're painting this definition that you say that we have, but we don't actually have. And at the same time, you're saying that my definition of masculinity is good. Right. Exactly. Fizen's forehead. Exactly. So on the right side, Gibbs and Kell on the right side are in the negative. Page and Base Tweaker on the left are in the positive.
I think Sarah
Right.
said that she always puts the affirmative above her head too. So
Yeah.
that's how you can know.
Yeah. So it's that's what I've been saying this whole time, Zens, because what he's saying is what you think is masculinity is bad, but it's actually not masculinity. What I think is masculinity is real masculinity, and it's a good thing. That's what I'm saying, where like they basically kind of handed the debate over. Correct. Exactly. And if they would have caught on to that, which Tweaker just finally caught on to that, if he were to just fucking hammer that point, it completely destroys the basis for Gibbs's argument. And he has two options: backtrack on what he said before or concede the debate. There's really no way to argue out of that because you've already said that it's a good thing. Then you go after Kell. And he already got Kell all flustered earlier, but he went after Kell first, and then Gibbs kind of caught him in a hole. And so Kell had the opportunity to regain her composure and come back in. And she's come back in swinging. The second she found a hole, she went at that hole with a shovel. So we'll see what happens. Oh, sorry.
pussies were bad. Actually, the exact masculine traits that I demonstrated in my opener are exactly true here. So what I'm asking for you is, how exactly are these virtues? Stoicism, protectiveness, loyalty, leadership. How are any of these traits not advantageous in masculinity, and the roles and expectations of men to procreate society, defend society, and actually create the next generation? Okay, no. The biological factors, like I described before in my definition, that allow them to be strong. Okay, at the end of the day, all you've done is defend our point. You haven't refuted it. You tried to give examples of where what you believe is masculinity is bad, but you've never told us why those examples were bad. So you've told us examples of great leaders throughout history that have done amazing and impressive things that women could never have done. So without masculinity, based on what metric?
Based on what metric?
Masculinity.
I'm like, oh,
based on the very metric that you yourself said. Mic drop.
Boom.
If he would have said that, it's over. Now Gibbs realized where he fucked up. Now he's starting to build the argument. Tweaker might be turning this around. We'll see what happens. Kell's floundering. Based on what metric? By the very fucking metric that Gibbs said earlier, that your debate partner gave me on a fucking silver platter. So he started to build an argument now. He's starting to build it, and he's literally building it off of the definition that Gibbs gave. This is what I've been saying since the very beginning. If he would have just stuck on this and caught that in the very beginning, they would literally have nowhere to go.
Hey, masculinity, we're like, define that. You're just using adjectives to throw out another adjective. I said,
okay, so she's coming back, trying to come back to the point that they haven't built an argument yet, but she's not refuting the argument that he's now building. See, so she's arguing with something that isn't even around anymore because Tweaker is now building an argument.
What is cold? You said, well, it has qualities of being chill and frigid.
No, that's not at all.
Yes, that's exactly what you did. I'm like, okay,
no, I didn't use an adjective. What do you mean?
I'm like, how is this car? You're like, well, it has a.
You described it the same exact way. You described it abstractly because it's a concept. It's not a physical thing.
No, I would say that in the way that our society has modernized it, and like what you're describing as masculinity, some vague concept.
I'm
of
talking
being
about
strong and
your
macho.
definition versus my
Right.
definition. They're
You're
synonymous.
saying it's like some.
See, he shouldn't have said your definition versus my definition. He should have just said, I'm talking about your definition, which is my definition. And that would have immediately kneecapped any response to that.
They're both abstract.
No, I gave the Oxford definition, and I said, "Well, I don't. Let's start there. Give
abstract.
your definition because I literally was like, this
The idea is abstract.
Very
It's applicable
culture.
to real life, but it's abstract.
No,
Yes.
let me finish, dude. You let like literally you don't let
Gibbs
anyone
was
finish.
doing it too.
Okay, well, it's always like point the mirror up. Why don't you just take some accountability and like we all just.
Why don't you take accountability for your definition being shit?
Dude, no.
what's
I said
interesting about
Oxford defines it as this. It varies so much culture to culture that I need you guys to define what it is so that we can all be on the same page. And you are like, there's pillars of fortitude and
Masculinity is biological. It's not society to society. Masculinity is masculinity.
Okay, so he has just made a contradicting thing here. So he said it's a concept, and now he's saying it's biological. Those are two separate things.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a hole that he just left open to be hit.
It's subjectively objective.
Right. So there's a hole that he just left open for them to attack on. We'll see if they caught on to it. I don't know if Kel will. She's a little flustered right now. You see, when Kel gets flustered, she starts doing the thing with her hair, right? Gibbs, he kind of has a good poker face because he'll look like he's kind of down and stuff, but he's just thinking. So he could be reeling back and trying to find any hole in anything that Tweaker says right now and fucking jump on it. So we'll see what happens here.
That's interesting. That's interesting you say that because that's not true either. Because
and that's a pivot.
When I go through this, Kel read the actual Oxford definition. That in and of itself is not abstract. That's the opposite of abstract. That's the literal definition. Secondly, what I followed up with in my opening, which
so I will say the definition that she gave is malleable. So there's no like one set definition in that definition. It literally like it's a completely relative term at that point. So that wasn't the best argument to bring up because what she said is traits typically attributed to men, right? That's what masculinity is. And depending on where you are in the world, that's completely fucking different. So that's a malleable term. It doesn't matter when like it's like if I say, air heat is what the temperature of the air is, right? And like if I'm in Alaska in the winter, it's going to be cold. But if I'm in Florida in the summer, it's going to be hot, right?
I know, I guess it was hard for you to understand because I read fast and speak clearly. It's real simple. There's multiple different forms of masculinity that have arose throughout history in different cultures. We can look at like Papua New Guinea. Would you say that masculinity in Papua New Guinea is the same as masculinity as ancient Rome? No, they fucking eat cannibal shit. So that means, guess what? That it's not biological, it's societal. So therefore, you're wrong on even the most basic fundamental level.
Okay, he just caught him on that. Yeah. He caught him on that for sure. Because remember, at first he said it was conceptual, and that was something you can't really refute, especially based on the definition that Kel gave. But then he said it was biological, which makes it an affirmed physical thing. And going on the definition that Kel gave, not what Gibbs gave, what Kel gave, he can attack from that position. Now, what Gibbs is doing is he's stepping away from his own definition that he gave, and he's going to nestle into Kel's definition. And he needs to get called out on that, because if Tweaker doesn't call him out on that and really point out the fact that, well, now both of you guys have a different view of masculinity. Gibbs thinks his is good. Kel doesn't really have like a specific definition. How can you explain this as negative? That's the only real way he's going to be able to weasel his way out of this hole right now.
The fundamental level is the same. The same traits that actually and the same virtues are upheld. They're just upheld differently based on morals. And you wouldn't make a moral claim because you were afraid to. I've tried to over and over. No, you haven't. You've said that they're good or bad because they're bad. You've been circular the entire time with your morals. You've never laid a framework. All you've done is show me that masculinity is positive. Yeah, you've never shown me a negative. You've never shown me a bad. You've never explained what you mean by bad.
I literally laid out an example that addressed you directly in my opening. Once again, you said loyalty and loyalship or whatever loyalship is. I don't know what that is. That was a direct quote from you. And it's crazy. I mentioned leadership, cool, yeah, but you said loyalship. And
okay, Gibbs is kind of spurging a little bit here. What do you guys think?
It's a little, a little spurgy. They're both kind of spurging.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, JB? Tell who's winning. I can't tell who's winning. I'm just trying to figure out who's losing.
Yeah, right.
Gone,
No,
same
here. Absolutely. Same here. Changed. Yeah. JB Speaks, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. Welcome in, bro. Always a pleasure seeing you chat, man. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Right. That was my point. Yeah. So like, but it's completely relative, you know? So we know what hot and cold are, even in those two different things. But if I'm from Florida and I go to Alaska, it's going to be cold, right? So my definition of heat down there is not the same as heat to people in Alaska. And then people in Alaska who go down to Florida, their definition of heat is not going to be the same there, right? And based on the definition of masculinity that Kel has given so far, it varies from place to place. So it's kind of this nebulous, malleable definition that can kind of be utilized in any way possible that they want to. And what's going to end up happening, what I feel here, is either Tweaker and Paige are going to capitalize on this, or they're just going to kind of keep going down this rabbit hole and walking further and further away from the topic.
So loyalty. I hate to be that guy, but loyalty, that's great. Because then I mentioned the robber barons. The History Channel literally did a series called The Men Who Built America over specifically the robber barons. These men weren't loyal to nothing. The American spirit is not loyal. Literally, we have a term called Indian giving because of what we did to the Native Americans. We said we're going to do one thing, and we did another, and we manifest destiny to their shit. Guess what? That's not loyalty. That, fam, like you're literally just backtracking and flip-flopping.
No,
and
I've never done that.
He never. Gibbs was the one who talked about manifest destiny and shit and talked about it in a positive light. So he's now arguing against his own previous statements.
Never had that. No, see, you just now try to say a bunch of words that meant nothing. At the end of the day, stop. You've tried to go back to the topic 10 times. You've went 10 times back to the topic, so let me go ahead and revert to it. Okay, masculinity is a positive force in politics. So what you've done is demonstrate infinite actual positives. You haven't demonstrated nearly enough negatives. At the end of the day, the way that I see this is that you claim they're negatives, but they're positive.
Why is it positive? Explain it to us. And then
because they exhibit the traits, and you're actually defending the traits.
No, you say that makes no sense. You can't say that masculinity is a positive force in politics because typically you back. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I was just giving examples. You already quoted a lot of them. Like you talked about the founding fathers and how they built America and how like without them, America wouldn't exist today. And I don't remember a single woman mentioned in that instance.
I could do that next. That's a whole other like line of thought.
No, just saying there's a negative involved. Just saying there's a negative involved doesn't disprove that there's a positive. You prove the positive.
Sorry, let me go real quick.
Yeah. I'll let you go now. You're welcome.
Thank you. Dude, I literally was like letting your partner finish before I spoke. I'm like, but we're saying there's a million examples. If it leads to, I said, what is, like, why is masculinity a positive force in politics? And you said, because of all the characteristics of being masculine. But that's the same answer of what is masculinity. So it can't be what is a positive force in politics and what is the definition of this? And you have the same answer for both. Well, it's the pillars, it's the characteristics. It's like, what is the thing, though?
I've demonstrated multiple times how he used all these examples
but what is the thing?
Simplify our definition and prove the positive. Because again, they created civilizations, they created population.
But that's fine. Men created civilizations does not define.
I asked to go into morality, and you refused. You just
no. But if I ask you what is masculinity, and you say, "Well, men built societies,"
that's not what I said. Now you're strawmanning me.
No, you literally just did right now.
No. You never. When you asked me to define it, I defined it, and you didn't like my definition.
I would like to. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Paige. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to hear, since we're kind of going in circles. Sorry, Sarah, did you say something or did somebody?
No, Gibbs just disappeared. I don't know where he went.
He probably went to the bathroom, right? Something
No, he's not on screen. There we go. He's coming back in.
But
He's
we
like,
still need a
"Fuck
definition.
this."
It's, oh, we're getting lost in the weeds. It's like, no, you guys are pivoting
Give me
away
the
from the fact that you can't answer
Yeah,
the
sorry
question.
about
No,
All
there's
right,
no
go ahead,
definition.
Paige.
You're
Go
saying
ahead.
you're still
Go
saying the
ahead, Paige.
pillars of the thing
Go ahead,
without
Paige.
saying the
Go
thing.
ahead, Paige.
It's a combination of factors which make somebody masculine. Yes, and I framed them out. I've said stoicism, leadership, protectors, providers. Generally, they're good with their hands. They're more muscular. They're more biologically fit to perform more laborious duties.
You're talking about men, not masculinity.
Masculinity.
You said they're more
That was the dumbest fucking retort on the planet, because her actual definition that she gave from the Oxford Dictionary was attributes typically attributed, or traits typically attributed to men. So when you say you're talking about men, you're not talking about masculinity. That's literally her own definition being used against her.
Yeah, I don't think physical traits are masculinity. I think the way you character and the way you conduct yourself is masculinity, personally.
I mean, that's fair.
Peace.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, that's definitely peace.
But
like you look at people like Wes Watson, like he looks masculine, but that motherfucker acts like a straight bitch.
Right? No, 100. Yeah. No, I
that dude on the panel last night. That dude on Sarah's panel last night. What was that guy's name?
You talking about Misfit Patriot?
Dude, yeah, he was fucking getting all salty and shit. I was like, bro, why are you pay attention to the debate? Why are you crying?
Yes, JB speaks. I'm pretty sure that is the same page, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Now, see, I will say though, but that's rude. That's the thing though, is like with this nebulous kind of malleable definition that Kinetic Kell gave, all she said was traits typically attributed to men. So that was the definition in its entirety. It didn't break down physical. It didn't break down like character traits. It didn't break down any of those kind of things. That's fucking brutal, dude. Holy shit. That's fucking brutal. Oh my God.
Crazy.
They just sniped out of nowhere.
Yeah,
First chat.
Yeah.
They heard me bring him up and someone was like, let's go.
Holy man. Yeah, see, Zens, that's what I'm saying. So now that they're trying to cozy up to this definition, they can capitalize on that. And what Kinetic Kell has to do now is she has to take a step back, because she's going to have to backtrack. She literally just said, you're talking about men, you're not talking about masculinity. And her own definition is traits typically attributed to men, or commonly attributed to men. Traits in general. So this is something this is a hole that Kell just dug. I don't know where Gibbs's head is at with this, but she's gonna have to fucking dig herself out of this, because that sucks, dude. Like, that's pretty bad. Because now she's either gonna have to change her definition, or she's gonna have to somehow like explain how those two things are different, even though that specific word is in her definition. Asylum, this is the debate going on the Raging Tomatoes channel right now. I have the link posted in the chat. If you don't, I have permission from Sarah to do this commentary. If you want to watch the debate and only the debate, I would recommend going over to Sarah's channel. We're doing commentary on this debate because Base Tweaker is a big part of the channel. So if you'd like to just watch the debate and not listen to commentary, the link is posted in the top of chat. Please, by all means, go over there and support Sarah. She has a great channel. She's a great creator. These kind of debates are fantastic. So, yeah. Anything y'all want to add real quick?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, let's see where they take this. I'm curious.
All right.
Like, that doesn't.
Generally, yes. Being muscly would be a masculine trait. Generally, if a woman gets like severely jacked, generally dudes at the gym will be like, "Oh, she looks a bit masculine." You know, like she's lifting a bit too much. Some women like that.
Who says that? All right. You see Kell's face. She knows. Fuck. I just fucked up. Gibbs is gonna try to throw a wrench in the gears and say, "Who says that?" Literally every fucking man says that, Gibbs. Every man. And if they don't fucking capitalize on the fact that he just tried to throw that bullshit wrench into the gears, I'm gonna be mad at Tweaker and Paige. That's an L.
Dude, I dated the state weightlifting champion in high school, and it was the most intimidating thing in my fucking life.
Yeah, dude.
Like, I don't want to No, she could bench press me, bro. That's insane.
Well, see, but that's the thing. Like some men like that, right? And I'm not dissing on that, but what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
some.
most
That's the
men
outlier.
would say that, right? That's what I'm saying. So Gibbs is
Yeah.
saying, who would say that? Literally most fucking men, bro.
And I guarantee if you looked at me physically, you would not consider me like a masculine man, right? Like, so like doesn't determine whether I still believe that she's not masculine or not. You know what I mean? Like with this chick's freaking bench pressing me, I'm still gonna be like, no, I don't want that.
100%.
You know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't want to be the one taking weights off before I put my set. You know what I'm saying?
We hit the gym. She's like, hit this a couple times. I'm like, no.
Can you
200 pounds,
spot
I
me?
can't.
You know what I
Can
mean?
you spot me? Fuck.
Now, once again, this isn't a factual statement. This is just like
Okay,
a
so can I get
subjective
back to
analysis.
No, it's actually pretty common.
So,
Yeah.
can I get
Good.
back
I'll
to
say you're
my
wrong.
question because your partner was the one who threw me off.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you. I said something in my opening statement that I'd like both of you to address, and nobody's addressed it yet. I said that statistically, because men are the predominant labor force in fields such as the military, infrastructure building, that they would have more knowledge and therefore they would make better lawmakers on these aspects of society, which I think you're going to admit are pretty fundamentals of the continuation of it. So how would you rebut that point?
Men have experience in these industries. I mean, I would say that's not true anymore. I would say that maybe previously it was. I mean, I'm sitting here seeing this kind of this argument that you're making.
Okay. I don't know if you guys saw Tweaker's reaction.
You get the best pauses on him, dude. Like, what are you doing to this guy?
I know, bro. I know.
You need a compilation of this.
Dude.
We're gonna go through your video tonight. There's been like 50.
Yeah.
You could have a full compilation that would just go through Base Tweaker's faces and just debate it, bro. And Kells. Them when they're going back and forth.
So not only am I listening to what they're saying, but I'm watching their body language. Like, you know, it's 4 people, so I'm doing my best to keep tabs on everybody. But like, I'm noticing Tweaker just postured. So he has something he's going to say. And Gibbs is going down a really fucking weird avenue right now. And it seems like Tweaker's gearing up to really throw a fat haymaker. So I want to see where he goes, because Gibbs is going down a really dumb fucking avenue right now. It's crazy.
And once again, let's just use the example you gave, and then I'm going to dive into this one that you asked. First, you said in the gym, men find these girls more muscly, and they say they're masculine. Sure, some people may say that, and other people are
Most people say that.
going to go, damn, that girl's hot as fuck. She's thick as fuck, boy. And I'm going to hear just about equal number, if not more. So that would make her.
Okay, so if a woman is muscly, she is not thick. That's 2 completely different things. That's a misnomer. That's a misnomer.
As a guy who did bodybuilding for a good portion of his life, I could show you some thick, muscular women. Not like
now they can be both. They can be both. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
There's a big difference between like a juiced up, like bodybuilding woman who's got a fucking jawline like a man, as opposed to like your hard bodies, like your athletic, just do a lot of squats and curls and shit.
Well, so okay. I guess when I'm saying thick, I mean like colloquially, right? So if I'm saying a chick is thick, she's got some fat on her, you know, and not in a bad way. It's like fat in a good way, right? Mm-hmm. Where with muscly, like they can be both. I'm not saying those 2 things are mutually exclusive, but what I'm saying is like when colloquially, at least in America, when we say a chick is thick, we're saying like she's got some good fat on her ass. She's, you know, built well, whatever. When a chick's muscly, she's strong, you know. So those 2 things are different. They can be 2 attributes on one person, but it's just weird that he would go that route. Now maybe over in Texas they say things differently than I know, right? So I can give that olive branch there, because you know,
fucking Ashton.
What do you say?
Ashton's picture.
I took a screenshot of Base Tweaker.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I got it as my StreamYard photo.
That's great, bro. That's fantastic, dude. Mr. Fista says check the clit length.
That's
looking like China from WWE, bro.
That is fucking hilarious, dude. Holy shit.
Hourglass better than boy body, says Darth Matt.
All right. Let's see where this goes.
More feminine in that regard because she's now more desired by a larger number of men. I'll take a muscly girl over a fat girl any day.
That's a fucking terrible avenue to go down. It doesn't matter what you prefer sexually. What matters is like the general consensus. If you can see a woman's delts and see them defined, men are going to consider that more masculine, right? Like that's a very common thing for people to think that way.
Would you think that this is actually a good route for him to take it since it has nothing to really do with politics?
Gibbs?
Yeah.
No, this is a bad route.
Well, I mean, if he's I guess defending, or if he's defending the position, all he has to get them to do is kind of take the conversation between masculinity and politics and just make it solely about masculinity. And
That's
so
fair.
now they're just talking about masculinity instead of saying how it's a good thing for politics.
And then they can come back later and say, "Oh, go ahead, Rude."
Right now, he's got Tweaker and Page arguing that women can have masculinity, which is bad for them.
Ah, that's a good point.
That's a good point. Because now you can make the argument, well, I guess there's femininity, or however you say that word, that kind of can represent aspects of masculinity without needing the masculinity.
Yeah, without needing the men. But then that's the issue that they would fall in over here, is that then their definition doesn't mean anything.
It's definitely interesting because I think I don't know if he's doing this on purpose, but it seems like he's doing his best to avoid the political aspect of it and keeping it just about masculinity.
And then they can come back and attack him for not actually building an argument on how masculinity is a positive force in politics. That's
You're just stalling.
That's very true. Yeah. That's a good point. All right, let's see what happens.
And guess what? I think most men would. This is just a ridiculous argument with no basis in reality. I'm sorry, the girl with 2% body fat and abs that can squat 350 is way harder than the liberal that's got purple hair and 400 pounds. I think we'll both agree with that. Now, furthermore, back to the real.
He just straight up attacked Kel. Not necessarily that she's one of those, but like you can tell that's her fucking wheelhouse. Those are her friends. And he just said, all your friends are ugly, Kel. Go ahead, Steve.
No, she just had like the that's my friend. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's funny, dude.
She wants to attack him right now. Look at she's like trying to hold it back. She's like, "What, dude? What the fuck?"
You can see on Gibbs' face, dude. He's like trying to hold back laughter because he knows. Oh, this is a great debate, guys. Just in the entertainment entertainment sector. Look at Sarah; she even knows too. This is funny, man. This is good shit.
World scenarios. We're going to sit here and go, hey, we got these people, these men that are in these industries. Women make up a significant portion of the workforce. I've heard men that are experts at laying concrete say the stupidest shit in the world. Guess what? Because they're not educated to be our leaders in fields like, I don't know, politics. Just because you have expertise in construction doesn't mean you're qualified to design and build a government or enact laws. No, I would rather have people like you, a lawyer who's actually sat here and went to law school and got not a lawyer, whatever, paralegal, someone that's got expertise in the legal framework, and that's a mental thing. You're going to sit here and want people that are creative. Women are creative. They have expertise in the proper fields, which are
men are creative too. Bad avenue to go down.
To be fair, though, he's creating a good argument, because then he could say, well, women take more expertise roles by graduating college at a higher percentage. And then he could make the argument around like expertise and why women would be more suitable for the role.
And my thing would be, well, that's done great for our economy. That's done great for the state of politics in the United States. That's done great for unifying everybody here, right? So like that would be, and I'm not saying that they will go down that, or that like this entire thing would go down. I'm just illustrating that would be my argument, right?
Yeah.
Like immediately. Oh, well, that's done great for the country, hasn't it?
Well, my only counter with that to be men represented that though, because we've only had men presidents, so you could then blame it on the masculinity and not the femininity.
Yeah, but if the women are in the expert classes and they're the ones who are highly educated, why didn't they do anything to change the
I
problem?
guess what I'm saying is you could say, look where the expertise let us down, but then if you're making that argument, that paints more on the men presidents than it would be the female presidents, because the females haven't had that leadership.
And then I would immediately go towards, well, the president isn't in charge of anything. Like, we also have Congress. We also have the judicial branch.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Those are the kind of avenues that I would go down along that line. I'm not like actually debating you here.
That's a good point, though.
That's the way that I would go down, right? Where it's like, you want to talk about presidents. Well, the president really doesn't have that much power. Let's talk about Congress and all the women that are in Congress. Let's talk about the Senate. Let's talk about, the Supreme Court. Let's talk about. So like there's an element of that where if you're sharp enough, you can open up a lot of different avenues to kind of work around, because that's just what debate is, right? Like debate isn't about being right. Debate is about convincing people that you are. But they haven't touched on politics almost at fucking all this entire debate so far. And I think we're coming.
I got to get out of here, guys.
Hey, Rude, thanks for stopping by, bro. Dude, thanks for your commentary, man. You're always welcome to come in, bro. I appreciate you jumping in.
Hopefully someone on this panel starts to form a coherent and pointed argument. Currently, it's just watching four kids color outside the lines.
We'll see what happens.
Bye, buddy.
Good luck anyway. You guys take care.
Man. Have a good night.
Peace. Sarah's done a good job.
Yeah, she has. She's been a good moderator. She's brought things back. I would say they've kind of strayed outside of the topic, but I think like from a moderator standpoint, she's probably kind of waiting for them to land the plane on how this has to do with the topic. And it seems like they're dancing on and off of the line. They haven't really like hammered in politics entirely in the arguments, right? They've kind of gone off on, what is masculinity? Who demonstrates masculinity? What are different masculine traits and all that, but not necessarily how those things are good or bad for politics. And I think Tweaker's really kind of like tried to attack that line where he's like, you guys are demonstrating different aspects of masculinity, but you haven't necessarily shown how they're bad. The issue is, at the same time, he hasn't demonstrated how any of these things are good either.
I would say he's done a better job at kind of playing the role that Admiral Gibbs and Kinetic Kell should be playing.
Yes, very much so. If he was in the negative, I'm sure this would have been over with for sure.
It would have worked a lot better, because now he could be playing the stall game, the take you off the point game.
Yeah. All right, let's see what happens, boys.
Social fields. That's why they go into fields of study like anthropology. You're just wrong on these subjects here when you're saying, oh, these things are great. Yeah, men can build America. I can also go hire 50 illegals to go build my new driveway. Should they be in Congress?
They're men. They're all men. They're all men.
Are they
They're all men.
Who's more educated?
That's a good fucking point. All right, I gotta give it to him. He that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Men are the 50 illegals.
It's not about education. Education actually doesn't build society. Education has been to the detriment of society.
Yeah, they're all men because they're all illegal aliens that are working in the driveway. That's a terrible point.
Exactly. So
I've got some stats. Can we just calm down? I've got some stats, okay?
When you want society to exist, it has to actually exist.
Go ahead, Paige. Go ahead, Paige.
Okay. So right now it's about, I think, 11.1% in 2022. It's 11.5 in 2023 for women in construction. 2016 is around 9. Not a great amount of increase there. In terms of like the police system, I'm looking at the NYPD. It's about 19%. It's only increased about 3% since 2004. Talking military across all divisions. I'm talking Army, Navy, Space Force, Marine Corps, total. I'm not even talking about like if they specifically hold a frontline role or a secretarial role or an admin or nursing role. We're looking at about a global average of about 20.1%. And this is as effective as 2023. Now that's a pretty low amount. And like you can argue right now, DEI, promotion of women, all of that is on the highest it's ever been. They even changed certain combat requirements for women, to my knowledge. So we're not really seeing that. So yeah, maybe they can do the roles. Maybe they are able to do the morals more than they are in the past, but they aren't. Why is that?
So
why are
so
they
you're
just 'cause-
saying, okay, men are more blue collar workers. Men are more blue collar workers, so they are a better force in politics. Like
No,
a
they're
lot
stronger in their leaders.
Oh,
They
yeah.
actually
Dude.
create. They actually.
That was a fantastic route to go down. That was like she brought it back to the topic.
Yep.
And let Paige kind of go off on this with her stats and everything, and now all of those mean absolutely nothing.
Like, what does that have to do with politics?
Yes.
I don't know. I think Base Tweaker's got something. Seemed like he was about to jump on this.
We'll see what happens.
They're more involved in the workforce.
No. All of these things that you're actually defining and explaining are men. That's what they do. That's what we do.
Right. So you're saying, it's not like they're stretched too thin. Why would that make them better in politics? Like, here, wait.
What do you mean? We create society. We build society. We defend society.
It's not like you guys are busy.
Why wouldn't we create policies for society? That just makes
Why
sense.
Why would that make you better for society?
You do realize that you guys referenced the 50s for a very long time.
Somebody
where they
actually
had.
make a fucking argument, please, instead of just spitting at each other.
Do you live in a condo, Cal? Where do you live?
I live in a house.
You live in a house. Who built the house, do you think?
Me, from the ground up, after the fire.
You built it? Yeah. Yeah, right. That's a crock of poop.
Oh, it's almost like the exceptions are everywhere.
When your toilet breaks down, who comes and fixes the toilet?
Me?
You fix the toilet.
Okay.
You have a severe septic overflow. You're gonna go and you're gonna take out the main line.
I only hire women businesses.
Don't say men,
You don't
just
even
say
have to do the
professional.
That was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
That was awful. She like Paige even set her up for the opportunity to
Yeah.
go. Yes, I hire men to do the dirty work so I can do the administrative work.
That's
Or
a good
you
argument.
say I talked to a woman to set everything up and the man came and did the work. Like that there's an avenue she could have gone down there that would have made that point moot, but instead she kind of just fell into the trap and now she can't really get out.
I had to lead the men to fix the problem.
Yes.
But to be fair, we're still talking about nothing to do with politics.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. If she would have gone the route of I talked to a woman to set it up, that's what politics is all about, setting things up.
Yep.
Right? So she could have said, well, it was a woman that orchestrated everything. It was the man that came out and did it. So wouldn't that mean that women are better at setting things up? Wouldn't it mean that women are better that, and I'm not even trying to make their argument for them necessarily, but that's just when I look at retorts from either side, that's the route that I would have gone down. Instead, Kel just kind of went, yeah, a man built all this. And then Gibbs is going to have to jump in.
I can actually give you the rule right now.
Go ahead, Corey, my bad.
I was just going to say, and I think another point that both Kel and Gibbs could argue is that masculinity craves femininity. And I'm not talking about feminism or this, that, and the third. It's just masculine craves the feminine. So you see aspects where feminine can drive the masculine.
Yes. That's why when we have sex, there's a hormone transfer there. Well, at least when a man has sex with a woman. There's not when a man has sex with a man. But there's a hormone transfer there, So those two things work in tandem with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, my aunts and uncles on my ranch. My aunts are the ones doing the physical labor right now because all the other ones are building.
Come on, Gibbs. My aunts are doing all the physical labor. Who gives a shit? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
But to be fair, it's a good stall. It's a good stall.
It's a good stall, but then you say, well, that's yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's the thing. Tweaker immediately jumped on that too.
Yeah.
He was jumping on it as I was pausing.
Hold on. So if we're going to use anecdotes, let's fucking.
What were we saying?
I said he just needs to save it. It's kind of like Paige, her statistics are valuable, but he needs to get back to the semantic argument of it. And they're allowing him to just drift. And it's kind of like he just needs to kind of take over in a peaceful aspect, don't upset the moderator, but just get back into the semantical argument.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's see what happens.
Use arrows. Women have been known to do all these things. Rosie the Riveter, that's a major thing.
What's the percentage?
hold on, Rosie the
This is a terrible argument because Rosie the Riveter became a thing because a large swath of the younger generations back in the 40s were off at war fighting the Nazis. Okay. So if they don't fucking jump on this, again, Gibbs, I understand where his argument's going, but he's opening himself up to a fucking kneecap.
Yep.
even from the era where you're talking about, she took over masculine roles according to you and was able to do them just as well. Women in social fields are just as good as men. In fact, let's argue about intelligence agencies.
No.
So I want to bring up militaries here. What have you ever
Ask
tried
him,
to
why
cheat
did
on
she
a
have to
Latina?
do that?
I'm gonna find out about it. You know why? Maybe we should have more women looking up
Out
this
of
kind of
left
shit
field,
and
but
whatever.
out of
I'm just saying the point is that I'm making. They're gonna find out women are just as qualified to find these things out, and are in some ways better. I'm not gonna hire 15 construction workers to write my constitution. I'm gonna hire 15 political scientists. And guess what?
Man.
Women are just qualified to be a political scientist than a fucking
Can
construction
you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that claim?
Yeah, I mean, sure. We can look at
Demonstrate that they're qualified. No, demonstrate that they're most qualified. Demonstrate. You said just as qualified.
Just because people are the majority, you guys are arguing.
You made an assertion because again, the percentages are not in your
He's
favor.
pulling up stats right now, so I'm just saying, well, he's pulling up stats.
No. It's not about pulling stats. You're making an assertion
Not
that's
about
actually
pulling stats.
falsifiable.
Okay, it's falsifiable. Okay, would you say that somebody with a degree and expertise in the field is going to be more qualified than someone that's got cursory street level knowledge of designing something as intricate as the government?
No, that's the point. There's two people.
That's the point.
Argument. I do something that is knowledge related. Okay.
Just because men are the majority,
make you for litigator.
just because men are
the board, please, if I don't mind. Were we all present during that conversation backstage where I said interrupting is like a really big fucking pet peeve of mine? And I think I said it a lot nicer back there, but now I'm kind of tired of being nice because I've asked all four of you. I think this is probably like the sixth time I've asked you at this point to just be mindful and to not interrupt. It's a more productive conversation if you actually let people talk and get to the period at the end of the sentence. So if you want me to go into full ass mom mode, the nagging mom that my kids don't like to hear from, I can do that. I'm happy to do it. I'll set a fucking timer, or I'll just sit here and we can do, pass the talking stick. I'm happy to play these fucking games, but all four of you need to be grown ass adults because I wouldn't let any of you lead shit. So,
Based.
All right. Who would like to start?
Dude, Sarah's based, dude. I gotta give it to her, man. She fucking laid it on the line there, bro.
She's
Based
getting the
Sarah.
hormones rocking.
Fucking Sarah. Let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat for Sarah, gentlemen. Lady Liberties in the chat for Sarah. Okay. She put the hammer down. It needed to happen. It did happen. All right. Where's it at? Hold on. There it is. All right. Lady Liberties in the chat, guys. There we go. Absolutely. All right. Cool. Let's get back to it.
Go ahead, Cal.
I apologize. I am still learning that again, and I definitely, I apologize. All I was gonna say is that I kind of like moots the point in an argument because you guys are saying, okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Go ahead. I had an argument. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Whoever wants to go next.
So again, men dictate
Oh,
things
yeah,
in
sorry,
society.
I remember.
Men dictate things in society. That's how it's been throughout the past. That's how it's going to be out throughout the future and the present. Now, when you talk about men, you need to understand that feminism still includes those men. So you talk about these weak men that are currently running society. It doesn't matter which way you go with the enforcement arm. It is legitimately always men. Women don't collectivize. They cannot collectivize and actually overthrow a society. I would challenge Gibbs right now to ask him to demonstrate a point in time where women were the majority in society and controlled it over men.
And I would say that that was exactly pertaining to my
Sure.
No, I know, but
That was to Gibbs, Kel. That was to Gibbs.
Okay.
It
They
exactly
are a
pertains,
team.
like it exactly pertains to that. And
Hey, let's
Stop.
pause for a sec.
I'm going to pass it back to you, Kel. But listen, you guys, you are a team of two. Okay, you can say this is to Gibbs, this is to this. Like, that doesn't matter. Gibbs can give his calling over to Kel, and Kel can give her calling to Gibbs. That's why they're a fucking team. That's why you and Paige are a team. Where one, doesn't maybe have the answer, or one doesn't want to answer, or one's not sure, the other one can pick up the steam. Based. Stop trying to lead this entire fucking conversation, or else I'm going to backstage your ass for the next 10 minutes because I'm getting sick of it. Kel, please continue.
Sorry. I was gonna say if some just because like something.
Moderator W.
Yeah.
You know, she had to lay down the line. She was right.
What's interesting is Base Tweaker just needs to calm down because he had a really good point. He's
did.
separating the difference between man and woman and masculine and feminine.
Right.
And so if he can focus on everything that I guess is wrong, everything that's wrong with men that they point out, just hit it with, oh well, you know, this is more effeminate traits that are causing them to become weak men, and start painting, you know, the masculine as all the positive things. And I thought he was going down a good track of logic right there.
We'll see what happens. Because Kel's going to ask her question. Gibbs may respond to what Tweaker said, and then Tweaker's going to have his response.
Is the majority? Like, does that mean you're saying that it's inherently good because men have always ran societies and there's like several, even though I'm sure Gibbs is going to hop in right now with some pertinent examples of women, right?
Yeah, I mean, I got plenty of those pertinent examples. Like, listen, we wouldn't even have America today as we know it.
Okay, hold on. I got plenty of those perfect examples. Anyway, let me completely sidetrack from what we were talking.
I mean, she kind of set him up, to be fair.
Yeah, dude. She did like really kind of t-ball him for nothing, bro.
He's like, hey, you know all those important women we're talking about? Gibbs, go ahead and name them.
Who overthrew societies? I'm sure he's got all the examples for me.
And then Gibbs is like, oh yeah, I've got, you know, a whole notepad full of them. Anyway.
Sorry, that was funny. That was funny as hell. All right.
Without Queen Isabella of Spain, she was basically the de facto power in her thing. Now we can argue about who's the majority. Fine, let's look at a different society. How about?
Hey, Chris Lestrange, welcome in, dude. Thanks for stopping by, bro. I appreciate you stopping in, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you, bro. Sorry I didn't see you in. We're going back and forth from the video to the chat, so if it takes me a while to respond, I do apologize, my man. All right.
Queen Elizabeth I with the Elizabethan era. It's one of the golden eras in English history. When we're talking about majority, when we're talking about the king or the queen, and the queen being the sole person on the throne, guess what? That's a woman majority. She's in power. She's in control. We can look at other societies like the Amazonians. I can point to matriarchal societies in South America and in the Polynesian Islands and whatnot. There's lots of examples throughout our history where women take leadership roles. We can even further go some of the Sumerian societies.
So he's saying they take leadership roles, but he's not outlining how they were good for those societies.
Yep. Or whether or not that when they took those roles, were they acting more feminine or masculine in those roles?
Right. Based. That's a good fucking point. That's a good point, Corey.
They have women in leadership roles. They maybe not be the majority, but they were contributing equal members of society. There's plenty of examples of warriors of the history of women. It goes on and on and on. This is like a not historically factually based argument. It's something that people on this side like to throw out and pretend is real. But whenever we face down the facts, there's examples, like I said, of Queen Elizabeth, who just totally destroy that narrative.
No, it actually doesn't destroy any narrative because, again, she uses men for force. The entire point is the implication of force. You're not understanding that I'm sitting here talking about men create, build, and destroy and protect.
Okay, so he's going the force doctrine option.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's not a bad argument because you could say that they're the only group that does it, and to build and destroy, that would have to represent all masculine traits. But if I'm Base Tweaker, I would probably say, hey, I'm not focusing so much on the men, but more so on the masculinity behind it.
Right. Well, so what I would say is, like the force doctrine route isn't bad necessarily, but the issue is we're talking about the leader, not necessarily the people who are behind like the actual wars. So it doesn't like the people who are dying in the wars doesn't necessarily have to do with politics unless we're talking about people who are in wars operating better in politics. That's a WW basically.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's a solid argument to stay around.
Yeah. See, that's where I would kind of force the hand of like, oh, well, these women were in power, but they have no idea what it's like to be in war. They've never been in war, and men in war who are the most masculine that we'd call in society, those people would understand the detriment of war and the kind of things that happen in war. So them being in power would be much better for any of the younger generation who could potentially be sent overseas. That's the direction that I would go with that.
And defend everything. That's actually how it's always worked historically. You use Queen Elizabeth, then actually defends my point because she used men to do it. She didn't do it on her own. She didn't collectivize women and make women do it. The entire point of force doctrine is to explain that men do everything and create all the force. Now, all of it.
If something is some way and has always been that way, does that mean it's good? Does that make it an inherent?
No, I've asked
good?
you guys.
No. You talk about pivoting.
She did call him on a fallacy there.
Yep.
Because he used the fall. I forget. I don't know the names of all the fallacies or anything. It's essentially like appealing to the normalcy.
But normalcy
it's,
fallacy or something like that.
Yeah. It's like
Where
appealing
because
to
something is, does it make it good?
Right. Or does that mean that it's going to be that way for eternity?
Yeah.
And like there's an argument of, because there's no way women would ever be able to change that. But at the same time, it is still just appealing to something that could potentially change, no matter how small the chance.
Zen's forehead says appeal to tradition.
Appeal to tradition? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. She did kind of call out the wrong thing he was saying. So that's a good point. The naturalistic fallacy. That was it.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Crystal Strange. Yeah. All right. We'll see where this goes.
Way from answering yes or no. If something has always been some way, and you're saying
there's no monolith. Absolutely not.
But there's also no way to show on a statistical basis that it should change. There's no statistics for that.
But you guys are arguing that it's a good thing for politics.
Let me finish, please. There's been opportunities to have women get to those rules, and they just haven't. Like there's been 2 recent opportunities for 2 women. I'm going to talk about Hillary Clinton specifically and Kamala Harris, who failed against a man that the left says that he's a felon and that he's unfit to be president, and yet he won against both of them. I mean,
why is it an inherent good though? If that's the way things have always been.
Who said it was inherently good?
Nobody said it was
you guys did.
good.
You said that. Oh, politics is good. I literally asked
I didn't say inherently.
Oh, dude, yeah, they fucking.
Yeah.
She just destroyed herself because they actually never said the fact that force doctrine works that way is a good thing. They just said that's the way it works. I think Zen's forehead. You touched on this. They didn't actually say it was a good thing. They just said that's how it is. It's a very, very, very bad position Kel just put herself in.
No one said inherently.
Okay, I did. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Yeah, thank you.
I asked you like the prompt. I said, why is it a net negative or positive in politics? And you said, well, because men have always done everything. And I'm saying, no, just because things have always been this way does not qualify as good. So what makes it good? You still haven't answered my question.
Yeah, Kel, I told you. I said that they statistically hold more roles in these like hugely like significant and like incredibly important areas of society. There's a difference between having knowledge and being able to apply that knowledge. This is what I was trying to get at earlier with my own profession, right?
What makes that good though?
Let me finish. There's like career politicians that people hate for this very reason. They don't have any actual real world experience. In fact, this is one of the things a lot of people value Trump on, is that he had business experience. He had experience leading a company. So they were like, okay, maybe he can lead a country, right, with that knowledge. There's 2 components here. It's not just about, educating someone with a fancy master's degree. They also need to be able to perform in the society which they are trained for.
So how is it a net positive that men are in those positions? Like it still doesn't answer the question.
Because they have real world experience, generally.
So they haven't had access to it then.
Well,
what
hold on. Well, hold it. What they're doing right here, Kelsey, is real interesting. They're arguing 2 contrary things at the same time, and this is kind of interesting. First, your partner Tweaker argued, "Oh, these weak men, all this." He said his exact words were, "These all fall under feminism and feminist traits. They've taken these on, and it's feminism fault." Well, that's interesting because the founding fathers, the people who created this great country, I brought up the ancient Greeks, and some of those people were philosophers. Many of those are philosophers. They have absolutely zero real world experience, and they designed the system of government that we based our system of government on. Many of these people in that case. So what you're telling me is,
I hope he has some form of like reference point to be able to say they have zero real world experience.
Yeah, like some sort of just anything.
Yeah, he's gonna have to buttress that point. Oh shit, Corey's gone. Corey, no! Hey, have a good night, Emmett. Thank you, man. Thank you for stopping by, bro. I appreciate you, dude.
Oh, is that Emmett?
Probably going to be a bunch of people jumping over into the panel.
Oh yeah, probably over there on the old. Yeah, we're pretty far behind, aren't we?
On the Meadow. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we're like almost 2 hours behind now.
Damn.
Are they still going? Dude, it looks
Holy
like they're still fucking
shit.
going. Okay. They just stopped the debate 15 minutes ago.
Wow.
Holy fuck. That's crazy.
Oh, somehow the least feminine and the guys that your partner would argue would be feminists by today's definition because they have no real world experience are somehow actually contributing to this thing, and they're going to be doing this. It's just ridiculous.
First off, you actually strawman my argument. That was me. That was me actually coming against your proposition that you made based on men and being weak in this. I was actually commenting on your stance. I actually wasn't making a stance there. So I think that you misunderstood that and you misrepresented my point. So actually, both me and her are both in congruence here when we actually speak upon men and the application.
Somebody just came in. I don't know if you guys read that super chat. They just fucking kind of bodied Sarah with that, unfortunately.
What?
Yeah. Now they said, how are they supposed to have a line of questioning if the other person on their team can jump in, and then that allows them to renege to make assertions and then hide behind their partner jumping in to take away from having to actually substantiate their claims. That's a very good point.
That's kind of where my head was with it. I mean, I see why he was frustrated, but I mean, he was kind of like a little bit spurgy, which I think is why Sarah shut it down,
Yeah.
But I agree. I mean, if there's like something where you're kind of going back and forth with someone and then they just get pinned into a corner, I feel like you should be able to finish out that altercation, like that back and forth before you pass it off to someone to save you.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Finish the fight and then pass it off.
Right.
But
right.
I also see Sarah's point where she's like, well, it's tag. It's not like, it's just you two versus you two. There's no formality to who says what.
That's fair.
But it does become kind of silly when you can just pass it off whenever you want.
Here, give me just a second. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, bro. I better piss.
You good?
20 minutes.
I might actually go back to the gas station. I went up to the gas station and freaking left my card here, so I just used $5 to get a cheeseburger at McDonald's instead.
Ooh.
And I'm like, now I want snacks and like a drink, and I'm sitting here like sweating in my apartment. Like, I got this fucking new light and shit, so it's like it doesn't look like I'm in like this dungy little room.
Yeah,
it's also kind of hot.
That can give kind of the bad idea, the dark dinginess, like you're in your basement or something. The light looks good though.
Yeah, it's made everything look a lot nicer. But I had these little strip lights on the wall, and I put them up wrong, and they just look tacky. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna get an actual light. And then when I switch my room around, because soon I'm getting a second desk, so I can have a bigger setup, have everything up, and I'm gonna move everything to a different part of my room, and then I'll be able to be a little more comfortable. Like I don't know if you guys can see but there's like a door handle right here because I'm in this very the only spot I had left in my little studio apartment was next to this closet, so I like crammed everything next to this closet door, and I'm like literally I look outward at my bed and everything. So when I stand up, you can just see my whole ass set up like right in the middle of my living room.
Those are frisbees behind you, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Was that my headset wasn't muted? Did y'all hear me pissing?
No,
not at all. Okay, I was talking about we were about to talk about disc golf while you were gone, but now you're back. So,
oh, you're good, man. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I forget that like my mic. Sometimes it's like hypersensitive. Other times it's not. So,
no, you're good.
Just as long as I wasn't fucking pissing on stream. That's
you're talking about how I'm crammed in the corner for my stream setup. Like it looks nice and professional, but it's like actually I'm looking out at my bed in my living room. So when you go to the other, like I showed it on my stream one time, and it's like just fucking ridiculous. Like you just look out and you're like, oh, he's just staring out into his living room.
I mean, I kind of am too. So like this is my back wall back over here, and then I have another wall back over here, and then this is actually back here is a sliding glass window and some blinds.
Yeah, dude. You're in the city too, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, bro. I'm in the freaking
that
downtown.
Yeah. So that goes out to my balcony, and then I have a pretty big apartment though. So it goes probably about like I'd say about maybe 60, 70 feet all the way to the door that way.
Wow.
Yeah. I
pretty
mean,
big.
but it's pretty big. It's just in a shit neighborhood, so rent's cheaper than it is anywhere else in the city. It's pretty nice.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's get it.
Let's see. There's been no contradiction. You used an argument that was based on your argument because unfortunately you actually took the affirmative by accident because we shifted it. Now again, you haven't actually demonstrated how force doctrine isn't applied almost unilaterally in all societies. You haven't given us any examples at all. You've actually given us examples to the positive. You showed us Queen Elizabeth. Now again, you're saying what's an inherent good. It doesn't actually matter because we're talking about positive. What is the definition of positive?
How is that positive? So it's positive because it's the majority?
What's the definition of positive? I just asked you the question.
Right. So I would say that it's like a net good for the society. So
so hold on.
You
were going from Oxford to now using proprietary.
You're telling me it's positive, so I'm like,
I just want to know when you draw a stance and you don't use the internet or some other authority to actually appeal to get your definition from. Right now, you're defining it for yourself, but prior to now, you were trying to
we can still use the Oxford,
which is men.
To be fair, I don't think they have to define that, right?
You're muted.
So that's the thing. They did define it. Gibbs gave a definition, and then Kell gave the Oxford definition. Here's the problem with their two definitions. Gibbs's definition of masculinity, he affirmed it as a good thing. And he said, he painted a definition onto Base, Tweaker, and Page and said, your definition is actually fake, and it's not real masculinity. My definition of masculinity is real, and it's a good thing. But the issue is they never gave a definition for masculinity. And they could have fucking run with that. Kell, her definition of masculinity was incredibly nebulous.
Yeah.
Like literally the Oxford definition was masculinity is, and I quote, traits commonly attributed to men. So that could be literally fucking anything.
Keep it vague.
Right. But the issue is you can't necessarily point to traits commonly attributed to men without, like, you can't point to things and say they're bad without also pointing to things to say that they're good.
Yeah.
Right. So both of their definitions that they gave, if I was Tweaker in this position, I would have just co-opted Gibbs's definition and then ran with the fact that he thought it was actually a good thing because that's the masculinity. That would have been the most effective strategy in this, right? Because Gibbs literally gave him the win on a silver platter. Gibbs had two options at that point: backtrack and say his definition of masculinity was wrong, or concede the prompt. And conceding the prompt is bad, but or is an instant loss. But having to backtrack on like the foundation of an argument you're trying to build is essentially a loss in and of itself.
Yeah. It's a loss by, I guess, more cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's interesting about this is, once again, she did use the Oxford for the first one. I can use the Oxford now, and it still lines up exactly with the her proprietary.
See, he's trying to step away from his original definition of masculinity now, because he knows. See, like, look at Tweaker's face. Tweaker's like, "Yep, exactly. Of course you are, because you called it a good thing." So now you're going to use the Oxford definition and not your own definition that you already gave because you said that was a good thing. So now they're going to go with the nebulous definition, and you can walk all the fuck over that.
Definition was, if I'm going to go sit here and go, constructive, optimistic, or confident. That's the one that would be most applicable to what we're talking about right now. Okay, if we're going to take that definition from Oxford, okay, cool. How does that not line up with what you're saying? How is it not a net positive? How is this net positive? You haven't demonstrated at all. In fact, I've demonstrated multiple times with multiple historical examples where this is a net negative. And I don't actually agree with your idea of forced doctrine, because forced doctrine, in this case, comes down from the top. If all the men in the world are scared of one woman, that woman's got the force of power and the force of will. Like Joan of Arc leading an army, just like Queen Elizabeth leading an empire. If one woman at the top has a high force of will, then guess what? Force doctrine applies equally via soft power than it does the hard power with men. Just because she's using men, every one of those men is her baby back bitch in this regard, because they are doing everything she says, knowing they could go in there and physically take her off the throne. So that you're forced.
I think he muted again.
So I keep muting it. My bad.
You're good.
So that was a good avenue to go down, because if masculinity was the positive force in politics and force doctrine is in place, then why don't men just take women out of power?
Yeah.
Like that was a very good line to go down. We'll see how Tweaker responds to that.
Doctor argument.
No, actually, listen, hold on. Let me
And
finish.
I also was just going to say, let our side finish first.
Let me take 10 seconds.
Speaker, please. And I was just going to say, bro, you keep fucking making me lose my train of thought. It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
No, serious. I'm dead serious. Like, you need to be polite, please. Like, it's very frustrating. God, I should have written it down. I didn't think you were going to do that again, dude. You need to fucking...
It's all right. We're gonna take our time. Everybody's gonna take our time. We're all gonna take a nice deep breath. Let's all do a little woosah on the panel.
Is she
and
crying?
we're all gonna calm the fuck down.
I think she is.
And then we're gonna
He did make her
back
cry.
to Kel. She's gonna get her.
Remember, he said he was going to do that earlier. He said, "Bro, I
But
want
to
to
be
make."
fair, that wasn't even that egregious.
I know he didn't even do anything bad, bro. She just got super flustered.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. He said he was going to do it. I got to give it to him, bro. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. Oh man!
Trying to.
She already knifed herself.
You see that shit-eating grin on his face? He was like, "Yep, there it is."
Thought
That's
back
so
with her.
funny,
We're gonna
Gage.
work through this. All right, and to the chat, finish the fucking goal before I just go to bed, because I'm already over all of this. Does
Someone
anybody
fucking
have like a
finish that
line of
goal.
logic that they'd like to run, or maybe like a standpoint aside from just throwing shit at the wall? I'd like to hear something like fundamentally break down instead of just words and things. But I'm gonna hand it back to Kel. Do you have your train of thought back with you, darling?
I'm so sorry. I'm like backing it up. Like,
You muted yourself again.
it was so minor. I'm like, but it was important. I'm like,
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Maybe you'll think of it when we continue talking, then you can, get back into it.
All right. Well, we'll hand it. Yeah, we'll hand it back over, and then Kel, when you get that thought, write it down on your paper, and then raise your hand, and we'll bring it back to you. Okay. All right. Back over to Paige and Tweaker.
Yeah. So, I think I've made a lot of logical conclusions here, and I've had a lot of stats to break it up as well. We know that men hold the majority in these key infrastructure positions, and with the enforcement of, things like the military and police powers. And, women
Write
just
it
do not hold
down,
these
Kel.
positions. They don't have the real world experience. I'm not saying that women can't be good at these roles, that they don't have the potential. I'm just saying currently that's not the reality. So when we're talking about electing officials, like we already have a requirement that somebody be a certain age.
Hold on, that super chat is fucking based. I'm sorry.
I can't see it.
Is she crying? Could you imagine women like her being the majority in politics? This is why masculinity is positive.
Well, bro, this happened in fucking the UK. The lady over there in fucking, oh man, who was it? She started crying, and then the UK missed out on like a massive weapons deal because of it.
Yep.
Or something.
To be fair, this is a tactic women use to garner power. If they can get men to simp for her, then you can use their force.
Yeah, but knowing Sarah's audience.
Oh no, this is not going to go well with them. I'm just saying this.
Yeah,
this is
There's a couple secrets.
Look at Gibbs. Gibbs is like fuck.
There's a couple secret simps in her audience for sure, though.
Oh no, 100%. Like the thing is, most of the guys in Sarah's audience are Sims for Sarah.
That is true. And
You know what I mean? That's the
very
thing, though. That's the thing, though. Sarah is a conservative Christian woman.
Yeah, bro.
Kel is not. Kel is a
Yeah.
fucking hardcore lefty feminist. Like, calls herself a lesbian because she's
Centrist.
dating like a trans lady or whatever. She's dating a dude that calls himself a chick, right? Like that's two completely different worlds with Kel and Sarah. You know what I mean?
A straight lesbian?
Dude, I don't ask these questions anymore.
I mean, that's a super minority.
Ask no questions, hear no lies, bro. You know what I mean?
Super minority.
Yeah.
Oh, soda.
President, right? There should be requirements, and I believe these do exist by force of election, as to whether or not somebody is suitable for the role. Right? Obviously, somebody who has experience in the military is going to make a better world leader. Like, we just know this. They have the launch codes, for crying out loud. We know that somebody who's more knowledgeable in construction is going to be more knowledgeable about what legislation should come into force in order to assume that there's going to be enough, houses for people when they move into a specific country, or to determine how many people can move into that country in order to be properly housed and cared for by the public system and the private system. So I just don't see how you're not obtaining the correlation there. No experience makes good leaders.
I think Kel had her. Did you find your thought?
Yeah.
Got it?
Sorry.
Okay.
It would have been so quick. Tweaker, I literally was just going to say, you said use a definition. I want to see you use a definition other than the internet or appealing to some random book or da-da-da. If I was like, well, I think it's this, that's great. Like, who the fuck am I? Like, I can't just come up with a definition because that's whatever that is, appeal fallacy that you said. Like, appeal to nonsense.
No, I'm just taking intense for peace. I have fun at debating. I like this.
I've been waiting, Gibbs.
I just get frustrated.
Oh,
That's fair. Go ahead, Tweaker.
So again, we've described exactly what force doctrine is. We've tried to show you how it applies, and you keep obfuscating the same way that you've been doing since the very beginning of the debate. Every time that we try to run a line of logic, you try to obfuscate and go somewhere else, and obviously my brain just allows myself to follow. So at the end of the day, you have not demonstrated in any way. When you sit here and say, oh, this woman controls these men. Well, if these men were to just decide, fuck her, it's over, because it shows you the exertion of the force is men. It doesn't matter if you can manipulate the man. That's not the point. The force doctrine demonstrates where the force is applied from. No one's making a claim that a woman can't control that and manipulation. But at the end of the day, that man will be used against her. That's the point.
Yeah. So, I got to say, everything you just said is, for lack of a better way to put this, baby back bullshit. And it's real simple as to why. When I'm sitting here looking at this, I go, who's given examples, specifically in history, why this is bad? Well, that's us. We've given specific examples why it's bad. They've put forth these ideas. They posited this idea, this real-world experience is somehow good. I posited how that real-world experience might actually be a detriment in creating a logical political society that benefits most people. Now, I've actually posited forth examples, real-world examples. I posited forth how the force doctrine doesn't apply in the way they think they do, that it does. I've actually given all counter-arguments to all these. Now, I'm going to ask them the same question, because they asked us this repeatedly. Why is it bad? Well, why is it good that these people have these roles? You didn't really explain that. Whenever I actually gave real world examples of why social sciences and women who lead the field, lead the majority of people in those fields, they're actually like the highest number of people that get those degrees. Last time I checked, and we see them in office right now working for the bureaucracy. They're the ones in the social sciences with the experience in those fields. Now, I would posit, just by your own logic, since they have that experience in the education system and the experience in the bureaucracy, they would be the most qualified to lead in this regard. Now, what's crazy is that's using your own logic. Now, if we're not going to use your own logic and we're just going to follow through, once again, I'm actually giving a real world example. This works. You're once again just saying, it might work. You're not saying why good. You're just saying this is happening, which we're pointing out exact reasons why bad. And that's really the problem with you have to affirm your case, and y'all have not failed to do that at every single level of this debate.
When have they said that masculinity was bad for politics? Like, I understand that Tweaker and Page really haven't made the best case for why it's good, but when have Kel and Gibbs actually made an argument for how it's bad? Because he just said that's what they've been doing, but it doesn't seem like
they haven't.
Yeah. So that was Like he wants to talk shit about like how they're spitting bullshit, but he literally just went on like a long tirade of bullshit.
Yes.
Okay,
So
you
let's
give an example.
I was going to say this is just the fortunate part about being on the side that all you have to do is stand your ground and defend your position. You could literally say bullshit, and as long as they don't prove their point, I mean, I guess you technically get a win.
Well, and I mean, they could do the same thing on the affirmative though. If you can spout a bunch of non-falsifiables and buttress your point with those things, you win.
But you kind of, but they kind of haven't. And if they're coming with such a weak argument, I mean, you can kind of make the same argument back, and then just at least provide that stronger foundation.
Yeah, and continue to spiral like they have, because it's kind of been like they've just been circling the drain, but not actually going down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's because this is a strong argument for him, and I mean, maybe Base Tweaker sees this and he's about to respond to this next.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Of bad from your own moral purview, but when I ask you why it's bad, you never gave an answer. So again, you're basically just asserting that because you think it's bad, that it's bad, and all you've done is give positive examples. You've given positive examples and negative examples of why masculinity is good. Again, you've never asserted that positivity doesn't come from masculinity. So we've shown it many times that masculinity actually is demonstrated in our politics in many instances throughout history. At the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter if you think that it's negative. I'm asking you to demonstrate that it's negative and tell me why bad. You've never given why. Where is
correlation is not causation
moral coming from?
Well, once again,
that was fucking retarded, Kel.
Yeah, I don't.
Correlation is not causation. That says absolutely nothing.
That's like saying birds don't fly.
Right.
This right, like once again, the metric, because it's polis. Politics comes from polis, which means the people. Right. Once again, when the people are dying, that's unquestionably not a positive influence to politics.
Unquestionably, it is questioned. I'm asking you why.
It's not unquestionable because once again, polis, the people, if they're dead, they're no longer people. It's that simple. This is bad. This is the ultimate failure of what you're pushing forward, and what you push forward leads to more death. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen economic collapse, which leads to quality.
See, he opened himself up to a big one there, because queens that were in power were known to go into war a little more hastily than men would.
That's true. And to be fair, queens are more likely to be tyrannical.
Yeah. Let's think Queen Isabella.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That was a brutal bitch, dude, in the Spanish Inquisition. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, he opened himself up here. See, Tweaker doesn't have the history aspect. He's very good at arguing semantics. This is what he's told me personally.
This is what Paige needs to be on top of this.
Correct. Paige needs to jump in with the historical knowledge, because he's bringing up history and he has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Life that is worse for the people. I'm sorry. Once again, I have grounded my argument in philosophy as well and in real world fact. You are sitting here arguing why bad? Why is economic collapse bad? It's bad. We all know why it's bad. That's a dumb question. Why is death, when we're trying to define what's good for the people for politics, why is death bad? It's bad. It's the ultimate failure, fam.
So you've used Genghis Khan as example twice now, both to defend and attack your own position. And I'm going to go ahead and use it here. You just now said that all of the people dying is bad. So that means propagating the people good. Genghis Khan is his example. You demonstrated our point, not your own. Again, we don't have to keep going back and forth. You haven't told us why they're not positive. You've actually told us why they're positive and negative.
No, you keep using that.
I wanted to give Paige, because she had tried to tap in earlier, so I wanted to make sure she had the opportunity. Paige, if you had.
Angel. Sorry, everybody is so good at talking. So, I just wanted to make a point. Okay, I don't know how far we're gonna get with the morality thing. I think y'all's morality is cracked. I don't see how it can reach any objective conclusion. But I'd just like you to show me how, in a society where we completely eradicate masculinity from politics, i.e. we remove all of the men from politics, keeping in mind that they hold the majority of all the seats in the House right now, like by a far shot. It's like 20% women. How is that going to make a better society? Tell me how.
I will tell you how.
Fundamental misunderstanding of what we hear all
hypothetical. Can you not indulge in a hypothetical? How would you feel
well,
if
no,
you
because
this morning?
to remove because correlation does not equal causation. Like eliminating masculinity.
And she just said the same fucking thing a second time, and it has literally nothing to do with what they're asking. Taglines are not arguments, gentlemen.
Those words sound really good together.
Taglines are not fucking arguments, okay?
From politics. No, because I'm explaining it to you exactly why. Masculinity in politics does not mean removing men from politics. That was not the prompt. It's, are we removing men? It's masculinity.
Okay, how are we going to do that? How are we going to remove masculinity? Are we going to put all the men on estrogen pills?
No.
Are we going to castrate them? What are we going to do?
Part of my definition of masculinity was biological. Testosterone was a main and key component of my definition.
Just because parts of your
Was it
definition are just
disqualifiers?
inescapable from any form of masculinity, like oh, they have testosterone. Well, women also have testosterone. I guess they're masculine. Like this is dumb. Like that's a dumb argument, and we know that it's societal reasons was why. Like is putting a kilt on in one country like masculine? Yeah. If I put a skirt on here, they're gonna call me gay. It's really that simple. Like so, it's clearly a societal construct that determines what masculinity is. Like so, when you're sitting here making this argument, it's ridiculous. Now, as far as your hypothetical, this is the problem, right? With your hypothetical, is we engage in the debate, which is masculinity is a positive force. All right. Then we pointed out that what you're offering is a fake, bad version of masculinity, right? We're not saying masculinity.
What is that, though? That's the thing, right? He's saying fake bad, and if anything, all Tweaker has done this entire fucking debate is agree with him on what he calls real masculinity.
And then so now if he goes down this and he's not careful, then Base Tweaker's just gonna hit him with the simple one-liner, you know. But I agree with you that masculinity is good.
Yeah. No, I agree with your definition of masculinity. It's a good thing, right? Then what's he gonna say?
And then this is where you got to kind of be short and let them dig themselves out of this simple question.
Yes. That's the thing, right? Like they are two completely different things. Exactly. No, Gibbs just gave a whole line of bullshit, and he continues. That's the thing that they haven't called him on yet, which I don't understand, is they have yet to call him on the fact that he continues to paint them with a definition that they never fucking gave. Your definition of masculinity is false. It's not real masculinity. My definition of masculinity is real, and it's good. That's what he continues to assert. And like Tweaker has said multiple times in this debate, we agree on like your definition of masculinity. Therefore, it's good, right? That's the like main question. He's even said that out loud, and they completely just walked right over it. Like he needs to box them into this because it's literally Gibbs just handed him again. They handed him the fucking debate on a silver platter.
Hey, lower class.
We're not saying
yo.
I am probably going to call it a night. I'm getting old.
Okay, no sweat, bro. Hey, rest easy, cousin.
I'll probably pass out listening on the listening in the chat.
Oh, you're all good, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna keep commenting and stuff. But
yeah.
I'll try to keep a better eye on chat here. Let me fucking. I guess that's not gonna help too much. All right. Well, we'll see what happens, boys.
God bless y'all.
God bless, brother. Peace.
Remove all men. We're saying remove what you're advocating for. And you haven't disputed that. Y'all sitting here and going, oh, well, this, oh, well, that, the pillars of fortitude. It's ridiculous. It's
No. I'm going to go ahead and speak to what you just specifically said about the kilt, because at the end of the day, that's actually feminine. That's actually feminine. The actual reality is it's very masculine to be stoic and actually represent your country. No. There is no country that believes. Yeah. There's no country that believes the kilt. And Scotland, it's not viewed as masculine to wear the kilt. It's a part of the ensemble. Now, you want to sit here and talk about masculine and feminine. Feminine is the kilt. That's still feminine. The man wears it because, again,
that's ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. Men of virtue actually uphold those virtues. It doesn't matter if I wear pink. It doesn't make me gay. It's not a masculine color. It's a feminine color.
Kind of a weird avenue to go down. I don't know necessarily where he's trying to take this, but we'll see. We'll see where he goes.
But a man's wearing it, showing stoicism.
You're arguing that a random piece of clothing or a random color is just inherently feminists are masculine or
Never
feminine.
said inherent.
Like, hold on. So that's what you did right here with what you like when you argue, oh, the kilt is feminine. Well, no, based on their culture, it's not feminine at all. Based off.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird route to go down.
Say I had a culture, I'm purely hypothetical. Let's run another one. If I had a culture and pink was the hardest color in the world and black was the most feminine color in the world, guess what? World changing, that's masculine in this culture. Just because your culture has a different definition of masculine doesn't mean it's not masculine. This is why I keep saying you don't have any idea what real masculinity is, and what you're proposing is a net negative for politics. It's confused men leading confused, the blind leading the blind.
No, don't try and get away from my question. Like, you just completely just pivoted again. Like, I'm going to give you an A+ this evening. Gibbs.
You guys just throw debate words around.
A+. Okay, let's get back to the point. Okay, we're talking about our culture right now. I mean, I'm not American, but this is what we agreed on for this debate. We're going to be talking
fucking Canadians
about American culture. Okay, how are we going to remove masculinity in American politics? Explain this to me without eliminating men. How are we going to do that?
We eliminate y'all's version of masculinity by getting back to the good kind. That's what we need to do.
The good masculinity, right? He literally just conceded the fucking prompt. That is insane.
What does that mean? What does that
go back
mean?
to traditional roots.
You guys still haven't even.
That's what we've described. Traditional masculinity.
There's so many different versions of masculinity.
Okay, children. I'm trying really hard to get through this with all of you, and I think we just need to learn to look at the point that's being made and answer to the point. Go ahead. I think Gibbs, you were talking before everyone was.
I'll try to answer her concisely. Like the argument that eliminating all men is the only way to get rid of like what I'm calling this bad version, this newer version of masculinity. Well, I'm trying to engage your hypothetical in good faith, right? Okay. So like you're arguing, okay, what's the way are we going to get rid of masculinity unless we get rid of men? Well, I'm arguing, well, that's not going to matter because even if we believe in force doctrine, you're still going to have quote unquote the masculine women. Then they're going to take over by your own argument. So like, there's no like way that you're going to sit here and push this forward and like really get it. The only way we remove masculinity is not by removal of men, is by removing of this bad version of masculinity that y'all are proposing.
So what you're saying is masculinity is good.
Equilibrium.
Can you demonstrate?
So what you're saying is masculinity is good. You're painting a false definition onto both of them, and you're saying real masculinity is good. It's a positive force in politics. Like, they need to fucking trap him in this. This is insane. I have never seen somebody argue in a refutation for the affirmative side. Yes. That's fucking crazy. I don't understand how this is even a fucking point. Like, they need to trap him in this and not let him get out. I don't understand how this debate goes on for another hour and like fucking it goes on for like another fucking 45 minutes to an hour. This is crazy.
Demonstrate that masculine women are beating masculine men. Can you actually demonstrate that?
Dude, like they're not. He just handed them the fucking debate. What the fuck?
Well,
this is the hypothetical. I don't have a way to like. I don't have a way to,
because in that hypothetical, you can't say that happens. Like again, we've proposed that force doctrine is men, and you've demonstrated that over and over by saying, hold on, stop. By saying Cleopatra used the men. You've used that in your own logic. So by your own logic, you can't actually refute that.
No, hold on. I was engaging in her hypothetical just now.
And you're
okay. Hold on. If there's no men left, who does the force doctrine?
Masculine men.
If there's no men, if all the men in the world are gone, who's going to be doing the force doctrine?
You're talking about an impossible hypothetical. How are
all the men that's the hypothetical. That's what we were just engaging in.
Because a hypothetical has to be logical in order for you to actually apply it.
This is your partner's hypothetical.
No. It has to attract in logic. All men can't go and women still exist. Can you name exactly how that happens?
This is your partner's hypothetical.
We're engaging with it for her.
I'm engaging in your partner's hypothetical. That's what I'm doing right now.
He's asking questions based on your answers to my hypothetical, right?
But we never said that it was in.
So okay, it's fine. Did the women die off at some point? We all
Yeah,
know
no. You're acting like it's a
good for you?
concession. Can I here? Let me go. You're acting like it's a concession by saying we need to get masculinity out of politics. We have given several examples of how we perceive it to be, and you guys are like, well, no, we don't have to. You still can say
perceived it the same way.
No. You let me finish. I'm dead serious, dude. Like dead serious. You guys, we are asking you, how is masculinity a net positive in politics? You're saying, well, because men are like have fortitude and blah 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 blah. You're never just getting down to the crux of, okay, these things are masculinity. These are adjacent, but causation does not equal correlation. What specifically?
Correlation does not equal causation. She just tried to say it again, and she said it wrong. She needs to stop using these fucking bullshit taglines. She's not making a point with it.
Like, okay, you could swap out masculinity for, like, say, fortitude or determination or particularly strong people. And it's not gender specific. Like, there's so many situations. If we're coming up and it's like, okay, well, we're talking about an exception.
Scott.
Of course, majority, small, but if an exception.
Scott, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why, like, they literally just gave them the fucking debate on a silver platter. Like, Gibbs just handed it to them. You want the W, here it is. I don't understand why they haven't grabbed that yet. That's insane to me. This is the thing that I've been saying since the very fucking beginning of this debate. The very beginning. He led with this. Gibbs did. It's crazy that they haven't grabbed onto this yet. Much gender specific doesn't work here, broad. No shit, dude.
Keeps coming up over and over again, then it's probably a bigger situation than we like to think, right?
Would you not agree that my comprehensive list of things which contribute to the definition of masculinity most commonly occur in men? Like, are you going to argue
that contribute to the definition? But we still haven't gotten a definition. You've told me all the things that
5 times, lady.
No.
They actually, like, I will say, by this point in the debate, she's now arguing with ghosts because they actually have demonstrated what they consider masculinity. And if anything, it falls right in line with the masculinity that Gibbs keeps talking about. So these two are falling apart now. They're falling apart. Kel's trying to go down a line. I don't know if she just didn't, like, pay attention or hasn't been listening. Gibbs just keeps handing them W's on silver platters that they're not taking for some reason. Like, this is crazy to me.
Oh, you've given me characteristics.
How definition. Give it.
Okay, can you define masculinity for me, Paige? Because I don't think.
Yes.
Can anybody in chat, guys? Chat. Can you guys delineate? Oh no, you're good. You're good, Tweaker. If you want to come up, bro. Here, let me send you the link real quick. Steelman, I don't know what the fuck you just sent me. I'll read that later. Sorry, bro. All right. 1 second. If you want to jump up. I'm being a little brutal here, bro, but right now, Paige and Gibbs, where we're at in the debate, they are falling apart. All right. I'll send this to you. You're more than welcome to jump in. Dude, I will say my biggest critique of this was, oh, you are? Okay, don't worry about it then, bro. It's fine. My biggest critique, I will say, Tweaker, dude, he handed you that debate in the very beginning. I'm like surprised you didn't take it. I've been like waiting for you to jump on this. Like he literally conceded the prompt right in the very beginning. I was surprised you didn't jump on that one. Yeah. Well, dude, the link's good for whenever. So whenever you want, dude, jump on up.
Yes. It's a combination of things. It's stoicism, leadership, protection.
So there's no
okay, fine. I'll give a more concise definition. Let me give a more concise definition.
No, that's not inherently masculine. You guys are missing
the fuck up.
You guys are just giving adjectives that could be girls too. That could be girls.
I'm trying to give you a definition as you've asked over and over and over. I'll give a more concise one. Masculinity is going to be defined as a combination of traits which are associated with the male sex. How about that?
Yeah.
Is that a good enough definition? I gave it very clear and defended it throughout the entire time of this debate. So again, I've given you a very clear definition. Refute it.
So what about kilts in Scotland?
Yeah, again, that's not masculine. It's masculine based on societal principles in that society. But again, that's not inherently masculine.
Exactly.
Hold on. Let's just play this game. All right.
I told you it's stoicism.
No, hold on. Let's just play this game here. So there's two things happen. One, your partner did do exactly what Kel just said, which is list a bunch of adjectives, and which was basically, stoicism, some other traits that are not, by definition, inherently masculine on their own. And I would argue, even if they were together, they are not necessarily masculine even together. Now, if we're going to argue about what you just said, let's talk about that. Well, you've given only the biological definition of masculinity. Cool. We're just finding how a man, just like it's a masculine adjective. Oh, that is a masculine animal. This is a dominating whatever in this field of animals. It's like muscly. It's based off these biological characteristics. That doesn't have any bearing on how a social science like politics is going to be influenced in a net good. All you're saying is these characteristics exist as a biological animal. That's what one definition of masculine. We're talking about the social aspects of this, right? That's why we keep.
So Gibbs's argument here is, well, you're describing this kind, but we're describing this kind. That's his entire argument here. He's not getting anywhere with this fucking argument. This is crazy. Like, he's going to have to dig himself out of this hole. Tweaker, I really, really, really hope you jumped on this. I'm still waiting because, like, you had him in a corner, dude. Like, you could have taken him out so fast. Exactly. It's masculine everywhere. Yes. Do I? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what Rob's brother looks like.
Keep bringing up the kilt analogy, right? Because masculinity is a social construct within a social science, like anthropology or political science, right? So when we're sitting here talking this, we're not talking about your biological definition. We're talking about how it applies within a society as we know it, how it influences things. So your things, oh, cool, I have high testosterone.
But he literally said leadership, loyalty, strength. Those three things affect society. Again, Gibbs has tried to paint them with a definition that they never gave while giving them a definition that he considers good. He conceded the point from the very fucking beginning.
Well, guess what? If you're a woman within a species that has high testosterone, the animal might be larger than.
In his opening statement, by the way.
The male aspect of that. So it varies by species, even among the biological. And so when we're talking about politics, this has no bearing on the situation at hand.
And we gave you an example of that too. We gave you the example of how men statistically hold more jobs in these critical infrastructure sectors and in the military. And I told you that hasn't statistically changed even since the enforcement of DEI initiatives within the government itself. And you basically discount that.
You're like, construct.
Hey, Zenz, hopefully that means good things are coming, because I would love to live doing this. I fucking love streaming, dude. It's fucking amazing, bro. It's something I look forward to every day. It sucks that I'm gonna have to change up my schedule and my timing and stuff.
Regulatory based. Just let me finish. You're like, oh, well, women could do that too. I was like, okay, so why haven't they done it? Why are they not holding these roles? So even when they're given all the opportunities, the most opportunities they've been given since the dawn of time, why are they not doing them? What is wrong there?
I would go back to I don't know why women aren't more involved politically.
You don't know.
That's a whole separate argument.
No reason
but I would say why the hell does the majority equal good? That still doesn't make it intrinsically good. You're saying, okay, well, men are in all these political positions, and they're always
know what you think is good, so we're at a loss.
They're typically like leading societies. Good. Okay, well, you guys don't think that fucking keeping people alive is like that good. Like it's nuanced conversation. We've defined our definition of good. You guys have not done the opposite.
Well, you know what's interesting is they've argued for force doctrine, and we can actually point to examples where force doctrine is a net failure. I mean, like look at the most famous socialist in history, the National.
We're making an
Socialist.
is claim, not an not claim.
Let him finish.
Yeah.
For
so-
fuck's sake, Beast, let him finish. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, so if we're gonna like look at your claims, you talked about force doctrine a lot. Okay, cool. Well, we can point to net negatives of force doctrine. Look at the most famous socialist in history, the National Socialists. You know, they're sitting here going, they're putting socialism into practice, and what are they doing? They're rounding up groups and they're genociding them. They're using force doctrine to sit here and kill these people in mass. And your argument is, well, we can't tell if that's good or bad because.
How would you fight against that without some form of force? What was the thing that destroyed 1940s Germany? It wasn't fucking sit-ins and drum circles. You know what I mean? The thing that destroyed that was force. If you don't have a force to meet against a force like that, that force wins. What a fucking terrible argument.
Who knows if dying's really bad? And I'm sitting here arguing, oh, this is an example of when this has failed. This is why we need to get these bad masculine traits, the ones that you're advocating for, out of politics. And we need to get the good masculine traits in, not your version, not your dumbed down, biological only kind of logic. That just, it doesn't work. We've seen it time and time again. And this is why genocides continue to happen.
Where are the female leaders that we could draw a contrast
All
with?
the gish galloping has gotten to a point where it's ridiculous. We made a descriptive.
Steelman, I don't think I'm gonna go over there tonight. It's already midnight. I'm gonna finish this. Yeah, exactly, Zens, exactly. So I'm gonna finish this debate commentary. Yeah, hopefully Tweaker jumps in. I'm gonna razz his nuts a little bit when he gets here, just for a couple things. But I'm gonna finish this debate commentary. Me and you can talk for a second, Stammy. But I'm gonna end up going to bed. This is my second stream of the day, and I'm at 4 hours, and this could potentially go on for another hour because I do want to cover this debate in its entirety. And
we've got quite a bit of time, and they might go for a while, bro.
Yeah,
they sometimes go for like 6 to 8 hours.
Well, so the debate ends 13:01. Oh god, there's another hour left of this debate. Holy shit! All right, we'll see what happens.
Claim we made an is claim that this is how it is. Force doctrine is. I don't need you to give me an example of how force.
You guys want us to stay in the United States?
We're saying it is inherent. That is the only inherent claim I've made the entire time. Is that force doctrine?
No, yeah, 100%, Zens. No, he did good. He did good. Absolutely. I'm not saying he did bad. There's just a couple things I want to fucking bust his balls about. That's it, man. You know what I mean? Hey, Steelman, dude, good sport about that one. That was good. That was funny. Tweaker needs to focus on establishing agreed upon definitions and terms and posit a clear position to defend in the future. Prevent this talking past each other's arguments. Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome in, brother.
Hey. All right. Go ahead and make me look stupid and bust my balls because this shit here was the most infuriating. No. You know, I have to say something. Fuck Sarah. Fuck her fucking platform. Fuck her dumbass dumb cunt. I would love to fucking debate her ignorant ass motherfucking non-following sucking Andrews goddamn cock motherfucking bitch ass. I swear to God, someone else tries to run a line of logic and he fucking falls apart because someone doesn't listen and I explain how it happens. You're interrupting. Well, no fucking shit, Sarah. Get the shit show under fucking control.
I will say there was a really good point brought up on a super chat when you asked Gibbs a question. No. I was saying so there. I was about to let you know. So when you asked Gibbs a question and then Kel tried to answer and you were like, that was to Gibbs. And then Sarah cut you off and said that, oh, they're a team. There was a very good question in chat, which that question was, how can you expect any lines of logic to be like followed through on when someone else can answer questions for someone else?
Yeah.
It's allowing people to essentially butt in and not substantiate claims that they've been asked. It was a very good question.
it's one of many examples. And like it's funny because I've watched so many of Sarah's debates and she's normally such a good moderator from my perspective. But I realize it's because she doesn't actually have people that are very similar to things that she's not comfortable with. Backstage, she described her son as autistic and hard to handle and all these things. And it's just like, okay, well, I'm sorry that you're conflating me to your son, but that's not fair that you're going to use what you use against him against me. And she's doing it very clearly. She's treating me like a child. She's acting like I don't know how to compose myself and control myself, but she would never, never do that to who? Who would she never do that to? Lower class. Who? Who would she never do that to? Come on, who's the most important debater that's ever been on her platform? Starts with an A and ends with a Wilson.
Oh, Andrew. Yeah. See, I don't know.
I never stop him. I do because I watch all of them. She would never stop him. She would never interrupt him. She would never say, "Oh, quit interrupting." She would let him interrupt forever. And then the moment that that person was about to quit debating and stop doing everything, she'd be like, "Okay, it's time for us to calm down." Because again, it's about favoritism and bullshit. She's not about argument and logic. Because all she did was sit here and watch two people ignore every point I made. I actually put them, I fucking professionally put them on the defensive, and Sarah gave it back. She forced us back into it. Like, this is so fucking retarded, dude.
So you want to know my biggest critique so far that I would give you?
I don't even know where you're at.
We're like really far behind, dude.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm talking like, dude. Gibbs conceded the prompt
at the beginning of the debate.
Statement.
Yes,
in his opening statement.
No, but but, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't have let him out of that because so what he did with that was he built the structure of his argument on that y'all have this false definition of masculinity, and then my definition, which is real masculinity, is good masculinity. But the thing is,
I redefined definition. Okay, listen. I know you haven't watched the full debate, but I know for a fact that at a certain point in this debate, I made it very clear, and I've actually redefined masculinity. I actually took a definition from another source in the middle of the debate, and I did it.
I think we saw that.
So there's 3 different definitions of masculinity, and I demonstrate that he proves all 3 of them and demonstrates them on several occasions. So that still comes. If you haven't seen that yet, I don't know what to say because it does come. No.
So here's what I'm saying. So in the very beginning, he conceded the prompt of the debate, and he spent the debate painting y'all with a definition that you never actually you did not give this false definition that he said that you gave, and then you even agreed with him on what his real masculinity definition was. I would not have let him out of that. I would have said, we actually have the same definition of masculinity, and you're calling it real masculinity.
Here's the problem. Okay, you've watched the same debate that I was in, right? Do you think that if I would have done that Sarah would have been any better?
Well, so what I would have done.
Sarah ruined my debate. Sarah ruined my debate. That's what she did. Because at the end of the day, it was a bunch of tard wrangling. That's what it was. You have a conservative with a liberal woman that doesn't actually know how to debate. And then you have Paige on my side. She's a lovely lady and she's great at TikTok, but she's not very good in structured form debate because she gets nervous and she doesn't listen to me. When she's on TikTok, she has a couple drinks and she feels great and she's aggressive. But when she's here, she refuses to drink and it kind of ruins the entire dynamic. Now, I still love Paige. I will always love Paige. The difference is bro, I want you to watch this and tell me it wasn't a 1v2.
To a large degree, it was. Yeah. To a large degree, it was. Yeah.
I love Paige. I really, really love Paige. I'm still on the open panel right now. Paige hasn't said shit on the open panel. I had to give up. I literally was sitting here watching the open panel after having some one-on-ones with some people. And Corinth, I definitely fucking said fuck you to him, and he conceded so many. And he just, this shit, bro. I'm telling you, I miss TikTok already. Like,
it's all good, man.
No, at least once you're done, you're done. This is so long and drawn out, and it's like there's no point. Like the entire debate was so boring. It was so fucking boring because it was the same shit. Oh, this is this, and this. And then when I try to get into morality, they refuse to answer to any of it. Dude, this panel just so you guys know, because you haven't seen the panel has been a nonstop morality. Well, you claim Christian at the end of the Hail Mary. It wasn't a Hail Mary because all the entire time you were sitting here arguing against what we were saying. We were asking you to give a descriptor for your morality, and you refused to, and you kept trying to say something about the Paulus and saying it was the people. Like the entire framework was so retarded. And the fact of the matter is that Sarah is just such a bad moderator in bad faith because she doesn't like me. And it was demonstrated very clearly. Very, because she acted like I was the problem.
It was everybody.
No. I would argue, you know what? I would argue I wasn't the problem at all. I was the solution, but nobody would actually contend with what I had to say.
I mean, dude, there were definitely some times where you were pretty like interruptive when other folks were talking, but you weren't the only one.
Here's
right?
the question. Here's the question. I need to ask this very clear because you're closer to the beginning. Was I not interrupted first at the very beginning every time I tried to talk for like the first 3 goes, and then I just gave up? Now, I actually said this in the middle of the debate because I got so fucking sick of it. At the very beginning, I was interrupted every time I tried to talk, and then at the end, I calmed down and I literally stopped talking. And every time they skip over and they let the other side go.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I'm serious, dude. This whole thing has been a shit show, and it's so disgusting because if it would have been Andrew Wilson, he would have been able to talk against anyone at any given time in a 2v1, and it wouldn't have even been questioned.
I will say it's. Go ahead, Stammy.
I don't want to be that guy, but I will say I'm pretty sure Paige interrupted Dude's opening statement.
She did. Yeah.
So in reality, it was all bad from the beginning.
Yeah.
I interrupted his opening statement out of nowhere, and I was like, "Yo, mute your mic."
I will say this. This has been incredibly entertaining.
It's been entertaining as fuck.
I hate both of you. I hate both of you.
It's a madhouse, dude.
Hey, dude, you gotta take it sometimes, man. It's all right.
Both of you so fucking much, dude. Like,
one day I'm gonna get some super embarrassing thing on the internet, and you.
I'm gonna unalive. I'm gonna unalive tonight.
No, don't do that. At least wait for the commentary to be over.
I hate you, dude.
I'm just kidding, brother. You know I love you, man. All right, let's
here.
Let's keep,
also, by the way.
Let's keep watching. Oh yeah. Base Tweaker, this is Ice Tammy. Ice Tammy's good folks. Base Tweaker's good folks.
Fuck you. You're not good folks.
Base Tweakers, he's been a pretty big part of the channel. He's had some work recently, so he hasn't been on as much. But he used to be on literally every fucking day. So definitely miss you.
I'm just so pissed off, dude. This is so fucking stupid. Bro. Like, no, this whole thing was so fucking pathetic because I knew it was gonna be a 1v. I love Paige. I love going on her panel. Like, I mean, dude, she's a really close friend of mine. Like, I love her to death. She's not a debater, man. And you know what? I'm gonna have to concede it to the boys because they're gonna be so happy to hear me say it. They wanted to shoot me in the face for this, and you know what? I feel so stupid. I do.
It's all right, bro. It's okay.
No, because I love Paige. She's amazing. She really is, and she's so smart. But holy shit, is she pathetically like? Oh, she won't argue. She won't argue. She won't argue, man.
What was the what was the verdict on the debate?
I don't think there was one, or I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I mean, so far, dude, like they really haven't made any like good arguments. Like it's kind of been a little bit of a back and forth. Sometimes, like really going off.
The only time they ever make an argument, it makes our argument. It's so stupid because it's about positive. It's a fucking claim that you can't fucking refute.
Yeah, she did catch you. Kel caught you one time. Actually, I don't want to say
when
multiple times, but I forget exactly what it was when.
Well, that's not helpful.
It was at that point in the debate. Yes, it was at that point in the debate. She kind of called out that you guys hadn't given necessarily a definition, and then you built your argument like immediately after that, which was great.
Wait. A definition of what? Masculinity?
Yes.
I gave it in my opener.
Well, so there wasn't necessarily a working definition that seemed to be being used. I'll say that. So
no, that's not my problem. If they wanted me to define something, they could have asked me that question. I told them what masculinity was from my perspective in my opener, and they never said it wasn't. What they did was they made an assertion about masculinity that actually supported and bolstered our argument. So
and
I
also
just went
made
off
an assertion. And also
So
made
here's
an
the
assertion
difference.
about what your
Here's the
definition
problem.
was. That
Yeah, here's
wasn't
the
the
problem
actual
that I have.
definition that you guys.
What I actually did was expertly crafted this argument to make it so that they were then on the affirmative and we were countering them. And then Tomato Bitch Cunt decided that she wanted to go in here and say, "Oh, well, you're on the affirmative." Well, yes, Sarah. What we just did was put the onus on them because they made some fucking claims about what we said, and now I want them to refute them. If Andrew had done this, she would have shut her fucking cunt trap.
Well, see, so I would say like Gibbs was in the affirmative the entire fucking. I mean, like from
I
his opening
agree.
statement,
I agree.
like it was crazy how, like in his opening statement, he literally said their definition of masculinity is bad, but my definition of masculinity is actually a good thing. And like right then, I would have just trapped him in that because he had two options from that point: backtrack on the basis that he was building his argument on.
Stop. I actually, yeah, Mister, I'm telling you, we did base our claims. Okay, mine was a epistemological form of argumentation, and I demonstrated very clearly. Paige made and outlined and defined exactly and clearly our affirmative. Just because people didn't want to pay attention to it doesn't mean she didn't. And actually, it was like an hour in until they finally decided to try to go against her, and she had to require them to because they forgot she made a contention, just like you fellows have. So again, we actually made our claims, we did them very well, and then we refuted what they said. And that's how debate works. When you refute all the claims they make, yours still stand. Now, here's the problem. I had a partner like Paige. She made the claims that stood, but it took her so long before she reiterated that they were claims that were not refuted because I was focused on all the other grunt work because she wasn't doing any of it. So again, when you have a 2v2 and I have to let all these people speak, including Paige by tomato standards, it's very frustrating because she doesn't allow me to do what anyone else would do. You watch any Andrew debate with any person that's on the team, even a well-known debater, the other person will have to shut up every time he talks. And Tomato will never say, "Well, let's let their teammate talk." That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm kind of with Mr. Fista here because like if you would have just nailed him to his own like contradiction where he essentially like conceded the prompt.
I tried over and over, and then, dude, do you not see that I'm against the host and the two debaters? I'm against the host and two debaters.
I see that, but I mean, like from the very beginning, I would have put him up against the wall and never let him get away from that one. And then like the way that you did with Kel, where you got her all flustered. If you would have done Gibbs first, got him on that, made him try to like, he's either going to have to backtrack on his own argument or he's going to have to concede the prompt. And then you get Kel all flustered the way you did. She was useless once you got her flustered. But then Gibbs was able to come in and kind of start making some points. If you would have nailed him and then got her all flustered like that, the debate would have been over from the very start.
Mr. Fista, I don't know where you're not seeing that I defined everything that I said. I actually gave 3 different definitions of masculinity. I gave 2 definitions of positivity. I defined every fucking part every single fucking time I was asked. The problem is when I go against them, when I ask them a question, all of a sudden I have the problem. They don't have to answer the question anymore. That doesn't happen in any other debate with Andrew. That doesn't happen.
I will say, dude, you said you were going to make her cry earlier, and you fucking did, bro.
I know.
That was
He said, I know.
That was fucking clutch, dude. I do want to say, you called it. I was waiting for it. It happened. Good job. All right, let's get back to the debate, boys.
Shall we?
Doctrine is. I never made a not claim. I never said that anywhere, but you're presupposing that every time. You've constantly failed to demonstrate at any point that masculinity isn't a positive. Because again, I made an is, and you wanted to argue it as an ought.
No, because you.
Hold on. But this is what's crazy is you're positing once again that it's a positive influence on politics. That's the debate, right? We are positing with specific examples of how it's failed over and over and over.
But the thing is, right, like the issue with the way he's going right now is in his opening fucking statement and that he's reiterated over and over, like he is quadruple down on this point that the the definition of masculinity that he painted on Tweaker and Page is fake masculinity, and that his own definition of masculinity is real. And then they want to like argue that they haven't actually given a definition. So he's conceded the point and contradicted himself all at once. Like the way he went about this debate was, I don't know if it was necessarily bad faith, but like it was a losing point from the very, very beginning. And it just seemed like he continued to hammer down on this point. And like, you guys should have just fucking crucified him for it the entire time. But he got away with it, and he's gotten away with it so far for about, I want to say, like an hour and a half now, at least to where we are in the debate.
Bro, he just wouldn't shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I mean, like, oh my god, every single fucking point, he's like, well, you just can't follow. And it's like, motherfucker, I listened to everything you said, and you supported us every time you made an argument. Oh, well, all these men, all these women, yeah, this. Have you guys gotten to the fourth doctrine part yet?
Yes, yeah, we're already past that. Yeah.
Where Cleopatra was a dumb bitch that used the argument? Okay, cool. But I mean, tell me that I'm wrong. Like, the man's using all these arguments that supports what we're saying the entire time.
So, yeah, I mean, like, the avenue that I would have gone down with that is, well, then you'd want somebody, like, if force is the thing, right, then you'd want somebody who can actually govern how to use that force. Because a woman isn't part of that force. So why would she be the one to be able to be in control of it when she's not the one that's part of it?
Yeah,
You know?
well, I mean, no, but I literally said that she had to appeal to the force.
Right. And when they started bringing up like women leaders in the past and how like with men it just causes a bunch of people to die, dude, you had like Mary Bathory, you had Queen Isabella, you had like all sorts of different examples. And I know like you've even said you're not the information guy. You're the one that argues more on like the semantics side of things. I really wish Paige would have come in clutch here, because women have been in charge during like horrifying atrocities.
I know,
You know
and
what
I
I
don't
mean?
know any of them. But here's the thing. He kept appealing to these stats and these data. And when I asked for any kind of substantiation, I was laughed at by them and Sarah.
Yeah.
And so it's funny because like I never made a single statistical claim. I didn't actually make a claim that I couldn't substantiate logistically, because I don't do that. I can't do that. And that's why when someone else does, I'm like, okay, give me your source. Oh, well, now we're doing data and statistics. It's like, name a single thing where I would have needed to support it. Like, I don't make those claims for a reason. I debate a specific way for a reason.
Yeah. I still, man, I like if and this isn't even like me trying to be a Monday morning quarterback. Like I called it the second I heard his opening
No, I'm
statement.
telling you, Sarah has some weird thing for this bitch, dude.
Well, she, you know,
I had respect for Kel, but now I actually lost all of it. Like, she's in my Discord right now, like begging me to like feel sorry for her.
For what? Here, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta get Charlie some water. He's looking at me all crazy.
You know how women
Not the crazy. Don't ask me for commentary, Base Tweaker. I'm just here for the entertainment.
Bro, I don't even
really.
know you. I don't even know you. You can give all the
I will
commentary.
say though, there were a couple times where I felt like you were kind of getting railroaded a little bit.
I've been
You know what I mean?
railroaded the whole fucking time,
Yeah.
bro.
Like there was a few
Like,
times
this
where I
is
was
the
like,
most
man,
frustrating thing I've ever experienced. Like, honestly, I
entertain
felt
us,
so
I
good
say.
about it. I felt so good about the argument. I felt so good about all of it. And then everything,
I think
the moderator shitted on me.
Lower Class did make a good point. The way he described y'all, like setting up like how your debate tactics work and Pages, I really thought that you were just going to be like on the attack the whole time, and she was just going to be feeding you information to just make it stronger and stronger. But she didn't really do any of that. She just kind of sat there, and then at one point, I think she pulled up some statistics that totally got just shat on like immediately. Like they didn't, they were irrelevant.
No, and that's the thing about it is I love Paige. I go on her live on TikTok, and we have a good relationship. But I was in a 1v3.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not making excuses.
Lower Class, are you muted?
It's just he had to do something.
I was muted, but I was just yawning. I didn't say nothing.
I just felt like I was in a 1v3 the whole time, man. Like honestly, like I was enjoying it until about halfway through the debate, and I think there's a clear distinction in my face in me enjoying myself and then me hating everything about what's going on.
Oh yeah. You could definitely tell. It's right around this time when you really started to like look flustered. And
No,
I
I'm not
get it.
flustered. I'm no, I'm not flustered. I'm done. Like I'm emotionally drained. Like I'm tired of 1v3. Like I love Paige, and I will say this over and over. I don't care. She doesn't have to be a good debater, but I'm gonna have to swallow that bullet.
Yeah.
She's not a good debater.
Hey man, it is what it is.
I can't even believe it. Like she's professional in her field, and she's in my age bracket, and she's still a paralegal.
She's Canadian, right?
Yes, but she's in her mid-30s, and she's been a lawyer for practicing for like 12 years, 15 years, and she's still a paralegal.
Fucking Canadians. You know what I mean?
No. I hate Canadians too, but Paige is a close friend of mine.
I know, bro. I was just joking. All right,
no. I just normally don't do that. I normally don't do this in debate for very good reason. I should probably stop debating with her on the main stage because like I need someone that'll actually like be in my like in a debate in a 2v2 where I'm gonna get railroaded by all of that. I need at least one person that's there.
That's fair. No, I hear it. If me and you would have been up there, dude, I promise you, if I was in this debate with you, I would have fucking
won this so bad.
I would have skinned Gibbs and nailed him to the fucking wall, and then Kel would have been all on her own because anything he said past that, I would have been like, "Well, you think masculinity is a positive force? What arguments are you making right now?" Like, I would have never let him. Like, dude, he was literally in a coffin, bro. I would have never let him out of that thing.
Because if you would have made a point and it was very clear that it was a winning point and they were afraid of it, I would have supported you and I would have helped you push that point. I felt that every time I was making a point, she was like, okay, I want to go back to the point that I was making. I'm like, you dumb bitch. Support my fucking point, B.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, that's probably a woman thing. You know, she probably felt like, oh, Sarah's getting upset, so I want to get some points with Sarah here. So, you know, you never know. It could have been that. It could have been something else. You know, you never know. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's get back. Let's get back to the commentary.
Over and over again, we're arguing, hey, this idea that you're putting forth is no good. It's bad. It's not the right version. And then when we sit here and bring this,
it's not the right version. See, that's like it blows my mind that like he doesn't even see it. I genuinely don't think he's being bad faith. I genuinely think he thinks he's making a good argument here. That's the thing that's crazy to me. Like from his opening statement, he has been saying
fucking hard.
Masculinity is a good thing.
He's a fucking tard, dude. He's a tard with a degree.
It just blows my mind, bro.
No,
and like
because bro. I need you to pause because backstage we all had a chat, and it was such a great and cordial. Like, oh my god, it was intelligent. We all actually understood each other, and he was talking about all his degrees. Oh my god, his religious degrees, his philosophy degrees, and he was guaranteeing and ensuring, oh, we're going down the morality loophole. We're gonna go down all the morality and religion. And in my brain, I'm sitting here texting my buddy, why not? And from TikTok, I'm like, bro, this he's gonna do all this shit. Like I was so worried. And the motherfucker refused to answer why bad.
Yeah.
Like I swear to fucking God. Like I'm a basic Phil bro. Like I'm a basic fucking Phil bro. I'm not even on any kind of fucking level with the people that I hang with. And I'm watching the guy donating, like he's donating a lot of money, like he's crashing out hard because he knows what I'm doing is right? Like I'm trying to bring down the logic way. But how are you gonna sit here and tell me that I'm not allowed to ask them when you say, oh, well, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, and this is my main problem, and this is where the whole debate got fucked, right? Sarah fucked the entire fucking debate from the beginning. When you say this is bad, this is bad. After we've already claimed good, it's not like we didn't claim it. I asked, why is it bad? Well, it's bad because it's bad. It's bad because it's bad. It's bad because it's bad. Over and fucking over and fucking over. So when I mention this and I say this, it's ignored by SARA and the other debaters. The moderator ignored it. That's a fucking problem, dude.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that 100%.
Like, no, it's a straight up fucked up fucking bullshit problem. How am I not allowed to run a line of logic the same way anybody else would be afforded to, other than my preference is because he's autistic?
Mr. Fista says he's got a master's in equivocation and a minor in strawman.
Bro, I would do anything to argue against Mr. Fista because he says a lot of shit.
He was talking about Gibbs. Yeah, when he said that, he was talking about Gibbs. Everyone's like talking shit about how he said he has these degrees and stuff, and it didn't do him much justice. I'll be honest to this debate, bro. All right, anyway, let's keep going.
You just go
disqualify
no.
every example.
Yeah, you just disqualify it all immediately every time, and
What?
it's just we're literally.
Wait, that's literally what they did, though. Like, that's the whole basis of his argument, is disqualification of your definition of masculinity.
Using your own logic to try to explain this to you, and you're still going, well, no. So you're going against yourself. Like how can you sit here and
But he has literally been going against himself the entire fucking debate. I'm not even trying to like suck up to you because you're in here. I've been harping on this entire time, Tweaker. Like, it's been shocking how much this guy has fucking like floundered this entire debate, bro.
say forced doctrine is good? You're saying ought good. It's the same way. It's whatever. You're saying forced doctrine is the way it is, and then we give examples of the way it is being bad, and you go, well, how do we know? And the whole debate we're having is an ought debate. As ought, we should get rid of masculinity because it's not a net positive or a net negative, and we're pointing out the negatives. That's the ought of this debate. That's literally what we're doing.
When I ask ought with bad, you won't answer it. When I talk about is, you want ought. That's exactly what has happened the entire time. All you've literally done is sit here and constantly strawman my argument, obfuscate from the point, and never get into what I'm actually asking you to fucking talk about. At the end of the day, men do X, okay? It's a descriptive claim. I didn't say it was morally good or morally bad. That never happened from me. You made a claim and said it was bad. You said it was bad. I asked you to demonstrate it. You never did. Then we got into this weird tangent of, oh, well, they're the defense. Yeah, no, that's how you flip it on the opposition. That's how you do that. You never demonstrated how bad. So after we demonstrated good, you consistently demonstrated good and then bad and then positive and then negative, but you never demonstrated an anti-negative stance.
Here, Gibbs, when you do
a positive stance. Sorry, I said that incorrectly.
Here, Gibbs, when you do go, keep it short and sweet. Okay, let's keep this very simple.
Yeah, because clearly.
How thing bad. Here's several examples. And you go, oh, well, it's nuance. People dying isn't always bad. Da, 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 da. When we do that, you go, you guys need to be more specific. Oh, blah, blah, blah. And then we cite all these examples. You go, well, we need to keep it in the US. Okay, fair. So we're engaging with your hypothetical. Like, it's the same rabbit hole over and over again. I'm like, I don't get what you guys don't get. Like, just because you don't like the definitions that we provide. At least we came up with some, bro. At least we're not just like, well, it's nuance. It's like,
when I say something is bad,
wait, I'm sorry. Let our side finish, please. Sorry. Like, it goes. We let you guys go. Now you go, Gibbs.
Well, actually, I got interrupted by Gibbs last time after my partner went, and you guys had went 3 times in a row. So no, apparently that isn't how that works. So no, my morality is given by God. Right? I'm giving you a claim based on my morality. You never gave a single claim based on why you think thing bad. Again, we asked this over and over and over.
You just brought up God. I didn't know that.
We asked you over and over why you think something is bad, and you consistently obfuscated from that point and tried to bring correlations between all bullshit.
No. I would say death.
Oh, I don't like this. This is a mean thing. Oh, this person did evil thing. Death. But when I ask you what bad is, you said, oh, well, they die. Well, why is death bad? Well, because they're not here anymore. Why is that bad? Where are you grounding? No, it's a philosophical question. Yes, it's a philosophical question. When you say something is bad, you have to tell me why bad.
Well, I'm like, I didn't know if this would have been a whole different conversation if you had started with
Dude, the frustration
Tell me
in
you
your
didn't
voice
like that.
is so real.
Wait, tell me you didn't enjoy it though. Tell me that part right there didn't just resonate. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Tweaker just jumped up. I'll bring you back up whenever.
Oh, well, I know that morality comes from God. It's like that's a whole different conversation because yeah, that's your specific grounding. And
There we go. There's an answer to the question.
What? No, it is like your world perspective.
Finally, yes.
It does affect the way we have the conversation. Because I don't know that. We could argue about specific things on that.
Well, hold on. First of all, once again, in my opening, he mentioned God. Once again, in my opening, I mentioned God.
If I was him, I would not bring up that fucking opening. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. No, hey. Tell me that when you saw me get that frustrated sound out, tell me it didn't just make you feel.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. It sounds like you're like in a wind tunnel or something.
It's a bad mic right now. I know.
It's all good, man. Yeah, but dude, I mean, I would not like if I was him, I would be running as far away from that opening statement as possible because he literally conceded the fucking debate in his opening statement. I don't understand like how he I just don't. It blows my fucking mind how he doesn't understand how he literally just handed the debate over and then keeps harping on this same point.
Several times. I mentioned the basis for what he's advocating for. Suddenly now he brings up God, which is interesting because at first they were kind of running away from the God argument. And I argued that the Christian version of God, it actually shows multiple empires failing the minute we have Christianity introduced into the idea of masculinism. So now we've just gotten down to his idea of what masculinity is. Great. Fantastic. Now, here's the deal. Back to what your argument is. I've argued, and I'm going to lay this out one more time. It's very simple. I've argued why bad. It is the most simple form. Politics, the word comes from polis, which comes from people. I don't care about the philosophical aspect of like, is there a God? Is there a flying spaghetti monster? Because we are talking about real world, tangible outcomes that we can measure. When I can point to things like forced doctrine and the Nazis being in power and committing genocide, or I can point to any other genocide in history like Sudan, I can point to, the Native Americans, I can talk to forced doctrine. Even if you agree with the overall outcome that, these people dying is a failure of politics in some regard. It's a net negative, right? Because
terrible fucking line to go down because you could point to plenty of women who've been in power and actually like ordered atrocities to happen. Like he's just speaking out of his ass right now.
What do you mean atrocities? Are atrocities bad?
Yeah, atrocities are bad.
Can you demonstrate that they're bad?
Yes, I can.
How? Go ahead.
So let's take the Spanish Inquisition, for instance, right?
Okay, again, you're doing what Gibbs did. You're doing what Gibbs did. You're doing what Gibbs did. Demonstrate how they're bad. I don't want you to show an example. I want you to tell me why it is bad to do X thing. Where are you? You see the point here. You're doing the same shit. You agree with me on morality. And it sucks when I try to sit here and talk to someone about their morality and they're like, oh, I can demonstrate all day. Well, in the Spanish Inquisition, lots of people died. Okay, why is dying bad, lower class?
Well, it strips all of the people who are close to those people away from whatever resources those people are going to gather for them.
Okay. Why is that bad?
Because it causes pain to the people that are.
Why is pain bad? Is pain always bad?
Typically, yeah. I mean, it's never
typically. So you're talking about non-monolithic, right? So you can't make the claim that pain is bad. So can you tell me why the thing is bad? See where you have to understand morality and why morality is important to answer these fucking questions. And then I even fucking tried to help the goddamn debate. And I went ahead and said, okay, let's go ahead and create this other example. So again, when they were like, oh, well, you can't use philosophy. No, I'm frustrated because you guys haven't gotten to the point where open panel happens. And on open panel, Sarah tries to go into a full monologue debate against me to try to make me understand how it's on me to demonstrate the claim about Christianity. It's like, what are you talking about? The entire debate, I begged them to give an example of morality that wasn't just, oh, well, this is a bad thing. Why is it a bad thing? Because it's bad. I tried to show it circular, and so did Paige multiple times. I'm frustrated because even you can see how hard it is to argue against it, right? Is it or is it not hard?
No,
It's hard.
no, you're right.
It's hard because it's a perfect line of logic. And when you refuse to follow it, guess what happens? This.
Yeah, fair. That's a good point. I'll give you that one, brother. That is a good point. All right, let's jump back into this bad boy.
Because the goal of politics is for the people. It's a policy. Authoritarian governments, those are bad. Why? Because people's lives that are oppressed. Because we know for sure, unless you take it on faith as a Christian, is what we have here in the now. You can argue what's morally good or bad. You can argue, hey, it's great if we die, we all get to heaven. That's cool. But for the rest of us, we're sitting here living in the real now. I don't know if we all get to heaven. Do you have a stat book that tells me who got into heaven and how many? No, I don't. Only God has that. So guess what? The only thing we can actually measure is who died here. And if people die, that's a failure. And I can sit here and point to masculinity leading to millions and millions and billions of deaths over time here in the United States and worldwide. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm the only one with tangible real-world fact on my side.
No, he's not, though.
Oh, you're on mute, beat based.
Tangible real-world facts. Where do they come from? But they come from God for me. Where do they come from for you?
Evidence.
Oh, evidence. Okay, so what is evidence? Can you describe it for me?
Well, if
survival rate.
I would go and say, if I go find a mass grave of 1,000 people.
I said define.
I
didn't say give it.
Well, you said what is evidence? That's
No, I said define it for me. Actually, it's very
Can you
specific.
pause?
Okay, then we'll play.
Can you pause? So I knew that was coming. I fucked that up real hard because I said describe and then I said define. Just so you know, I had some things to drink. I wasn't sober. So I knew what was coming because I remembered the blunder. I actually lost my entire point here. My entire point was very solid, and I'm admitting how badly I fucked this up. Go ahead.
That's all good, man. It's all good. Dude, no one does it perfect, man.
No. I'm just demonstrating. I'm not an arrogant prick. Like I am humble. I understand that I'm fucking stupid.
Hey, man, welcome to the club, bro. You're in the right place, my dude. we all dumb here, baby. You know what I'm saying? Steelman says you did fine. I think you did good. I understand where you're frustrated.
Can you finish this? Can you finish this part before you consistently say that? Because I mean, dude, this is embarrassing.
Oh, it's okay.
The definition game again.
No, you're gonna go with me.
All
You're
right.
gonna go with me on a journey.
Evidence definition. Okay. Okay. Let me pull up a definition. What is the definition of evidence?
I had him here.
An outward sign, something that furnishes proof.
Okay. So, can you define it now?
Yeah, I would say an outward sign, such as example, because they do have examples listed here, but I'll use one of my own because it fits. An example would be, hey, I found a mass grave where they killed 1,000 people. That would be an example of outward proof of a genocide being committed, which would be a net bad and bad for people.
It should be.
Bad for
You're making an out claim. Where is your out claim coming from?
No. I'm making an example of what exactly evidence is.
No, you actually said should. You said should.
If you're really going to argue about should, okay, fine.
You're making an out claim.
The argument is this is outward. This is an outward
Hold
sign.
on, let him fucking finish, based.
I said 10 words and he said a monologue.
He's giving you his definite. You asked a question. He's trying to. Jesus, Lord, have fucking mercy. Oh my God. Thank you, Travis, for the $50 to crack the beer. Praise God. Give.
I'll drink with you. Yeah, sorry. I mean, I
don't know if I should do that for the beer.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I know. But what I will say is, when you're asking me this, I gave you a literal definition, and then I gave an example that fits that definition. Yeah, that's what evidence is.
Okay, so when you talk about evidence, can you give me evidence of your claim that it is morally bad that someone get murdered? Where's the evidence?
Yeah, because there's laws against murder. Laws were made to protect.
Laws, not evidence.
Hold on. Laws aren't evidence.
No, they're not. Law is a descriptor. Law tells you what to do. It doesn't tell you what morality is.
So I think I understand. I understand.
The antithesis,
why
is murder good? When could you ever just?
No. I understand why he's confused now. Okay,
I'm not
confused. You are confused because you're arguing that your authority for morality comes from God. Cool. I'm arguing that in the context of this debate, the only authority that we need to appeal to is the politics and polis, which is in the framework of the actual debate prompt. Right?
That's not how morality
is masculine work. Well, cool. I'm sitting here talking, and the definition of morality, in the sense that I'm talking about, is what's good for the people, right? In the polis, in the political realm, what's good for those people. And if those people are dead, that's bad. That's unquestionably bad. It's a form, a real logical line item. I'm done. Basically, the point is it's bad if it doesn't help the people.
So every time they ask you to tell me what bad is, you say bad. Bad polis, bad this, bad that. Every time it's bad is bad is bad is bad. It's circular.
Let's just
asking.
Okay. You guys harp on this.
I have grounding. I have a
No,
grounding.
I'd like to point out. I haven't talked much on this panel all night. I'd like to point out.
Here's where we let Based finish his thought because he was waiting for Gibbs.
No,
so
Paige can talk. Paige can talk.
Okay, and then Paige, and then back to you, Cal.
Okay, so I guess me then. So Gibbs, the exact examples that you pointed out are situations wherein forced doctrine is being utilized. Why is forced doctrine being utilized in these examples, which you think are bad outcomes for society? Oh, I don't know. Is it because only men can do those jobs on a wide scale basis, and therefore we need men? And ultimately, I guess sometimes that might result in a bad outcome. Sure, humans are not perfect, but what we're seeing is that generally men are needed, men are valued, men do result in good outcomes for society. In fact, they formed America, something that your debate partner pointed out many times. And I don't see how that would be possible without women, because I don't know there wasn't women that were in those roles to do that at the time. And there still aren't. There's still only 20% of the House. So what's going on? Why are they, if they're so capable, they're so able to do this, why are they not in those roles? And you have not provided me with a logical answer to that question, despite me asking it, I don't know, 3 times now.
Because it's completely irrelevant. That's
not irrelevant. This is a very freaking question.
Oh my God. No, because I literally said a million times, girl, does the majority, just because people have been the majority of something, that doesn't make it inherently good. So we're asking you now. I'm like, Gibbs, and make them answer. Like, bro, literally.
Tell me what the good is. I mean, you just said that.
I did. We've done our best.
You're a patriarchist. Then you're a patriarchist. If you're Christian, are you a patriarchist? Do you believe that men should lead in certain roles?
I don't know all these big situational words. I look at things like in context of the ways that I understand them.
Why? It's just out of convenience because you can't answer the question. You're just going to dodge it. It's just like.
Look, we've listed historical examples of women being in power and stuff. And then it's like,
still need men for force.
But the majority does not mean that it's good. That's
Queen
not.
Elizabeth could have fought those armies on herself. Like she could have.
No, that doesn't make a good argument. Saying that. If I say, why is it a good thing that there's a ton of ants in my cereal? It's like, well, because the majority of these cereal bowls have ants in them. It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
No,
like
that's a ridiculous argument.
Well, exactly. So now you see what that's completely ridiculous. If I'm saying, let me use another one. If I'm saying, yeah, it's the exact same thing. If I'm saying, why is it a good thing that my sister has her mattress on the floor?
I just want to say
the majority of people in college have their mattress on the floor. Of course not. You can't use the majority as an argument as a moral arbiter.
Please.
I just want to say
does that not make sense?
When you say positive,
no, I'm asking you.
No, you can.
We tried to define it.
You can
define it.
You
define it. We've tried like 30 times. You guys try once.
I'm trying to say something, and I'm doing it calmly. But okay. When you say positively, you can say good. That's one of the possible definitions of it. But you can also say beneficial, right? Get good and beneficial are not the same thing. So when we talk about masculinity, force doctrine is masculinity. It's a part of the descriptor. So it is a positive thing because it's beneficial. When Cleopatra,
you do it.
I said positive is also beneficial.
Okay, define positive beneficial. So we're using.
I'm showing you with your own example.
Let Tweaker finish.
With your own example with Cleopatra. Okay.
Yo,
pull up Based. He's in the back.
Oh shit, my bad, dude. Sorry. What up, dude? You need me to go back a little bit?
You ain't even there.
Man. All right, I'm gonna keep playing.
Yeah, run it.
It was beneficial to her to rule with an iron fist with the men because of force doctrine. Because of masculinity, she was able to rule. Again, you would consider it a positive that she was. That's your own point.
Majority
I have a
not equal
question
good.
to the panel. I have a question to the panel. Maybe you can help me. How does force doctrine incorporate into politics? Like how does that how are we exemplifying that dives into it?
Well, the interesting thing here that I really want to bring back to with the force doctrine in politics, right? Like, so, let's give an example. Here's why this really falls in their head again. Like, if I was going to take a literal example of force doctrine in politics, we would see something like a military junta, where the military comes in and they directly take control from the president. So, like, let's just say hypothetically, the U.S. military.
Wait, a what? A military junta? Isn't that just called a coup d'état? I don't know.
Huh?
Yeah. Right. I don't. Gibbs has been talking a lot of bullshit this whole fucking debate. It's been wild.
He decided, hey, we don't like what
kicked you,
Donald Trump's
based.
doing.
I don't
And
know,
they
bro.
decided to throw a coup. Our
He's
general
back?
threw in. He came in with some
Yeah, so
Navy
he's back.
SEALs. And Trump's an old man. This man's not going to be able to fight a Navy SEAL. I don't think anybody that's a controversial statement to say. Guess what? Force doctrine now has dictated that he's no longer in charge. Now, what if he turned around and said, okay, well, now this new dictator's coming in and he's going to kill all the people that are, I don't know, Christians. Guess what? Well, your authority and morality is delivered.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you kick him by pressing space?
No. Did it just kick him again?
Yeah, it kicked him back out.
What the fuck? Why does it keep kicking you, bro?
I don't know. I got kicked by somebody. I physically.
Yeah,
got
I think whenever you were hold on, let me test something. It doesn't
I
work
haven't
for me.
moved anything. I haven't done anything at all. I haven't moved anything or touched anything.
Pressing space.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
That's weird.
But did you guys not notice how it was okay for her to do what she did to me, but when I did it before, it was a massive problem? Did you guys not notice? I got disconnected before I could even say what I wanted to say. Like she keeps doing and he keeps doing the thing that Tomato consistently says that I do. Like it doesn't matter. I can't speak. I can't say anything. Would you not agree that throughout this entire last portion that you're watching right now, that I've looked defeated and like I didn't even want to talk?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I noticed.
Yeah. Do you not understand why that would be?
I mean, I understand why you're frustrated. Absolutely.
Well, no. I mean, is it potentially because I was being steamrolled by the moderator?
A little bit, potentially, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I can see how she
very
definitely seemed very annoyed with you the entire debate.
Yeah, no, and she does, and it's annoying because she looks at me like I'm her kid when I'm 10 times smarter and I have a much larger penis, and she would know because she's impregnated by it. Continue the debate.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get back into it. We got
a long time.
Yeah, dude. All right, 13, 19. Yeah, there's about 45 minutes left of this debate. We're fucking crawling too. It's already 1 o'clock. Holy fuck. All right.
By God, oh, well, that's not good if you're a Christian, if you're doing it for a different God. So when you're sitting here arguing this is a net positive, that's ridiculous. It's not true, and it's not based in reality, because I could sit here and look at, like I said, Queen Elizabeth. She had lots of people that obeyed her via force of will, which is just as key in force doctrine. Just like Donald Trump, he has the system behind him, which empowers him and allows his force doctrine to go forward. That does not mean that it is inherently masculine. That means it's a system designed where the one at the top, where that man or woman can exude their will through the people and the systems they have in place. That doesn't mean it's masculine specifically. Now, what is masculine in the problem is the examples I gave, where they're going and just using their own masculine sexual traits, like you described, their own biology, to physically take over and upset the system.
All right, hey guys, so I'm gonna go ahead and press play on this. Yeah, 100%, Zens, absolutely. I'm gonna press play on this. I gotta walk Charlie real quick. He's bugging the fuck out of me. So I'm gonna keep this going. I'm gonna keep this going.
We'll just talk about it if we want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll be listening on my phone.
I'm sure people won't care if we just make comments every now and then.
Yeah. But I'm gonna be listening on my phone. I'll be back within like 15 minutes. All right.
Sounds good.
And cause problems. And
here comes Gibbs out of the right side. No, I'm just kidding.
It's because I have defined
commentating it like a boxing match.
Politics. That's the reason why I keep coming back to politics, is because of the prompt. right? We're talking about what's a net good. And if the majority of people are suffering or dying, that's a net negative. That's bad. I don't need to appeal
My thing
to
about
your
Gibbs is
reason
he seems
God
to
gave you your
filibuster
morality,
quite a bit.
because what if I believe in a different God? What if these other people do other things? What I can do is appeal to something that you live in, the real world. We can talk about what's net good. If you start suffering, guess what? That's a bad thing. If your family dies because of somebody in power, that's a bad thing. And masculinity has led to both of those things.
So much fallacious
trying to
argumentation.
think.
At the end of the day, you're sitting here trying to equivocate a lot.
I'll try
You're
and
making
think
a
of
lot
a
of
funny-
claims without any backing on them. What I'm asking you is to understand that force doctrine is legitimately the only reason why
That's
politics
my
is
closest
able to
Joe
happen.
Rogan,
When you talk
JB.
about rights, when you talk about freedoms, when you talk about liberties, all these things are defended by force doctrine. Okay, so if you don't actually appeal to these masculine
I gotta fly.
traits of these men that are defending you, then you're legitimately going to ruin your own society. So when we talk about net negatives and net positives, that's not what we're talking about net. We're saying positive force. Okay, we're not actually saying that it's better or worse. We're arguing positive. And only thing that I've ever heard is positive, because we've already described and prescribed what we believe morality to be. When you say good, right? I try to redefine it and help this conversation out and bring it into more of a direction where we say that it's a benefit. Men have benefited us in every way. You demonstrated several times in your own argument with Genghis Khan, for instance. It benefited society because we have population. Now we have a population crisis. We have a societal crisis due to feminism, not because of masculine virtues or masculine traits. So I implore you, will you answer one question for me, Gibbs? What happens when all of the population consistently goes down to zero? Net positive or negative?
When all the
Oh,
population.
with death? I don't know. It's nuanced. Die. Oh,
No.
the
Population, repopulation.
Oh, wait. So wait, if the population just disappears, if everyone died off, I would say, yeah, that's a negative.
Okay, exactly. So you would advocate for hold on. You would advocate for repopulation, right?
Gibbs.
So
would you advocate? Yes or no? This is a yes or no question. I'm tired of the obfuscations. Yes or no?
What is your question?
R/Bush?
Would you say
no,
that
not for
since
repopulation
it's a
and
net
the
negative for the population to reach a repopulation rate that's so far that it declines to zero? Okay, would you say that
This is them with the
repopulation
questions.
is an inherent good?
What makes it good?
No,
Inherently?
I would not say that.
What
Okay,
makes
so
it
you
good?
tell me
Wait, no,
why
do what
you
they
think
do, Gibbs. What did it?
Looking like
Well, no,
fucking
no.
Bruce Lee with those
Let's-
questions,
let's
bro.
take a second, Gibbs. That's serious. Like, do exactly what they do. Why?
He can't
why
pause
would
it.
you
He's
be
gone.
positive?
Okay, you can't answer
I just
a question.
literally went off on
Oh yeah,
Komodo
you
and
do all the
left
time, but and we engage with it.
What?
No. I've
I
answered so
literally
many
just went
questions that have
off
never
on
been
her.
responded
Like,
to.
I just straight up said,
Run the
"Fuck
line.
you."
Why is it a net positive if we take it down to
I'm
zero?
done, dude. I'm done. I'm done with this
Well,
shit. I'm done with these
so I would
fucking
like this.
fake ass
So
fucking moderators
we can look at
bullshit.
places where we have overpopulation and we actually needed negative reproduction. Like look at Easter Island, right, where they had the overpopulated. That's a theory why they all died off. There's possibilities. There's lots of cases where we have overpopulation, due to whatever. So we would actually need a negative reproduction rate, right? Where the resources management is a key thing. You know, China had problems. They tried to do the one child left behind policy. Now it didn't work. Obviously, it was a failure. You know, and there's benefits in some cases for large populations, but we also see ecological disasters occur in several incidences where it would have been better if they had a net negative decline and got to a more sustainable population genetically and you know, ecologically. So yeah, I would not say
Some
it's
May
inherently a
level
good
weather
or a bad thing to have
level
population
footwork,
grow
Mr.
or
Fista.
decline, in this regard. No,
it's nuance.
Oh, Mr. Fista. I wish I could click
So
on
you
your
go forward
comment, bro.
to a theory of Easter
And pull it up.
Island. You actually never gave any kind
No,
of.
I don't know anything about Easter Island. I thought we were staying
What
in
in
the
the
United
non
States from
sequitur
now on.
fuck is he on about?
No, he said Easter Island.
I said Easter Island because it's an example in historical terms where they think part of the reason why they went on. Okay, yes, we know. Well, the historical theory for the reason why Easter Island
Rude.
is it doesn't have a current population is due to overpopulation, which caused an ecological disaster, and they died. Would you disagree with that as the one of the general predominant prevailing theories about what happened with Easter Island? This is just one example.
You're asking a hypothetical in real time, like in real life. That's a theory.
It's not a
There's
hypothetical.
no, it is, because that hasn't happened. Nobody has actually given you a real world example of it happening, and you're proposing something that has never happened. We don't know it happened.
We have examples. This is just one of the more prominent
Give
examples.
me a real world example that's not a theory.
But we have examples in the Sumerian region with different cities over farming areas.
Name it,
Like Ur's a good example. They had problems there. They resettled. We have in the Indus Valley, multiple cities were destroyed due to fucking ecological problems based off their farming practices and whatnot. There's all sorts of examples throughout history. You are arguing something like, maybe I don't have 15 examples lined up ready for this, but you're arguing something that's historical fact. Overpopulation can lead to ecological damage if you're not
We
doing it
never
properly.
said that overpopulation couldn't lead to X. What our claim
then you're
was
admitting
is
it's
a
not a net
population decline to 0 is a net negative. That was the claim. She agreed, you declined it.
That's not the argument that you made. The
I
question
was
you had.
being hyperbolic. Let me clarify.
is the
I was being
population
hyperbolic
restoration
because
rate.
you said that death is nuance. It's nuance. If
I
population
didn't say
death
nuance.
is
I didn't say nuance. We gave a prescriptive
Okay, I'm
claim for
sorry.
morality, and you didn't.
I'm sorry. That is the implication of what you fucking said. That is my interpretation.
No, the implication that you're saying is we believe X thing is real, so it's
No, I know.
real.
I'm not talking
You've
about that.
never
I was
given us any kind of claim on why you think something's bad or
asshole.
good.
I was being fucking hyperbolic.
Ad
We've
hom.
given you several examples.
Nice.
Like
No
obviously-
examples, but you've never told me where you ground your morality. That's the point.
Problem? Yes, we have. I'm like, just because you chose not to listen.
So
and
who?
read something-
So who?
What's up,
Who
John?
and what grounded?
Look, do you see this?
John
I think we
Castle,
should
how you
get one of
doing?
these. It might help you out next time.
Do we need to? Can
Has he
I
been here the
ask?
whole
Do we
time?
need to? And I'm just trying to like maybe
write
wrap
something
you
down.
guys. I'm trying to wrap you guys into something when I do this. Why do we need to ground morality in order to establish whether masculinity being a positive is a positive force in
Good to see you,
Because they
brother.
make a moral
Why?
claim.
Lower
they
class
make
was
a
taking his
moral
dog out.
claim based on what is bad, based on masculinity. You can't say
I'd
masculinity
click your
is
comment,
bad,
but
or
Well,
it's
we're
a net
arguing the
negative.
negative, not
Stop
bad.
I just,
talking.
I can't,
Net
dude.
negative.
I'm so, dude, John, I just crashed out so
Claims
hard.
if you have
I
no
crashed
grounding
out
in
so
morality.
hard.
I'm saying that by the
I
grace
just
of God,
fucking
I
attacked
can
her.
tell
I
you
will
what a man
never
and a
be on
woman
that
is.
platform
You
ever
haven't
again.
given me a reason why you think man and woman or masculine and feminine are different.
Okay. Okay. So are you saying? I don't know
Hi,
if they've
Dingus.
necessarily said men
Crazy
per,
times.
per se. I believe Cal even corrected that and said
Lower
just
class is taking his
masculinity
dog.
in and of itself. And the question is whether it's just positive or negative, but not whether it's good or bad. So that's again why I kind of bring it back to the question of why is morality involved in a net negative and net positive
Because
versus it's not harm or good, it's net negative, net positive.
Because at the beginning of their claim, they tried to presuppose all of their information based on moral claims, based on good or bad. And every time I tried to question them, they pivoted and they
Loyal
tried
to
to
the
give
tweaker.
examples of things that we were saying, that they were actually defending what we were saying in our example. Then they only pivoted to the actual
Nothing
definition
crazy about
I
anything. She called me
claimed
a
of
tard, and she doesn't
positivity
understand
when
logic.
I changed it from morality. So again, we've demonstrated on both the moral claim and non-moral claim.
So can I object to that? Well, first of all, the person
I
that
object
introduced the good and bad arguments is you. You were the one who wanted to define bad. We were the one that wanted to define good. I wanted to define positive and negative, right? And I wanted to do it in context of what's good in politics,
Oh.
right? You're arguing some moral net good. And even our founding fathers, who in this Christ, they wanted a separation of church and state, right? So they wanted a separation from God in this regard. And this is the key thing here, is I'm talking about measurable outcomes. You're talking about potential moral outcomes depending on whether or not people believe in the same God as you, or if they don't, right? So what I'm arguing here is measurable outcomes. And when I can point to these masculinity sort of things and these things that like force doctrine, talk about other different things, we talk about many things, and I point to negative outcomes,
Are you
those
lower
are
class?
measurable net
I would
negative.
imagine.
Regards
He's taking
to
his
the
dog
idea
out.
of politics
Oak.
itself. It doesn't matter what your God says when I can sit here and measure, at a unobtrusive, like abstract level, hey, these people, they believe in a different God, bad things happen to them under this thing. Bad things happen under this thing. Bad things happen under this thing. And it comes back to your version of masculinity.
Okay,
That's the problem here.
Just
So
a
you
sec.
try to
Can
claim-
I say something?
Go ahead. Go
Can I
ahead.
say something? Your
Go
whole
ahead.
point about separating church and Sarah, unless you
No,
want-
I said go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, your whole point about separating church and state is simply impossible because people are always, there's always going to be Christian politicians. It's just like my argument is like, how can you remove masculinity from politics without removing men? There's the two are inherently linked. There's just no way to separate them. I don't know how you would, and I don't know how you're not seeing the fact that like we're saying that there is a statistical basis on which masculinity has been good for politics. You don't have any data to compare it to. You don't
Fucking
have
hate
anything
this,
to back
dude.
your assertions up
This
other
was the
than
most
I saw it.
miserable
I'm
shit
gonna
I've ever
compliment what she
experienced.
said because I was already going on that tangent to begin with. So when you sit here and try to say that
He was ready
separation
to
of
just
Rewatching
leave.
it's
is X
depressing,
thing,
it, dude.
I don't think that you're actually understanding the fundamental principles of what that's based on.
It's
So
like when,
when you
it's
have
like when
the
you
13
when I went to
colonies that each
treatment, they like made me
individually had
talk
their
about
own
all the
version
shit
of
I hated.
Christianity, the idea of separation of church and state
The whole time you're there, you're like,
based
fuck
on
this
the entire derivative constitution
I'm
of
about to go
humanity
hop
is
on
inherently
TikTok
Christian
and just wreck
and
some
inherently
motherfuckers.
based on the
All right,
idea
man.
that you
I
can
might pop on there and
fundamentally
come check
create
you
your
out
own version of what you believe
after he
Christianity
shuts
is.
this thing down.
I'm
I
speaking
told him I'd
colloquially.
stay here
I'm
and
not actually
chat
speaking
with him.
definitionally.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be done on
That is true.
TikTok well
So
before
when
then.
you sit here and talk
Oh,
about
I heard that.
religion,
Well,
separation of church and state,
I'm
there
trying to
is
stick
a
around. I want to at
morality
least,
for your
I want to at least say
religion
bye
when
to
you
lower
believe in
class
your
because I
state.
mean,
When you talk about
I felt
unaliving
I
people,
felt an
all of
unfriendly
these things,
territory
it's
the whole
based on
time. It was just a
Christianity.
waste of
Even
my
though you
time.
talk about separation of church and state, I don't think
yeah,
you
it's kind of
understand what
it
that
was
principle was based
it
on.
was
It was
definitely
called freedom of religion, so that I
different
could be
than
this
most
and
of
you
the
could be
debates
that.
I've seen
Now,
on her
they
channel.
didn't realize what it would demoralize into. The degeneration of society happened because of feminism, not because of masculinity. It was because of the lack of masculinity. So at the end of the day, you can argue the conflation of, oh, well, this is oh no, separation of church and state because, oh, religion bad. No, religion's the reason why we have morals in America.
Okay, I would say I'm pretty impartial on religion. I was raised Christian. I just have gravitated away
I
from
just
it as
chose
I've
not to
gotten
do
older.
it.
So I don't think anyone's
Didn't
arguing
listen
here,
to
like,
anything I
maybe
said.
did. I don't know.
Yeah,
Not
Person playing
one
Stanford,
word.
okay, but no one's here
I
saying arguing
explained
saying
how
that Christians are
separation of
bad.
church and state was
The
bullshit,
reason
and it
we
was
have
based on the
separation,
fundamental principle
no,
of
I wasn't.
protecting the
The
freedoms and the
separation of church and state
liberties
is
of
because
those who
there's
believe
a,
in
do you
different
agree that
sects of
there's a difference between a
Christianity.
Christian politician and a politician that
And then
acts
she just
in the interest of only Christians?
shifts. She's like, let's talk
Someone
about
can have a faith in like a private sector
How can
of
that
the
not
world.
govern? Because they're going to inevitably make moral decisions.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can have like very
Believes in the
strong moral.
faith, they will legitimately enact that regardless as a politician. So
Then you have
if
no
I'm a
business in
Christian,
politics.
no,
If you
but that
are only going to
you're
protect one
making,
demographic
can
of
you
people, that's not very
demonstrate your
masculine to me.
claim?
Not very
Demonstrate your
masculine.
claim.
I don't know what that means.
So I like. Well, okay. Are there any
Oh,
non-Christian
but this is acceptable. I don't know what that means. That's acceptable. Ooh,
Are
that's
they
acceptable.
able? Are we
That's
able to
acceptable.
measure whether they are doing a good or bad
Like
job?
all
You
of
should
this
know
is
that.
They're
pretty
real
much
Christians.
But
unfriendly
hold on, are there
shit,
people
dude.
that are not Christians able to determine whether something is good or bad? I've given you a metric for a non-Christian to measure whether it's good or bad. You're sitting here saying you have this decree
You not understand
given
how
to you by
Why
frustrating
listen
God,
to
it is.
you
right?
when I can
I
do
can
the
even
dumb
argue,
chick
okay,
routine,
cool.
says
I
Oaks?
have a
Maybe I
decree
missed it. Can you
by
answer
like
one question,
a
Gibbs? I'm
Muslim
serious.
God, by a
Genuinely.
Hindu God. I've given you like a somewhat of an atheist or agnostic version where we look at the poll list. I have measurable things. You're saying, oh, we haven't
You're
done
not
these things,
measurable at
and it's
all. You
interesting
refuse to
because
measure,
we're
and
the
that's the
only one who's done
point.
these things. And then when
Oh, it's Oak
responding
Emmett.
to Paige, this
Yeah,
is
and it
interesting
is Oak.
because you still refuted our point from
He
earlier
hates me.
about the adjectives you listed about
He hates
masculinity,
me.
right? Would you say that
Yeah,
Mother Teresa was
he thinks that
stoic?
I'm
If the
stupid.
answer is yes, which she obviously was, then it means that stoicism is not inherently masculine. And just because you have this trait, it doesn't make you masculine, right? So, okay, cool. And you listed a
It
few
doesn't seem like
others.
he's
I don't
being
remember
very
all
mean
of
to
them
you
off
in
the
the
top of my
chat,
head,
though.
but stoicism is a good one because I
No,
can
he's
go to
just being
almost
nice
any
because
nun.
it's his
I can
Christian
go to like
nature. The reality is he
women
hates me.
religious leaders
He thinks I'm
worldwide.
stupid.
I can go to women leaders that are leaders in social fields, Peace Corps, all these things, and they all have stoicism. And guess what? They're not masculine.
It's
And
not
so that means
stoicism. That's
even
not what
your
you're
definition falls
demonstrating,
on
you
its head.
stupid
And so it
fuck.
doesn't matter whether or not we're
See,
in
Oak said he
God's
doesn't
world
hate you,
or
bro.
your version, because either
Yeah,
way, they're
of
not
course he does.
inherently going to be the only version of masculinity.
So yes, he
Yeah,
does.
no, he asked me.
that word.
Can I ask him? He asked me, okay, I'd like to answer this because I'm confused. I thought men were inherently more logical than women. I've said this like a gazillion times. I told you, I
He
said,
got me on that
look,
one.
these factors
I actually
exist
died
in a
laughing on that one.
combination,
Yeah, that's pretty
which
funny.
is my definition of masculinity. Now, you can disagree with my
She was
definition
like channeling
all
a
you want.
little
What you
Rachel
can't do
Wilson
is
right
ask me
there.
to repeat it again and again and again, as your
Yeah.
debate partner has done more so, although she's a woman. So
Just
I
so
can
you
hardly
guys know, I'm
blame her for
outside.
having
It's
to,
like 90
she gets
degrees.
distracted sometimes. I know,
Oh,
Cal.
dude, you're good.
But I'm just just saying, like,
Are you talking about doing this video?
I think that they exist in a combination.
I was wondering
And
about that.
me,
Did I see
not
lights coming on in the
because I'm a
background? I was
woman.
like, is he just
Look at
outside?
these two women.
That's hot as shit out there.
Look, these two women actually. It feels like causation doesn't equal
Look at
correlation.
him.
Because look, these women are stoic,
Masculine.
Calm down.
spurred,
Calm down.
stoic. So it's almost like masculinity is like not an intrinsic thing that we can.
Just
Yeah,
calm
I
down
mean,
for a
and what's
second.
crazy?
I'm not personally attacking you.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
Okay.
Well, just
I
Paige's
think
Oak said at least you were
Just
trying to set up
don't take it
argumentation.
No, I'm making a point.
Yeah,
You get
every
my point?
time.
Like, I'm
And
just
it's
saying,
just falling
almost
flat on
like,
your face because it's,
us
oh,
being
what about the
women
women though?
are completely different. We can't. That's not femininity. Like,
well, two real big problems with what Paige just said. One, if you're the sum of all your parts, then you can't be you can't be more than those parts, right? So you just said, oh, it's the combination. Well, none of those traits are inherently masculine. The sum of them is not inherently masculine, right? That's a basic logic step that anybody knows that took college logic 101. So yeah, you can't be more than the sum of your parts. I also think it's a physics axiom. So secondly, right, we're going to sit here and look at these things, and I'm sitting here going, hey, one of us is sitting there pointing holes and giving specific examples of why these things are bad. And y'all's argument is, well, God says it's fine.
That's not what we said at all.
Okay, so again, let me go stop Paige for 1 second. Let me go ahead and go back and reiterate something that you're actually strawmanning really hard. So when I said that these traits are inherently one or the other, okay, I'm not creating a monolith, but I am creating an example of what they are. So when you take strength in society and you got the men and you got the women, I said this earlier and you've completely obfuscated from the beginning. Okay, so you take the strength out of the men, society crumbles. All of the infrastructure stops being built. All of these things that we as men create are gone. But you take the strength out of the women, and the men can just pick them right back up again. You know what I mean? So,
actually,
no. I wasn't done talking, so I can go ahead and go down that with all of the examples. Stoicism is a very good one. You tried to reference this, and I give you kudos for it, but you misrepresented it because it's an actually using emotions properly. And unfortunately, you haven't demonstrated it.
Properly.
If you were going to use your emotions and actually control them, I said the wrong word. You have to control your emotions. So they only control their emotions through Christ, right? They use Christ and His grace to actually do so. So they're using a masculine virtue. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. They're using the father and the patriarchy to actually do that. They're demonstrating.
Freaking LC's still walking down.
Most religions and doctrines have the same belief systems.
Say that again.
Most religions and doctrines have the same belief systems.
I said Christianity. I said it 3 times.
What's
I will say, based when you come back, I think a better word to use instead of control even would be manage.
Oh, no, hold on. Actually, no, I actually have historical evidence that will prove you definitively wrong on this.
Okay.
We can actually look at the most dangerous times in human history, which would be the hunter-gatherer period. And we have genetic data going back about 140,000 years with Cro-Magnons. And we can prove definitively during that time, the human population was whittled down to very small numbers, some potentially as low as 40, some to 1,000. And during these times, we had such small numbers of men to the point where they think that at some point, maybe 8 to 10 men are the genetic lineage of all people going forward. And if that's true, guess what? Society didn't crumble. Looks like women were able to uphold it without very little male influence. And if that happened during our worst times, guess what? I feel like we're going to be okay in the best of times.
So you do realize that at one point it was one man, one woman, and now we have all this. Now,
you're presupposing.
Even the Bible says that. No, you are. You're presupposing.
Really, the Bible says that.
You're presupposing something without actual evidence. So I would like for you to demonstrate that was how society. No. I'm asking you a question right now.
Sir.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm asking.
No, you're good, homie. I was here. We were talking.
Okay, so
being fun.
Fuck this stupid cunt. Now, I want you to hear this. Lower class, while you were gone, I was on her panel, and I crashed out hard and called Sarah a dumb bitch. And because she called me a tard. She actually called me a tard. Like, this dumb cunt doesn't understand a single thing. Like, not one thing. And I'm legitimately so sick of the YouTube space because I actually thought that TikTok was full of the fucking tards. But it's actually YouTube.
Yeah. I mean,
bro,
YouTube does have a bunch of tards on it.
I'm rewatching this with you, right, live, and I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm watching myself get steamrolled, lied on, manipulated on, and I say manipulated on in the sense that it was a 1v3. I had to fight the moderator just as much as I had to fight the other people.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I'm the tard.
See, So the way I would have handled that is I would have just been like, yeah, that's right, but that doesn't change anything. And then I would continue.
No, because I want her to descriptively explain to me why we're the same generation, yet she looks like she's my mom.
Yeah.
We're both millennials, and I'm probably exactly her age, and yet she looks twice my age.
Yeah, I don't want to touch that one with a 10-foot pole. Sarah's really nice to me.
I didn't think so. Yeah, she's nice to you because you're not spurging out and defending things that she doesn't agree with because she's fucking feminist.
Fair, she gave me permission to stream sniper debate tonight. So yeah, that's fine, but just out of respect, while I'm going through this.
Yeah, she's very good at single motherhood. You're right. You're right. You're right.
All right, boys.
Surprisingly not bad seeing you on here, Base. What does that mean, Chambers? Wait, is that guy? Is that
That's Steelman.
Chambers?
Chambers
Wait, is that a compliment? I don't even know.
Yeah, he said he thought you did good earlier.
Oh, I don't know because Beth when me and Beth were talking, all she did was say horrible shit about him. So like in my mind, he's crazy like Duck. That's what she kind of like told me he was like. I've only ever seen him on panels doing a couple crash outs, so I don't have a lot of like frame of reference, you know.
Steelman's good, dude. He's got some like ideals and beliefs and stuff that I wouldn't consider.
Isn't he the one that did the Jesus and the mushroom thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a good idea, but poorly.
He's got some unorthodox kind of beliefs and stuff, but he's still good.
Crazy. Well, the beliefs aren't the. That's the thing about it is people get it wrong. It's about the argument, and it doesn't matter if you believe what I believe. So, like when I brought up the grape cages, they were like, "Oh, you got to substantiate." I'm like, "No, I don't. I asked you why you say it was bad." Why? Like it's so frustrating that if Andrew would have ran that line of logic, they wouldn't have said a damn thing. Yeah, you can't murder veggies, though, Steelman. Yeah, no, but you're right. Like, it's frustrating to me, though, that, like I can run these lines of logic that Andrew would run, right? And I say this importantly because she respects him and just lets him do it, but I'm a tard? Like, seriously?
I hear that. That kind of stuff, I just laugh at it and let it roll off my shoulder.
Well, no, I normally would, but like I'm in the middle of an argument and I'm trying to show you why you're being stupid and you call me a tard as the host because you wanted to argue against me. Like the entire time, anytime I talked on the panel, all she wanted to do was argue with me. I actually was silent on the panel for like an hour. And then I came back and I tried to say anything and like, oh my God, shut up, Base. That's like how I was like, dude, I was silent. I was in a totally different live. I was with you guys. Right? Like I'm in here and I joined back and oh no, shut the fuck up. Like, really? Dude. I'm sorry. That's just it just shows me a lot. That's all I gotta say. If I would have brought 300 people in to watch, she wouldn't have said I was a tard.
That's fair. That's fair. That's business. It's typically
yeah, but that's not what this is supposed to be. I wasn't looking for business. I didn't care about a following. I didn't care about any of that. This entire thing was about a debate.
I understand. All right, I'm gonna get back into this.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man. You're good. We have about a half an hour roughly left of the debate. So we'll go ahead and get this finished with, and then we can talk some more. It's going on 1:30, and I'm a fucking geezer. I'm getting a little tired, so I want to at least get through the debate, and then we can.
I have to work early in the morning. I'm so pissed off, dude. Like, honestly.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I understand. Why you'd be pissed, man.
Fuck that fucking red ass bitch. Tomatoes very apropos.
If I would say anything, that's probably where the name came.
Don't say anything. I'm not asking you to make a claim. Just let me make the claim.
I gotcha.
Where is your evidence that that ever happened? Because in society, all we've ever seen demonstrated throughout history is that men propagate society through force, women through nurture.
In my book, in my religious book, you said, okay, it's propagated by one man, one woman.
No, I'm asking historically.
Okay, well, the Big Bang Theory in my fucking Bible says that we poofed and then there was 4 women and then the men came later.
Yeah, you're taking numbers and I was talking about traits. Why are you obfuscating? I was talking about traits.
Just there.
The number of men in society.
What is she talking about?
I have no idea.
Doing that, please.
I would actually engage what you just asked because
you won't engage with
I can go back to the you asked my evidence.
So
and actually I'm going to use the Bible and I'm going to use the genetic evidence. We have the genetic evidence. We can trace those. It's not even a question. We can provide the sources you need to, but we can go back and look at them like all the way back, thousands and thousands of years. Here's the second thing. Hold on. I got to say the Bible thing because this is key. In the Bible, you said it started with one man woman. That may or may not be true. We can argue that, but we do know that when Cain was kicked out of the Garden of Eden, he was afraid.
He already got it wrong.
No, hold on. I'm asking this. Chambers of Logic. Tell me I was wrong. Please, for the love of fucking God, tell me that I overreacted. I'm asking genuinely. Chambers of logic. Did I overreact?
Yeah, see, Mr. Fista, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not very good at biblical claims. That's why when someone ran tag,
claims.
Yeah, I'm not a theologian. I'm very new to Christianity, just like you, lower class.
Yeah.
Same as me, bro. I avoid theological
me too.
arguments at all costs right now.
And that's the thing, and that's why when I was arguing this, I was trying to get at the crux of morality so that they couldn't make a moral claim. I wasn't trying to say my moral claim was better. I was trying to say that neither of us could make a moral claim, because I argue from a secularist paradigm. When I'm actually arguing somebody, I don't usually make an I can't even say the fucking word.
Epistemological.
Is it epistemological? Because every time I say it was wrong. Yeah, epistemology. I know that, but every time I say it, they make me look like I'm stupid. But whatever.
No, they just don't.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. No, it's frustrating.
I know what you're saying.
It's very frustrating because I'm new to it, and now that I'm actually confirmed, and I'm trying to go through catechism, I have to be very careful what I speak on.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get that.
And this was frustrating because I didn't even want to go down that path. I was trying to show and demonstrate that my morals were subjective and so were theirs, but they were making moral claims, but they wouldn't show me where their morals came from.
Right.
Sorry.
I mean, they avoided that line of questioning like the fucking plague.
Yeah. Constantly.
I was Cain afraid because he wandered into the land of Nod and he was worried that the other men would kill him. That's a direct quote from the Bible. Well, who are these other men? Because it doesn't list them at this point. So it means that God either made other men or God left out something, but it does mean that there were other men on earth, and men plural, societies, because he goes into the cities in the land of Nod. So if this is directly in the Bible from that period, your own argument fails because even in the Bible is admitting there are other groups of individuals with different moralistic outlooks than what you're advocating for and different moralistic outlooks in regard to masculinism. And let me get that source for you.
No, just because you give something and say something happens and something exists, it doesn't mean that it is real or true. No, you just said you gave it consistent context. Right? Yeah, context that said thing exists.
So it's almost
that
like
actually means that it's moral? No. You're
Oh.
talking about the book that I'm representing, right? If you're talking about the book that I'm representing, it represents it in a very specific way.
I will say, all right, so I've been keeping tabs over the past like 25, 30 minutes, and you were interrupted multiple times, and Sarah didn't jump in and say anything. I do want to say, like, I noticed that very clearly.
Well, no, because it's supposed to be a back and forth. And this is the thing that I hate what she said at the beginning is that, it's a 2v2. You're not allowed to interject. I hate that because she lets other people interject other people. When you have someone, okay, here's the problem. And this is where I hate her form of moderation. My teammate doesn't fucking talk. She doesn't talk. So I should be able to speak 2 times. Because they get 2 times the talking time, right?
That's
Why
fair.
shouldn't I?
That's fair.
Like, you have to understand moderation. And this is the thing that I fucking hate about Sarah. If I was Andrew, she'd be fine with it. But I'm a tard. You're right.
Hey, welcome to the club, bro. We're all tards here.
No,
you're in the right place.
I am the tard.
Oh, whatever. You're good, man.
Tell that to my ex.
You're
No, but
trying
you want
to
to logic
mischaracterize
follow.
what the representation
She'll tell you I am.
No, you said.
But
your
at the same
exact-
time, you're
no,
legitimizing the
Your
argument.
exact
By
question,
using it as your own reference, you're legitimizing
Your
it.
exact question was, just because you say something is one way and you believe it to be so, does this validate its existence? And we're saying no. And so for you to say, well, all of society's morality is based in Christianity, just because you say something is somewhat, is that just how it is?
I said that that's what we believe. Hold on, pause. Again, now you're
No, you
actually...
never said that's what we
you're-
believe. You always have
that's
a
exactly
disqualifier.
how we...
You
That's how we
always have a
got here.
disqualifier.
I legitimately said from the beginning, we given an example for why we have morality. You haven't given any. All you've tried to do is refute morality without a grounding. Again, we've
No,
asked
because
you
I
multiple...
don't
No,
accept your
because
definition.
you're using our own morality to try to defend your own position.
And that's fine because we're arguing about masculinity being positive, right? Of a benefit or a good. We've demonstrated good and we've demonstrated benefit, as have you, by our definition. So unfortunately, we're still waiting for a refutation that doesn't appeal to either our authority or another authority that you haven't defined your own morality for. Please give some kind of something.
Circles back on Christianity and masculinity the exact same way.
Was it raining?
Lightning. The freaking
It
thunder.
just happened at the very end. Like, yeah, I had to actually move inside.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I had to shut. I'll actually, you'll see it. I'll turn off my camera and my mic and run and reset everything up while they're debating.
It goes the exact same way that you fall in the circle, where it's like, well, we
Not
have
here, but
our
soon.
world understanding of it, and it's like, okay, well, no, we can list a million examples of why this is like just not intrinsic like characteristic of this being this way, and then you're like, well, no, because blah blah blah, and so we pick through your argument, and you're like, well, that's not.
I fucking hate when people say, well, no, because blah 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 blah. You're not engaging with what she didn't engage with what you actually said.
No, they never do the entire time. And guess what? Sarah never does, unless it's about me. Unless it's about fucking me, she never interjects.
Yeah,
fucking dumbass.
True, because blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, can you give any of the things like arguing your point on the positive instead of the contrary? Like, because we have, and you guys have not.
Yeah, and you've also supported our position with many of your points. You said that men basically built America, that they've led wars.
And I still am waiting for you to answer that. Majority does not mean good. Majority does not mean good.
How else are we supposed to do this? Okay, if you had to select an army, okay,
we're asking you, and you haven't defined it.
Just a second. If you have to, well, I'm asking a question to test your logic on the question you asked me.
Okay, if you guys ask how you guys
I haven't even asked the question, Kel. Calm down. Let me ask the question, okay? The question
Scott,
is, if you have to
I
choose
didn't
an
call
army, you
myself
are the
retarded.
politician, okay? This is a
Sarah did.
Another insane hypothetical. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The world leader, okay? You have to pick an army. You don't know what the other country is choosing. All you know is that you have to select either completely men, or completely women for the army. Who are you going to choose for the army and why?
Robots.
In this hypothetical,
Men or women?
Yeah, robots. Yeah, that was.
I mean, you're fucking a coma during your hypothetical.
Dumbass.
What then? Like,
it's a logic test, Kel. Can you engage in
no,
logic?
it's a stupid hypothetical because you guys can't ground things in reality.
Find your conclusions. We're winding down.
Kel, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Dumpster fire is almost at a conclusion. Okay?
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, Kel?
Please, no.
How would you feel if God didn't exist?
Okay, so you can't answer to a hypothetical to test
I would
the
feel
logic.
the way that I feel right now.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done. Okay, let's move into closing statements, and we will.
Okay, I'm
we'll
done. I ask a
multiply.
genuine
We will
question.
Exponentially increase
Fucking
this,
dumb, dude.
a dumpster fire. I don't even this
first spread.
Look, I'm just gonna start off by saying, Based, you win the Spurg Award. Paige, you win the. I would say like waiting your turn award because you were very good with that. Kel, you win the emotional award, and Gibbs, you win the monologue award. I, however,
I would say he won the filibustering award.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Fucking thank you. God
The
dang it.
he was filibustering quite a bit
I
through
would
this
The whole
thing,
time. No, the
which
whole
is what
time.
caused you to somewhat spurg. I mean, you know, like you're trying to make a point. He's like filibustering.
I'm autistic as
Well,
shit. I have
either way,
Asperger's. I have
but it's like-
Asperger's.
Then ever do this one.
But he's
ever
filibustering,
again.
and then you're
I
trying to like
think-
come in at some
I think
point,
what
and then they're
we
like,
need
no,
to
no, no,
do
no,
is
and you're
this
like,
is
but
my
you've been filibustering for 10
okay? I
minutes,
think
bro.
you
Come
all
on, like,
had
The whole-
arguments
but that's
in
the whole
place,
debate.
but you didn't know how to direct them in such a way where you could actually run a line of logic to get down to the base.
Oh,
So
you
were
want to teach me
trying
that
to
a
get
line
there,
of
but you
logic,
were just
Sarah,
throwing
when
shit
you're
at the wall and
illogical as
seeing what would
motherfucker?
stick, and then whatever the
Was she talking to
response
you at
comes
this point?
back, then you
Yeah.
just throw more shit at the wall. If we had like kind of stuck, think of it like
To be
an
fair, it
equation.
wasn't
If we had
only
stuck to
you.
an
No. I'm
largely
the
doing
only
this.
one that tried to run a line of
Yeah,
logic.
you
I'm
were
the
the only
only
one running logic.
that tried to run it.
She didn't even let it happen. I will agree with you on there. Like there were multiple times when you actually tried to work down a line of logic, and she was the one that cut you off
Exactly.
and broke like the pathway to it.
Yeah,
So
the
yeah,
fourth wall. She broke the fourth wall.
yeah. But yeah, I will agree on that.
Cheers, by the way.
Hey, bro, get it. Is that a Bodo box? Yeah. Crush it. Crush it. Hey, dude, you know what? I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks, man. You know what I've been drinking recently? White Claw Surges. They're fucking clutch, dude. That's fine. You can shake your head, Stamey. That's cool. I'm okay with them because I don't get as bad of a hangover the next day. Okay.
No, honestly, guys, like this
Really?
is the way that I say
They're
it.
like
Look,
more malty.
I don't think that I'm the best debater. I don't. And I want to make that clear. Like, people think some things about me because of the way I talk and the way that I act, but it's frustrating that I don't get. I watched this just now, and I'm glad that I did because it made me realize that I'm right. The people that think they're right don't actually care. And I watched this. This woman looks at me like I'm her child. I'm her age. I'm above her intellect. Yet I get zero respect. Not even like a small amount. Shut up. You're interrupting. What do you mean? You started interrupting me from the beginning. I'm going to go ahead and play the game. And you know what? It's weird that she tried to establish these rules, and I watch these 2v2s where people talk over each other. I don't normally let people talk over in 2v2s. Well, I watch you host 2v2s where it's a 1v1 with a supporting role. It's frustrating, man. And it's frustrating as someone who puts themselves out there that's actually good. And then I get made to look as less than while I'm debating against the likes of Kinetic Kel.
Yeah, I mean, all right, and this is just how I operate on these things. I don't give a fuck what other people think of me, right? So like I get on panels, I spurg out, I get all fucking drunk and pissed off and cuss people out and make them look like fucking idiots. But you know, I know that it looks bad on me sometimes when I do that, right? Like I try not to do that every single day. You know, let me be very clear. I really do my best not to do that every single day. But
Does
at the same time, bro,
spurg on you?
I haven't had that happen. No.
So shut the fuck up. I love you, but shut the fuck up.
That's fair. I mean, I hear that. I hear that.
It's the moderator in question, which makes it worse.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So please, instead of trying to play devil's advocate, one time, lower class, demonstrate that you're my friend.
I mean, I'm your friend. I've agreed with you the whole time. I was just saying, you know.
I know I did wrong, but I mean, let's be real. Against what opposition?
It was definitely to some degree. It was a 1v3 for sure. I understand that.
But I get no credit for that. I mean, I get it in my social circle. Sure, great validation, yay. But when it comes down to it, like, it's frustrating, man, because I've dealt with this my entire life, and it never changes. At the end of the day, I'm the retard.
Well, you can be a retard with me, buddy. I'm a retard too, you know?
Thanks.
It's all right, man.
Because socially, you are not. Socially, I'm retarded. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. The difference is when it comes to logic. My logic is infallible. I don't fuck that up. Now, I can be wrong about something, but it's not about logic. I'm very good with logic. I'm very good with anything when it comes to making sure it's right.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I was a liberal for so long.